Okay, so we're live there. All right, I think everything's working. Okay, so literally everything will be working. So in theory, I should have Product Zomboid set up. I should see all the chats on my side in one place now, as opposed to having like 10 different windows I gotta keep track of. It's an exaggeration, it was like 3. Because again, multi-platform tends to be very important these days. That way, if Twitch one day puts out some garbage policy or shuts down one day, I don't lose everything, hopefully. And then just better audience reach and all that kind of stuff. So with that said, we're going to pick up where we left off in Product Zomboid. It's been a couple of days. I'm going to need to use load because I did a test save. Yeah, that was a test save. So we're going to go ahead and load up where we left off, which is we're doing 16 times pop, 0 to hero, so we start with no stats whatsoever, no strength, no fitness, no combat skills, no nothing, no nimble, literally zilch. And we have it set to sometimes helicopter, which basically just means the helicopter comes back every, I think it's like 10 to 12 days, give or take. And no respawns, because anytime you play at those populations, you can't even theoretically kill the zombies that high. We've done the math. I need to figure out what mod I have loading differently by default than in the save file, because that's what makes that long hang. So yeah, so basically we're playing Sweaty Tryhard and all that good stuff. Recently on the channel we've been playing Vintage Story. We got pretty far to that one. We got to the point of producing chainmail pants and all that kind of stuff, and I'm pretty happy where we left off with that. I do think the next time we play Vintage Story, I'll have to see when we get there. Like, it depends on what they add. Because if they finish out the story but the world gen doesn't change, I could see jumping into our existing save file and Vintage Story continuing. Otherwise, we'll figure out that. Other things we've had going on is we've been playing some Ellen, which is kind of a sandbox game that weirdly has the story just kind of rammed in the side of it, but it's a really good game otherwise. Still early access, still some pain points, all that kind of stuff. Hopefully it improves. The one, like I said, the story being rammed in the side is kind of just weird, but the one thing I do hold as negatives, like very important information withheld from the player, like how the dual wielding mechanic even works. Okay. And there's always the fear when you start off and it's been a little while. Oh, what's going on? Oh, right. Our power went out the last time we played. So we are finally without power or water. Took a long time to get there. Okay. So we're good here. How's our food situation? I've got 3 boxes of cereal, some jam. How's the weapons? I've got a nightstick, 2 screwdrivers, and some paring knives. And then we do have a book to read. We're actually pretty okay. So where we left off, we are on the, what is this, the 4th? So we're on the 4th. The last helicopter we had was on the 29th. So that's been, because it was 30 days? Yeah, so I think that's 30 days for that month. Oh, interesting. Did they add that key? It's fine. 30 days. So it's been about 5 days. Hey, Red Hawk, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream, and welcome in, Raiders. It's been about 5 days, so we got about 5 days till we're in danger of more trouble. Playing some Stone Shard recently. Nice. We recently were playing Ellen. It's kind of like Stone Shard, a little less aesthetically pleasing. Now, if I remember correctly, we got into this house, but did we clear the zombies around this house? It looks like we did. Right. Oh, that's the pig. I was confused at what noise I heard. But Happy New Year to you as well. And again, welcome in, Raiders. But yeah, no, Stone Shard's a good time. If you liked the other streams we played the other day with Ellen, Stone Shard is a very similar game to Ellen. Not quite as much breadth. It doesn't do as much of like the you build your town, that kind of thing, and the trade missions and whatever. Instead, it's got more of a focus on the combat side of things. But it does have more than just combat. Oh, right. We don't need the extra keys anymore. But yeah, so for those who don't know where we're at in the map, we are near Lake Fallas. That's kind of center map and all that. But if it seems like we're moving around slowly, that is just the nature of how you play. Oh, that's a broken nightstick. I got all excited. It gives a blast. Yeah, we played the last 2 days, and then I decided I want to do a Product Zomboid day. If it seems like I'm glancing around a lot, I am trying to keep an eye on things, because we have made a lot of changes on the stream's back end today. So I do anticipate we could potentially have some problems. I do think what'll happen is if anything crashes, as best we can tell, whatever the offending thing is, that'll go away. Until I can do more testing off stream. But there's a lot of stuff I wanna make happen this year. And while I didn't like make a New Year's like resolution or pledge or whatever you want to go with, that's not kind of how I operate. It was just like a good time to be like, okay, let's take a quick pause and do all that stuff. But yeah, I know we played Ellen, we played as a chaos shape. Where I ended up with, I think it was 3 hands, 2 fingers, and a back, I believe was the things we got. That's a broken thing there. Okay, so pretty much the way we're approaching this right now is we're just working our way up the road, little by little, towards Lake Fallas to try and push Lake Fallas. The actual objective we have for this run and how I'm wanting to approach this is the goal here is that we're going to just kind of keep pushing towards some of the towns and killing zombies until I can find a survivor zombie. And when we find a survivor zombie, they'll have what's known as an annotated map. All you need to know about an annotated map is it'll point somewhere in the world and be like, yo, I got a bunch of stuff stored over there, mayhaps go get it. And we're basically to use as a treasure map. Now granted, is it worth me doing that? Absolutely freaking not. It is strategically a terrible approach. But instead of just arbitrarily being like, yeah, my next target is insert name of town, and either targeting the softer towns first and moving through there, or just targeting, you know, in an order of operations or something like that, it's just a way to have like an arbitrary, here, we're going to go for the next place. Now, it's very likely that some of those maps will end up targeting major cities, which on 16 times pop will take forever to break into. I am willing to do something I normally wouldn't do in a run, which is if I get the opportunity to work my way around the zombies to go for stuff. Now, obviously, some towns it's more doable than others. Like, Riverside, I could potentially sneak around and make that happen. Whereas a place like Louisville, if we get one like dead set in the middle, that would be our worst case scenario, and I don't think that'd be a realistic objective on our settings. But, you know, we'll figure it out as we go. One thing we're definitely going to want to do eventually is capture a gas station and get a generator hooked up to it. But we're doing pretty good. We started with no stats, and at this point we are about to hit Short Blunt 4 and Short Blade 2. We have maintenance about 4.5, so we're doing really good on that front. And there's that Short Blade 2 I just mentioned. We've got Cooking and Electrical 2. The Cooking no one really cares about, but the Electrical 2 is a nice one just because if we hit Electrical 3 I can hook up generators. But the important one is our Fitness is at about 2 1/3, and then our Strength is at 4. And in most of our stats, honestly, nobody cares about. Let's see, you know, the push to the location is going well when the first corpse sickness level hits before you have reached the first fight. Oh, that's not the corpse sickness level. That's the thing saying it smells bad. That's the thing warning me I am going to get corpse sickness if I sit there. Any runners? No. Sprinters tend to fundamentally break a lot of the game systems. And for the record, I have done runs where I've, you know, killed tons of sprinters. But the other problem with sprinters is it does ultimately make it so progression is meaningless. Because whether you have 0 skill in fitness, strength, and combat, or 10 in everything, you just fight every single fight the exact same. If you have any amount of sprinters, even if it's like 0.5% or 1% or whatever, because of how the game rolls them, you just have to treat every group as if, like, all of them are sprinters, and then if they're not, then you can assess there. But it means pulling 1 or 2, and if you pull more than that, either window, fence, cheese, or run away. That's pretty much the way the entire game goes forever. Yeah, you are correct that technically at 0.1% sprinters, there is an infinitely small, to the point of statistical impossibility, chance that the entire map could roll with the entire map being sprinters. Now, obviously, that'd be such an outrageously outside of any plausible numbers, it's not worth mentioning. But the reason that's relevant is it does mean, sooner or later with the zombie populations we have, even at that, like, 1 or 0.5% or whatever, that you'd eventually roll a group of zombies, you'd walk up, and there'd be 20 zombies, and every single one would have rolled sprinter. Like, it is just a thing that can happen. And then, for me, Product Zomboid has always been a slow, methodical, you know, you approach it with caution kind of game. Versus with sprinters, it gets to be way more arcadey. It's a lot more just straight up reaction speed and that kind of thing. So I do personally feel like sprinters actually take a lot away from the game and like what it does well. Yeah, no, sprinters will never be turned on by default. Indie Stone's been very open about that. In order for sprinters to be turned on by default, combat would have to be fully reworked to give us an incredible amount of mobility that we currently do not have. And at that point, you're talking a fundamentally different game. Like, you're talking a lot more like State of Decay, Left 4 Dead, that kind of thing. Which, you know, if you want that kind of combat, there's some pretty cool games. They're called State of Decay and Left 4 Dead. They're excellent. You should play them. They're really good. But there's a reason why Product Zomboid, they've explicitly said there will never be special infected or anything like that. It is going for your old school, the zombies win by just being numerous and unrelenting. Back and front look clear. Let's check the other side. No exploding bloaters. Yep. They've been very, very, very specific because people kept... There's, I don't know if they still have it. Product Zomboid, historically, the devs have kept a list of will not implement things because they get requested again and again and again. They get tired of answering. Alright, 1 second. What do we want to mark house alarms with? What do we want to mark house alarms with? How about that symbol? Okay. Yeah, so low-key, those house alarms have a louder noise than the helicopter. The helicopter impacts more zombies because it spends way more time and it comes and goes and all that stuff. Streamer luck? What would be the streamer luck? Oh, the fact there wasn't many zombies? That's because we've killed all the zombies on one side of us. And we're in the middle of the map. I got a pretty good number of zombies moving up there. So we're not sure how bad that's going to be yet. The good news is I'm not seeing much movement down here. Hutch. Okay. Oh, we got a lot of zombies coming from that side. Reevaluate a little bit. So I have 5 down there. I saw the ones moving up there, and it's like, okay, let's see how things shake out. So it's gonna be a minute that we're gonna have zombies moving around. And there is a chance this ultimately gets us pushed out of the area. I still hate that that's still a bug after all these years. It's a bug where a zombie, when they get knocked over and turned to a crawler, the entire game freezes for just a second or two. I've never died to it, but it can really mess with stuff. You have died to it once? Yeah, no, it's definitely one of those ones that's not a feels-good situation. Alright, so I want to evaluate where we've been sleeping first. See with that house alarm how that's looking. I didn't check the radio. It's fine, we're too early for a helicopter anyways. Okay, another group of 3, 4, or 5 or something like that. Hey, Integer, how's it going? Alright, we're starting to get overwhelmed. Just keep in mind, I don't have much for stats. And we also just hit exerted. So the real question is, where can I go? Yeah, it's like 10, 15 of them. Where can we go? Because we took the helicopter back there. What did you just do? Why did you put that away? Don't do that. Alright. Realistically, I think this is one of those ones where you grab the zombies in the local area, take them for a walk, and ditch them. Okay, so we got a whole rally group down there. Hey, you, notice me. Yep, so basically what we're doing right now is, because that house alarm drugged the zombies over this house, we're gonna try and pull the zombies away. I can't realistically fight that many zombies with my current stats and one nightstick, so I want to walk them out of here, give myself a little bit of leeway to work with. So kind of Pied Pipering the zombies away. More than likely some will fall in behind me, back by the house. That's fine if that happens, as long as it's not too many. Because the issue I have is I don't have my tent anymore. It got destroyed. The zombies woke me up at one point. So I can't just wander off into the wilderness, find a place to sleep too easily. And then on top of that, it's a cornfield. I was going to cut into this field as a place to ditch him, but that's to present its own challenges. Okay. You think you'll level tailoring enough to make a new one? New what? A new what? Camping kit? Oh no, like you can make a tent. You don't even need tailoring for making a tent. It's literally you just need a tarp, you need a couple of sticks and all that. We might have even made the first one, it's just I have to find another tarp. And they're not a very rare item. They're not a super common one either. Now I don't want to see even more zombies up here. Alright. Can you make a tarp? No. At least not the last time I checked. You just find them. You thought you could make a replacement tarp with tailoring? I can check. I'm not aware of that being a thing, but I'm not going to say it's not. Alright, so this is not looking encouraging. But I had hoped to like start circling back earlier. We're still seeing zombies working their way from the south. And the issue we have here is if I try and push west, I believe we'll be pushing directly into Lake Fallas. Most likely in that scenario, I'm not going to be able to get set up. Try going a little wide and see if I can't ditch him off on the barn. The concern... we got a lot over here. Wait, what was that? Did I just see a backpack? No, I didn't. Just a regular backpack, don't get excited. That's exactly what I was worried about. Yeah. Wherever it pulled zombies from, it's enough that it's filled in the area. So the likelihood of me being able to just dump zombies in this manner is not looking good, because as I ditch zombies, I'll simply pick up different zombies. So it looks like we're going to have to be pushed back to somewhere. The problem is I'm not super sure where somewhere is going to be in this case. And the reason for that is between the helicopters that you've taken behind us, it doesn't present me with a whole lot of good options to dump the zombies at. As you can still see, we're moving around, and that was the house that we were staying at. That's just a barn down there. Okay, can I make a chair happen? Probably not. So that's not enough room for a chair on me. I think we take our chances just walking up the road and seeing what we see. They remove that with Build 42? No, you've been able to sleep in chairs. You couldn't sleep on bar stools once Build 42 came out, but regular chairs are fine. I understand that's one of the metas right now, is to carry around the plastic chair. You just go to sleep in it as you need. Alright, so I think we're following the road to the west. You know, we could double check, but I'm pretty sure you're able to just sleep on a regular old, like, all your regular chairs. It's just bar stools and stuff like that are off limits for sleeping on. Yeah, no, the house alarm screwed us pretty badly. We would have been continuing to push this way just normally, but with that house alarm dragging everything else. You're thinking hide tent? Yeah, gotcha. So one of the hopes here is between the house alarm and everything else, that maybe we'll get lucky, and it will draw some of the zombies away from where they have that farmhouse to the west. But we'll see how reality shapes up. Nope, never mind. There's a full group over there. I was gonna walk around and try and ditch them here. Well, I mean, maybe we still can. We'll see. More than likely, there's another group behind here. Yep, there it is. All right. Yep, so we've been sent packing. So kind of our hope from here is we work our way down the road, and we could find a car to sleep in is acceptable. A tent or a sleeping bag would be ideal. Otherwise, we can get to a house we can clear into, that'd be good. The good news is all of this went down first thing in the morning, so I've got the better part of a day to try and resolve it. The downside is we are just a little bit overexerted. We haven't had a chance to actually rest since this all went, you know, kicked off. I could try to not aggro more if I can help it. Oh yeah, now when this kind of thing happens, like right at the end of the day, it can be real rough. The good news, I do have caffeine pills if it comes down to it. So we can go like a night with no sleep kind of thing. Alright, let me just ditch those seeds. And then thank you, Sniper Spice, for the 85 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. You have been enjoying the stream and all that good stuff. I figure at a minimum, if I'm walking with the foraging, we're gaining XP towards it. And you never know when something like a magazine's going to pop up or something like that. Okay. I can worry about grabbing the stones and all that. The good news is for once I actually have rags on me. Nope, regular group. I have rags on me. So if it comes down to it, we can potentially make new weapons out in the field kind of thing. Just lots of little animal skulls. Okay. Still got one straggler following me, that's fine. Should be a couple buildings down here, so let's see if any of those buildings have anything worth our consideration. Yeah, you got a couple of crappy houses down here. Right now, we're very beggars can't be choosers. We'll go ahead and check that. That one zombie is on a mission. We ditched the others ages ago, and that one zombie is like, nah, man. I got stuff to get done here. Okay, so that's full-on groups over there. Let's deal with the ones that have managed to keep up with us. Not loving that they're spreading out from there. Let's scooch on over here. And see if we can't creep into these houses from the back end of them. I didn't see any groups on the back side of this, so I might be able to just take out one rally group, maybe two. Yeah, so it looks like this might be right on the edge of this cell. So we'll start with this one as just like the first house we might be able to reasonably secure. And start working on our next neighborhood. Okay. Got another one, couple working their way around this way. Try to get to a point where we can rest soon. She became a crawler. Alright, so we got a couple down there, a couple over here. Let's shift back a little bit more. Come on, stop aggroing me. Okay, let's move a little farther over. Sit, have ourselves a little bit to eat. Oh, we have to cook the potato to cook, or we have to actually cook the potato to eat with it. So go ahead real fast and eat our chocolate. Alright. Give ourselves a little break. I do miss having the resting bars above our character so we knew when we actually rested. I'm pretty sure I'm only about, like, a third of the way rested from where I want to be, but, you know. Okay, so we need to be backing off soon for muscle strain. I already have 2 fanny packs, so we don't need another one. Okay. Yeah, so we just keep, if only you could attack with your left hand. No, that's just outright. Hey, Pelanova, how's it going? Attacking with your left hand? What is this? What is this nonsense? Alright. Yeah, no, it's just a thing in Project Zomboid. There's no dual wielding, there's nothing like that. everyone in Product Zomboid is right-handed. We've kind of joked that there's like some genetic element as to why, you know, only right-handed people go. That doesn't actually work in real life, because there is a potential genetic component to having a higher predisposition towards being left-handed. But, you know, in reality, there's as much of like nature and nurture that if one of your parents is left-handed, even regardless of genetics, you have a higher chance of being left-handed, as you would learn from monitoring / watching your parent. So as you mimic them, you're more likely to mimic them doing things left-handed. Would you let me get a full rest in, please? It's about 1 in 10 people is left-handed. I'm trying to rest long enough to recover that muscle strain. I don't actually care about the agriculture thing. It's just one of those things that, like, okay, we're sitting on the ground anyway. We could be doing 2 things at once. Could you not walk away, please? Alright. So I definitely killed over the full rally group size. Not what I wanted to see. Alright. We got more work to do. We keep chipping away at this group. And I think it's whatever this little town here is, neighborhood thing. Let's see. By that logic, let's assume you're raised in a community that was only left-handed. Would there be any chance? Yeah, you'd still have some chances, but you'd have a very, very high frequency of left-handed. That's kind of the reason we have it like it is now, just because you could be in a community of nothing but right-handed people, you'd still have the occasional left-handed person. But there would be a strong predisposition or a strong bias towards being right-handed. You're ambidextrous? Not many people are. Hey, Wizards, thank you for the 120 stream streak. I really do appreciate that. And I do hope you've been enjoying stream. That actually reminds me, I never called out the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd because I was busy doing all my troubleshooting at the beginning. Let's double check, make sure I didn't miss any of that stuff. So first one to Burning Sun, the second one to Donkey Duff. The first one to Burning Sun, the second one to Mohan Rai, the third one to Donkey Duff. We had Ichi Tenma with her 90 stream streak, so I apologize about missing that. And then we had, yeah, and I got everything else called out. Because like I said, I've done some back-end changes on the stream to help enable a bunch of things. So it is one of those things that we're dealing with a little bit of troubleshooting today. So far it seems good. We had some rough stuff right at the beginning of the stream, but that'll be stuff we sort out. Just trying to get the stream in a better shape for, you know, we're in the new year. It's a good time to do the, what I need to achieve the goals we're looking at trying to achieve. Just rally group over there now. Well that sucks. That's gonna make this way harder. If we could stop zooming in out way more than I intend to, that'd be lovely too. Really not giving myself a lot of room to work here. Okay. Made it work. We didn't pick up any additional friends. There's a good chance if I pull one of those other groups off to the left or the right, or to the north, then we're in real bad shape at that point. Stream spring cleaning? Pretty much. Your sister's largely ambidextrous, mostly because she broke her right arm twice when she was young, so she had to learn with her left, and then it got reinforced. Yeah. And there's a lot of benefit to being ambidextrous. Like, I'm mostly, for most things, I tend to be right-handed. There is definitely some things I have a preference for my left hand, but usually they're not so much in the precision side of things, which is usually what you'd associate with whether you're right or left-handed. We'll eat just a little bit of the fruit jam. Okay. It's a real good thing we had the nightstick for this part. Just using the stone hammers, would have no chance of doing this kind of clear. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna remove that to make a little bit of noise there to see if there's any zombies inside, and while that's sorting itself out, read some more. I'm trying to not go too far over there, because there's this tired. There's a very good chance those zombies are gonna move over and aggro us in not too long. If we get into that room, we should have a relatively okay time. Don't you dare. Ah, they're moving closer. That group's too close now if I try and go for that window. They're gonna spot me. Don't screw me. Okay, you can drink some water. We can fill a water bottle. Stay far away from that window as we look. Grab the meat cleaver. That could be a decent backup weapon. The sauce pot could be a useful thing for later. Ketchup, marmalade. Grab all that. Surprisingly, the buns are fresh. Now, we have no power, so I can't use that. They also don't have a grill outside, so I'm not going to bother grabbing the meat. It's probably just going to rot before we get to it anyways. A window. Remove the broken glass. Close the blinds. Close the blinds. Not sure where I want to plop down for trying to read. Okay, so we can rest here. Read her book for a minute. Okay, so we don't have a grill on this house, which is a pretty big negative. Should you close the blinds on the front door? Well, the front door itself doesn't have blinds. I could close the blinds in that window. It's probably not a bad idea. I think regardless, it's going to be a matter of if we get spotted by the group over here or back here. There's no window there, so we're going to be taking a little bit of a gamble here. But I'm going to try and sleep, and if we do wake up, I'm going to hold down and hope we just kick our way out this way. But for the moment, I know we're sleepy. I know we've been pretty exerted today. We're just going to sit here and read our book. Have ourselves a good time. Because if we can ditch the book, that'll be a lot more weight we're rid of. Alright. Yeah, because I vaguely remembered that we had a storm coming. It looks like it's here. Well, that's annoying. She didn't show up with my line of sight as early as I expected. Well, now I get to see if we're screwed yet. They took a laceration on our right upper arm, which is our weapon arm. Yep. Little annoyed with that one, because she didn't seem to really appear until she's right there, which... Oh, it's right, because I was facing this way. Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not happy about it. That's 25% chance we died, yes. Yeah, so the issue was because I was facing this way and we're tired enough, I couldn't actually see until we got there. Otherwise I should have seen it. I probably, if I was smart, what I would have done is I would have stood there. So when it came in, I saw it. Yep, nope, that was, didn't notice my vision cone. So we'll see here in a minute. If we go to sleep and we see Queasy, then we're dead. Or anxious. Unless we start seeing, like, windows get banged on, that kind of thing. I should have left the door open. Okay, anything else that would go bad soon? Eat the hamburger buns. It was pretty encouraging. So we got zombies out the back in a full rally group. Zombies out the right in a full rally group. Okay. So time to get to work. Alright, let's just try and focus on, doing this. So let's start by going over here. And going to the symbols here, because we've looted that building. Now, if we see Queasy now, it's not as worrisome. We are standing by a bunch of corpses. If we see Anxious, that's a no bueno. Let's see. Honestly, prefer infection turn you instantly. Why would you wait to find out you need to drink bleach? So, for me, historically, the reason I don't set it to instant is, for one, when I'm doing, like, record runs and that kind of stuff, you know, you get that last hoorah you can do where you're like, okay, I've got nothing left to lose, so let's just do this. It's totally fine, people who want to die instantly versus the wait and see. Like, early run, if I take a scratch and, you know, we get infected, I just kill the character immediately. Or, like, sometimes, like, if I'm right at the beginning and I get a scratch, I'll just mulligan it, even before I know if it's infected, if it's that early. Okay. Come on. So I need to be able to get in and out to rest here. Yep, no, I gained a point at Nimble. Okay, we can drink some water. And this time, if I sit on this couch, can I see the window now or not tired? I can, because you can see the little gap there. Okay, so this time we'll be fine. Because we're not tired, so we don't have the limited sight range. Can you rotate the sofa? Yeah, but I gotta pick it up and move it and a whole bunch of stuff. And so it's not really worth my time. If it's just a regular chair, I would do it. But these ones I'll probably break up into 2 pieces, then I gotta move the pieces into place and then put it back down. So it's a little bit of a process. Alright. Oh, I also forgot. Take that TV apart. And thank you, Unquiet Adam, for the 20 stream streak. I do appreciate that. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. We're gonna get bullied out of here soon. You see there's a rally group there, and there. And over there. And so they are trying to move in to fill the gap I'm making. And as they're doing that, they're just kind of bullying me more and more. Yeah, because this one's like right here. Oh, come on. At least let me give me a couple of seconds to try and work it. We're probably about to get aggroed that group to the west. to be a little aggressive on this one. Okay. Crap. Which way? Northeast. Yeah, that's I'm afraid of. We got a solid wave of zombies coming by. Let's try moving this way, see if we can't avoid the main part of it. I don't really know what's in that direction from us, though, so we'll see if I'm not just going to put myself into another big chunk of them. Find the bedroom? Nah, the bedroom's an easy way to get cornered. Because if a zombie comes up and starts banging on the door, I gotta deal with it. And if I go through the window, I might be jumping right into other zombies. Alright. Not noticing much more down this way, though. The field looks basically clear. Let's grab these, see if I can't ditch them at this house over here, and then circle back to clear that house area. I'm also noticing that my nightstick is about to break. And I do have a butcher's knife after that. Alright, so it's something to notice that there is a grill over here. Okay. Yeah, so we're seeing no zombies farther down. So it looks like there's a bit of a population center to our west a little bit, but not really to our south. Please don't break the window, sir. Have fun. There goes the window. Okay. Window rubbing noises? Yup. Alright. Okay, not much to do there. Let's close this. I'll take apart the gaming console. Put that away, grab the apricots that are dried. We got fresh bread. Fish fingers. Got stale ham we might be able to do something. Stale cheese we might be able to do something with. Burnt shrimp. We'll... And think... That's confusing UI. Oh, because I could take apart the wall as well. I forgot. And thank you, Joe Deere, for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that. It means a whole lot. How do you make the icons big? It's under your settings. I could show you here in a minute once I'm not in the middle of disassembling something. Okay, so we go into our settings. Yeah, your user interface. You can choose to like scale the moodles based on different sizes, your font size, all that stuff. So it's all this area here. You can change like your inventory size, your font size, scale the thing, all that stuff. So it is all bundled up in that area. All right, let's go over to the counter. Oh, I have a rake in my inventory. I forgot about that. So slice the bread. Slice the ham. Open the fish fingers. And we'll sharpen these scissors. Ah, so they finally fixed it so you can't just cheese these things. It used to be when you were doing stuff like this. So I got a ham sandwich. We put some fish fingers on it. We put some processed cheese on it. Some marmalade on it. Some garlic powder on it. Some ketchup on it. Some pepper on it. Now it's considered fresh. Which is why I'm doing it. We're using that to kind of cheeky make it fresh again. Let's add ham to that one. We'll add the stale cheese to that. Because that makes it fresh. The fish fingers. The pepper. The ketchup. The marmalade. The garlic powder. Put that away in the bag. Make another sandwich. Let's see. Seasoning. You think... Oh, no, because in real life, you look at it, doesn't mention that they're dangerous. Yeah, like chicken tenders and chicken fingers are pre-cooked, so you don't have to worry about that. But like the eggs I have in my inventory can't use because they would be potentially a problem. Ketchup. Marmalade. Garlic powder. fruit jam. Meanwhile, let's go in here to these. So a couple of those chicken fingers will be fine. Let's scarf all the stale ham before it goes. You don't like fish, but if you swap the fish fingers for mozzarella sticks, that would go hard. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I'm not a huge fish finger ones. They're fine. But like it's kind of some of the saddest fish you can get. Oh, so we did have that radish went bad in our pocket. The rest of that's all good. I forgot I had all these things sitting in this other pocket. So problem I have now is I made those sandwiches so hearty, we can't actually handle them. So we're just going to go ahead and grab one of those sandwiches. We're just going to slam the whole thing. Is that rotten radish in your pocket? Are you happy to see me? That brings up a lot of concerns. Oh, and I got another piece of stale ham to eat. Okay, let's go ahead and do this. Rotten radish on your belt was the style of the time. It was certainly something. Hold up. Excuse me. Is that garbage can chocolate? Alright. We got ourselves some fresh trash can chocolate. Oh yeah, no, the trash can, since they changed the loot tables, like 99% of the time, it's gonna be utter rubbish. But every once in a while, you'll get like a really good hidden gem in there. Some good magazines, a good weapon or two. Sometimes a case like that of like actually good food. Okay. Weirdly, that one zombie is just beelining right at me. That's fine. Are you aggroed or are you just wandering? Okay, you're aggroed. Let's see. You once found a plank and nails that made a good weapon in the garbage can? You're happy. He's on a mission. Granted, you're not going to bother checking every mailbox you see, but you'll pop in every here and there. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. It's, stuff like trash cans and mailboxes and all that, they're often overlooked. But low-key, honestly, you can get some really good stuff out of them. Like, people will spend a lot of time focusing on the zombies, And yeah, when you get like a survivor zombie or something, like, you know, loot pinata zombie, and every once in a while they'll give you weapons, and that's cool. But like, the odds you get something good out of trash can tend to be a bit better than off the zombies nowadays. It used to not be that way. In Build 41, the zombies were a very reliable source of weapons. So that once you got yourself like maintenance 5 or so, you could effectively use the zombies as your exclusive source of weapons and never need to craft another weapon again. You just have to be willing to use a bunch of different weapons and categories and all that. But they got a pretty hard nerf in Build 42 as far as the weapon carrying amount. Which is fine and fair, I guess. It is a little annoying just because of how much time you do spend crafting weapons now. Granted, so far I've been getting pretty lucky with these nightsticks. Since we got over to this area, we have had 4 different nightsticks. Alright, let's duck in the house, because we got some pretty bad muscle strain. We're pretty close to having our book done. You got generator magazines from the mailbox? Oh yeah. Pre-Build 42, that's where most of my generator magazines ultimately came from. A little risky with that window busted out down there. All right. Yeah, most likely I'll end up ripping that sheet apart for the rags later. That's fine. So we're almost about to finish our next book. We did find some other books we can read. I don't think we dropped back for them. They weren't any books I'm going to be able to use anytime soon. We're just finishing the book out. I've only got 3 pages left. Alright, another thing out of the bag. Alright. Well, the good news is we're definitely in the clear on that laceration. Guessing my nimble's at nimble 2 now? Okay, and we'll take this one apart. The last one in this group. Back off and rest again, and then we can see if we can go in there. Let's see. You feel like the devs, gameplay-wise, would rather you avoid direct engagements and only when you have to. But on the other than engaging the zombies, there really isn't a purpose in this game. So I would argue the opposite. That generally speaking, the devs have kind of designed the game, whether or not it was intentional. So you really have no choice but to fight the zombies, like, very directly. Stealth has always been kind of a meme mechanic in the game that, even with its improvement, it's still pretty terrible. That I still stand by. You use stealth if you want to go ahead and just end your run. So again, whether or not that was meant to be that way, the unfortunate reality is you kind of you kind of have to fight the zombies. Because the mechanics they've given us to supposedly help us get around fighting the zombies just don't work well enough to be reasonable for doing it. Dangerous one, because we drug zombies into this place. Okay, there's an agriculture book too. We're not going to grab that right now, but I will mark it on the map. A stale lemon. And peas. Interesting, I can't use the stale lemon. We'll go ahead and eat the stale lemon. Alright. Yeah, it's funny seeing a streamer use stealth next to like 500 zombies. It is going up whole boxes in a second. Oh yeah, I know the leveling about it. Yeah. Like if you can get to the point where they can't really see you, but they're technically line of sight with you, you can like speed run leveling it all the way up. Ooh, do I have the whistle yet? I do not. Well, I do now. Alright. Okay, so let's go ahead and mark that one as looted. Did you recently found out that you can put dog tags on the keyring? Yeah. Still short blade execution. Yeah, it's just such a thing. True, but like you said, intentional or not, it feels like it has evolved that way over 10 years of dev, where combat is the focus. Yeah, it's kind of one of the things of, like, this comes up usually each stream. Do dog tags have any purpose? Nope. Technically, like, 90% of stuff in the game really doesn't have a purpose. Like, the dolls don't really have a purpose. But they can be a thing that you can choose to collect, and you give them purpose by doing so. I'll check the trash can in the mailbox in the house we were at first. Oh, yep, you're right. I wanted to mark that. So add note. Agriculture 2. So we do level up, we can come back for it. You're making noise, but you're still just laying there, so that's fine. Yeah, no, exactly. A lot of times you make a story or a thing. It's a pretty common tactic to add some interest to your game to collect something. So I've collected dog tags. Friendship bracelets probably the one I went the farthest with. We're just collecting lots of friendship bracelets, which went from like the whole thing is like everyone needs a friend, even in the zombie apocalypse, was kind of the excuse I had. And then definitely towards the run as we started like really getting established. And, you know, we had gotten hundreds of friendship bracelets, like, oh no, we're not a good person. Like, this is some solid serial killer behavior we got going on here. Like, not even a little. Yeah, so you probably won't find anything there. Yep, that's fine. Yeah, this is always a vacant house that has no one in it. Hi, random zombie walking straight at me. You want something? Like a bonk to the face? Good hustle. Yeah, we already ditched the keys, so you're not carrying those weight around. Yeah, so ultimately that meta event worked to our advantage, even though it did bully us away. We just kind of were able to loop around to the other side of the neighborhood. Is that a generator magazine? Boom, how to use generators. Did I mention the loot in Garden? Because it's something you should really keep an eye on, because that, my friends, is a generator magazine. We already know where we could find a generator. Now it's just a matter of being able to reach gas. Because once we could do that, we got ourselves a setup here. One man's trash? One man really needs to consider the trash. We need our 2 fanny packs. Yeah, build 42, you can now carry the satchel or the leather water bag with the regular backpack. But it's a new thing with build 42's multiplayer build. You're not gonna let me finish? Fine. So impatient, couldn't wait your turn. Yep, no, that's been a new change. I think it's a good one, because ultimately you still have the major limitation of, like, how much weight you can carry, that kind of thing. So it's not that powerful. I still like the leather water bag thing more, between the 2 options. Because it's just like a water bottle that you could drink from without having to, juggle. There's certainly an argument as to why the satchel is a way better choice. But just the convenience of having a bottle that isn't in the pocket, and it doesn't take up a full carry weight, or full 1 unit of encumbrance. Ooh, you have an ice pick on you. I haven't seen an ice pick in a while. Not this one, there's one of the ones down there. There's the ice pick, we'll figure that out in a minute. Oh, come on, that's annoying. Okay, backing off a little bit because we grabbed too much. Okay, the good news is just the one aggroed. Alright, I think we're going to stop taking apart all the random watches and earbuds and all that. Even though we do get a little bit of XP here and there, and it does add up. I just don't want to deal with it. So that's all fine right there. Okay. We should be able to go in this house now. Really? Hunter magazine. Love to see it. Alright, let's read these magazines for a moment. Let's see, what level electrical is for hot wiring take? It's, oh, I can't remember. It was like, is there 2 electrical and 3 mechanic? Or 1 electrical, 3 mechanic. It's not much. It's one of those ones that the mechanic part takes more effort, but you can get it pretty quick if you're going for it. And just reading these magazines to get them out of this pocket. Then I gotta rearrange my weapons. This nightstick should be breaking just about any time then. Then we can move on to probably the ice pick. Or the nightstick, then the ice pick. I'm not used to having any level of a surplus on this stuff on our settings. Okay, so we learned how to make some traps. Read the generator magazine. Yeah, no, exactly. If you just take a car and you just take all the parts off and put them back on, and then wait a day and do it again, it only takes like a day or two to get it. Or a couple of days. It's not bad, especially if you have the book. Which Mechanics 1 is not a super hard book to get a hold of.
Hey, handsome.
Hi, wifey.
I came to give you kisses.
Yeah. I love you.
I love you more. Because you deserve kisses.
Yeah. Alright. And we also got that one done. So I can grab you and put you away. Take apart the 2 watches I did already grab. So we're just doing some inventory management real fast before we loot this house. Because we're at overloaded, and overloaded is too high. You live in this house? Yeah, no, I wouldn't have a problem. Like, me and Toon being in a house like this together would be a little rough. It'd be hard to share a house so small. Yeah, let's go ahead and eat the fish stick before it goes stale. Yeah, because we're not even hitting the overfilled one. Okay, so we're pretty good there. Yeah, so you've only got about half a unit of weight more there. Alright, what can we do to manage some more weight? So for right now, let's scooch on over into the kitchen. Eat the crackers. You and Jess sleep in different beds? Yeah, that's fine. I was thinking more having your entire home in this little one room. You'd be kind of stuck on top of each other at all times. And I could see that getting pretty tiresome pretty quickly. Okay, we got more bread. Got more hamburger buns. Why can't I cut the bread? Okay. You reorganize? Let's see. That was big enough for you. For just your cat. Both beds belong to the cat. I mean, that's just cat things. So we're going to put some tomato paste in our bread slices. And some ketchup. I just realized we're making separate sandwiches. And some ketchup. And some jam. And some marmalade. Okay, some pepper. That's an odd sandwich. That is a we're just trying to survive sandwich. Okay, so check you. So you don't have the jam on you yet. And you don't have the tomato paste. Ketchup is a smoothie. I mean, we're getting pretty close to that with what we're doing right now. It's a ketchup and tomato paste sandwich with some marmalade. There's a reason why my character sighed the moment they had the sandwich. Now, granted, that'll actually make our character happy. Because your character doesn't take into consideration is something any good. They just go, how many different ingredients did you put on it? We can put the marmalade on it. Add the garlic powder. Okay. Take apart the old TV. Okay. Now I drop her bag because we're overburdened. I pulled more than I wanted. Okay, so it's just that side. So I got plenty of space to work to my east. The west is off limits. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, what? Did something go wrong? Oh, there's like a hiccup on the stream or something like that? Interesting. I didn't get like any drop frames or anything on my side. Okay, interesting, because I didn't see anything on my side, like doesn't show OBS having disconnected or anything, or bad connection speed or whatever. Let me go ahead and try and get that up. So I could try and keep an eye on things in this end. Okay. Try and keep an eye on that. Alright, so I just gotta rest for a minute. We pulled a little bit more than I intended, but that's fine. Yeah, no, it's one of those things. I got so many different things going on now. It's a little harder for me to keep up with everything. It's stuff I gotta figure out. Like I said, I'm using a different thing to display chat now, so I can handle multiple platforms and all that. And And I need to change it because it's a little harder to read than the one I had before. So I gotta clean that up to not be nearly as bad. And just little things like that. But yeah, it's probably just like an ingest server having a hiccup or an internet hiccup or something. It's just interesting to me because none of the things I have connections going on right now, not one of them complained, so I'm just gonna assume it's on Twitch's end. Because I'd assume at least one of them would be like, oh, internet bad. All right. Oh, there we go. Grab the next weapon. Hey, Mark, how's it going? I think I'm gonna push. There's only 3 left, and if I rest, it's gonna be dark. Okay. I have both a vertical and a horizontal stream on the YouTube side. They're 2 different streams. But I do have them both there. So you can pick your poison. Usually when you do the vertical, I put it under the short section as opposed to the normal section. Okay, so you rest there. Let's go ahead and grab one of these sandwiches and slam the whole thing. Just to work on our carry weight. And trying to get a better look at that. It's interesting because I see your comments on the one that is on the desktop display version. Yeah, no, technically it counts it as 2 separate streams, the vertical and the horizontal, even though they are the same stream. It's just the weird way that YouTube does things. Go and eat that burger as well. Alright, so that's still pretty full. That's fine. So we're still overburned. We're in pain. We're gonna fast forward for a minute. Get to sleep. All that stuff. You are in the desktop version? Gotcha. Oh, no, you're asking if the vertical one was new. So, no. So, right now on YouTube, they do offer it where I can have it automatically make a vertical version of the horizontal one. But I've set it up so I have one that I've actually set up with the, you know, the UI where I've created the scene and everything versus their other one. They just lob the sides off of the screen, including, like, where I am on the stream and everything. So I've got more control over the vertical space there if I do it this way. So some games I'll take the time to mask, to like put the UI in there in the middle. Unfortunately for Project Zomboid, there's really not a whole lot I could do. I could take the clock and put it up there when I get the watch, but like where the moodles are, since they appear and disappear, I can't really do that and have it be a good experience. So it's just Project Zomboid's one of those games you can't really mask it well, just with the nature of how the UI works. Alright, so drop this bag. So I'm not seeing any zombies down there, or back in this corner. We did see some zombies over here, so we'll just start working on them. I didn't. I need to be more careful on these pulls. I'm treating this like we're endgame, and we're not. Like, I think we're only, like, fitness 2 right now. So we definitely do not have the staying power to just grab a rally group and go. Especially when I'm using an axe with, like, level 1 axe skill. Oh, we got a rally group over there. Let's loop over these bodies. We'll just take a peek as we walk by, make sure there's nothing we care about on them. Alright. Well, yeah, keep in mind, the crowbars no longer give durability skill for using them. They used to. But it is... Sorry, maintenance skill. But it is a thing that if you use just the crowbar early on, you won't get any maintenance skill. But yeah, no, if I get a crowbar, I'll absolutely use it. Not worried about fillet knife right now. Okay. Gotta go and slam that sandwich, because these sandwiches are not going to stay fresh. We're just gonna eat them. How are we doing on weight? We are 1 kilogram above our healthy weight. Okay. So just waiting on that muscle strain, then we'll get things going again. Alright, but first, I gotta listen to my program. Look, man. I can't start my day without my weather. Everyone has their morning ritual. Okay, and one thing I'm gonna do is while we're waiting on that, let me get this plugged in. Okay. So the power's out, so we don't need to worry about that. We had a storm in the game the other day. The question, though, is if we're gonna have more. So power blackout, no big deal. It's gonna be probably a perfectly warm day. That's actually a pretty reasonable day. 60 to 77. 77's a little on the warm side, but it's on the high end of what you'd consider room temperature. Versus 70 would be on the low end. So it's not too bad. Tomorrow it's going to be a little bit cooler than room temperature, at 74 being the high, because 74 in the high, that'd be in the room temperature range, but 63 is the low, or whatever it was, would definitely be below what you'd consider normal room temperature. Okay. And then it looks like we are going to have rain tomorrow. Have you ever played The Long Dark? I have. I played The Long Dark a couple times on the channel. I enjoy the game, but I am pretty salty at how unreasonably long it's taken them to get out episode 5. It's been like 2, 3, 4 years or something like that, and there's a certain point where it's like, alright, come on, man. I know it's take your time and all that, but no, seriously. It's not like you're building out the game, you're adding a chapter. There's a certain point where you're just dragging it out. Especially when they announced the sequel was in the works before they finished the last chapter and everything. Like, they didn't even have an ETA on the last chapter when they announced the sequel. That was not the best optics for them. But that said, I will say The Long Dark, for a game that is actually a survival game, not a game with survival mechanics, but a survival game, I do still hold The Long Dark does survival the best. Like, actual survival. Because a game like Project Zomboid, is it a survival game? I would argue it's a game with survival mechanics. I would not call it a survival game. Because sure, they're survival mechanics, and they are a key aspect of the game, certainly, but they're kinda paper thin. Like, managing your food and water in this game is incredibly easy once you learn the mechanics of the game. And ultimately, it's the zombies that are the entire guts of the game. Like, the zombies are the main thing. The survival mechanics in Project Zomboid are mostly just to nudge you into the zombies. To give you a reason to interact with the zombies. Let's see, you're seriously mad when you read they're working on the sequel to episode 5. I don't mind if they have, like, a split team and they're putting it there and that kind of thing, and that might be what's happening. It was the fact that they announced that the sequel was coming, but they hadn't announced a estimated release date for episode 5. Like, I think it would have been totally fine if they said, okay, episode 5, it's gonna be here in March. By the way, we are looking to launch our sequel in, like, 2 years. It'd be like, cool, that's fair. You've given us a window of when to expect, you know, expect this game to conclude and when the next one's coming. That's fair. But it would be kind of like, if people remember back when, you know, people have been itching for a new Diablo forever, and they're like, there's a new Diablo coming, there's a new Diablo coming, there's a new Diablo coming. By the way, Diablo for mobile. And people just lost their crap because it's not what they wanted. It's like, if they would have gone in and said, here's the new Diablo for desktop, and simultaneously announced, here's the Diablo for mobile, that would have been fine. But it's the fact that it felt like a bait and switch. Yeah, the infamous, don't you have phones? You could tell that guy rehearsed that line, thinking it was going to land, and just absolutely did not land. Figured he's gonna go ahead and get a chuckle, and that it, you know, it get people to ease up a little bit, and then just did not understand his target demographic. That's, I figured. We got zombies moving in from this side. They'll have too many for the level of fatigue and muscle strain we've got. They're probably about to go high exertion any second now. And with all those damage penalties, this is... It's not like we're in serious trouble, but this is not ideal. And this is why I don't tend to like axes. Is it really solid damage, but they're... Thank you, Sim, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. But sub the channel for 7 months, and it means a whole heck of a lot that you'd support the channel that long. So thank you so much for that. But welcome in, all that good stuff. Can we get a shout out for Sim, by the way? Another fantastic content creator, friend of the channel, all that stuff. Well, there goes that. Oh, that means I can stop complaining about the thing there. Grab the next weapon in the list. Sadly, we've already got our character pretty badly spent with that. But yes, so check out Sim. Sim's absolutely fantastic. Does a lot of simulation, strategy games, that kind of stuff, board games, whole bunch of good stuff. And lately he's been doing a lot of Project Zomboid, but does a lot of stuff like American Truck Simulator, and you know, has done like GeoGuessr in the past, does like board games like Catan and all that. So like really good times over there. Yeah, so normally at high exertion I nope out, because the danger here is if I were to pull another rally group, it could be a way that we lose our run. That's the reason I'm kind of just doing like a little orbit in this backyard that's been clear. And that's because our damage gets nerfed a little bit each time. You'll notice our movement speed's a little bit worse, and our damage is a lot worse. But below the hood, we are now losing stamina just by walking. That our character needs a break. It also means we're going to get sleepy earlier in the day because of how exerted we've gotten. All right. Yep, and we are sponsored by Fractal. They make a bunch of computer cases, cooling solutions, headset chairs, a whole bunch of good stuff. I've been a Fractal customer for, I don't know how many years. It's been my last 4 computers, well before I started streaming, let alone being sponsored by them. So it is a brand I stand by in a big way. But they definitely go for like the premium side of things, of making their stuff try to be the best in slot and all that kind of, or best, not best in slot, the best in class and all that. So it does tend to cost just a little bit more. But hands down, they're a solid thing. I also appreciate that they're not just RGB garbage that we have nowadays, where every case and everything just wants to be flashing, blinking lights of all kinds and all that. Because I very much don't like that aesthetic. Okay. So we recovered our exertion, but our muscle strain's still pretty bad, because we definitely pushed. You like to build in the Terra, but it's impossible to afford RAM nowadays. Yeah. Yeah, I had a family member reach out. I was like, yeah, I think this year I'm gonna price out a new computer, and I was like, you chose the wrong year for that. It's like, why are the prices so hard? It's like Gen AI. Before that, NFTs, crypto, and blockchain. Like, unfortunately, certain components would be ridiculously expensive. I do kind of wonder if, as the prices of like RAM and GPUs and all that skyrocket, if we're going to see like a collapse in the prices of stuff like motherboards and processors. Because you have certain components that'll be super hard to get a hold of, and other components that, people won't be buying because they can't get the other components. Where can you find 16 times pop 0 to hero multiple copters configure online? Oh, so for your settings, when you are creating your game, your world or whatever, you just take the base population, the peak population, and the starting population, and you set those to 4. You'll have to go to, there's a little tick box on the bottom that says like advanced settings or whatever. 0 to hero is your character setup, and it's one of those things for like, it just, for everyone has a different meaning for 0 to hero. For me, 0 to hero is this screen here, your skill screen. When you start, it needs to be empty. Pretty much everyone agrees that 0 to hero is 0 strength, 0 fitness. But people have different meanings for like, can you have any skills and all that? There's not a hard rule on it. Multiple copters is just in your settings. When you have the helicopters, you set it to sometimes. Oh, how do you get 0 stats? Yeah, so to get 0 stats, you need to take slow metabolism. You need to take, I can't remember what the term is, like slow metabolism, unfit, and... Ooh, what was the last one? Weak? It was something like weak or something like that. They changed names recently in Build 42, but it's something like that. The one thing to know is you have to grab slow metabolism first. There is a bug in the current version of Build 42 that if you choose unfit and weak before slow metabolism will become unavailable. It is a bug. You are supposed to be able to get both of those. Let's go and drink water while we're in here. But yeah, expect it to be a very slow start. Because you'll hit things about as hard as, like, wet newspaper. You'll aspire to be the strength of a toddler. Okay, so it looks like you got the zombies from behind that house, because this is the next house you're pushing to. Actually, did I already loot this house? Yeah, we did this house, right? Am I losing my mind? I'm pretty sure we've already been in this house. I'm like 99% sure. Yeah, we've already been in this house. I just failed to mark it on the map. Okay, so let's mark this house. Yeah, I was pretty sure I got that house. I just failed to mark it. Cool, so that's a manageable weight, finally. Let's just chuck those eggs in a body. They're gonna rot before I have a chance to cook them. It's just dead weight. That way I don't need to be lugging around with me. Oh, our sandwiches are starting to go bad, so let's eat those sandwiches. So we're just slamming down the entire cafeteria worth of sandwiches. Really? I can eat both of those and still not get full? Because we're not worried about maximizing our food or anything like that. Okay, so we got all that sorted out. Surprisingly not sad. We're getting bored, but we're not sad. House alarm. Okay. We've already had that once today. On pork chop. Grab our mac and cheese, grab this. Start chucking weapons over to our bag so they get a little bit more efficient carry weight. I'll go ahead and take apart the TV. More caffeine pills. I'll just keep eating your stale burger buns before they rot. Double up arrow weight gain. Heck yeah. I don't need to be gaining weight. I actually need to be losing weight. But I'd rather be gaining weight now because gaining weight later becomes more and more of a pain. Oh. We had a rally group move on us. I think we only pulled 4. So we've almost got the whole neighborhood. We just have that house to go, but there's a lot of zombies around it. We're just going to keep chipping away. Next weapon. And I know I have better. Generally, I'm using the lower durability weapons to just break them. Oh, I need to get stuff off of my hands because we're at overburned, not slightly over capacity. And to celebrate killing a couple zombies, we're going to eat a stale burger bun. Why are you getting sad? Here. We'll deal with that sadness by letting you eat a stale burger bun. That seems to have made you sadder. What if we ate another stale burger bun? Would that help with your sadness? Nope, that made it worse. Huh. Yeah, it's okay. We'll fix the sadness later. It's just there's a lot of food there. It's like, well, we might as well eat it. We haven't checked this house. More of the neighborhood's over there. At weak, you're still on strength. It might not be weak. There might be one that's worse than weak. It's whatever the name of the one that penalizes your strength the most. I just don't have it handy in front of me. Because like I said, they did rename those in Build 42. They had different names in Build 41. Because it used to be weak, unfit, and obese. Was it puny? It might be puny. That sounds right. There is no puny? Yeah, no, I mean, you're just gonna have to read through, and whichever one takes away the most strength is the one you're gonna look for. Whichever one takes the most strength, the most fitness, are the ones you're going to look for, and the big thing is the slow metabolism you grab before those. Okay. And just keep chipping away at the groups nearby. Hey. Hey. Ma'am. There you go. But yeah, if you look at the very, very bottom of the negatives, like the worst negatives, you should find them relatively near the bottom. They won't be the literal bottom necessarily, but relatively in that area. You should find the ones that give you the biggest penalties, and that's what you're looking for. Just the ones for strength, fitness, and then, again, the slow metabolism is the one that everyone misses. You think Puny was just renamed to Weak? Yeah, and unfortunately, I'd show you on this character, but as you get better, like Weak is the less severe version. Oh, if you already have Weak selected, you have to unselect Weak for the other one to show up. Like, because you can't have Weak and Puny together. It's one or the other. Gotcha. And custom occupation? Yeah, because if you choose anything other than custom occupation, you will get stats. And then as far as, like, now you got a bajillion points to work with, for my version of Zero to Hero, where we don't give ourselves any stats, I just don't allow myself to take any trait that gives me points and stuff. So stuff like, you know, Eagle Eye and Thick Skin and Outdoorsman and all those kind of things are totally fine. Yep, no, exactly, because all the other ones will give you stats of some kind. Yeah, so for right now, we're just chipping away at these. Because we want to get that house, and then we want to start working our way to the west. Most importantly, we want to keep as much of a buffer around our house. And just kill as many zombies around here as we can. Okay, grab the next rake. We go switch over to this group because it's a small group that's kind of closing in from behind. And we're just trying to give ourselves as much room as possible so that as things escalate, you know, I got fallback space, that kind of deal. Okay, now I got a blacksmith's hammer coming out. You'll need to rest again. That takes care of the group coming in from that side. Now, as I gain more and more levels in different weapon types, those different weapon types, the muscle fatigue will be a lot thing. That turned a rake from a rake to a handle to a stick real fast. Yeah, no. Honestly, if you've ever grabbed, like, most rakes are made out of some pretty crappy wood. And that's because you're just basically pulling leaves. They don't need to be particularly strong. Like a garden rake, the one with the, instead of like the bendy ends, the really hard ones, those will usually have a little bit of a sturdier handle. But like those rakes with like the metal tangs and the like the flexible metal tangs, the flexible plastic tangs, those things they're usually some like really low quality, like, not that pine is low quality in itself. You use that's like one of the main woods you use for house building. But just like the pine they use is like the really light cheap stuff. Not timber quality pine. But like I said, it's one of those things you don't really like. You don't need like a super duper high quality handle for a rake you're just gonna push some leaves around with. Now, I've not actually used the Smith's hammer as a weapon yet. It's one of the newer hammers in the game, and you don't see it very often. I'm suspecting it's going to be a pretty heavy hammer. 1.5. That's pretty standard. So it's probably in the range of like the ball peen. Probably similar stats to that. Okay, back off and rest again. How are we doing on our fitness? So our fitness is about 2.5. Our strength is at 4. We haven't been really foraging recently. The electrical's coming along really well. We already can do the generators though because I got the magazine. Maintenance is getting pretty close. It's about 2/3 the way to 5. Axe is still level 1. Longblade we haven't seen any. And spears, I actually haven't used a spear in this one. Which wasn't a deliberate decision and all that. Okay. So rest for another minute or so. Hop out of here. Let's close this window just in case. And I do carry around one thing of painkillers. You'll notice I've been skipping grabbing anymore. About the only time I use painkillers in the game is if we're in pain and try and go to sleep, which usually would be like severe muscle fatigue, but that you can usually fast forward through. But say like I took an injury, I might use the painkillers to let my character get sleep a little bit better. Did this group of zombies? Oh no, they just went to the... They went over there. Yeah, considering pulling these in groups of like 4 and 5 now, that's 2-3 pulls per rally group. Well, sorry, like 3-4 pulls per rally group. Definitely feels like the blacksmith's hammer is a little rough on the muscle strain side of things. Because I'm noticing we're getting the muscle strains after like every zombie pull. Okay. So just a minute for that to recover. Because I would like to get into that house tonight, because then it means tomorrow I can ignore this whole upper area here, and we could just push down this kind of back road. Because I'm not remembering this neighborhood particularly well. I've been in this part of the map a lot in the past, but usually not from this angle. Most of the time I'm clearing from the south, as opposed to the east. And when I clear from the north, I'm usually clearing from the northwest. Back off, I see zombies coming in from up here. Looks like a rally group decided to move or something. So I'm back off and rest in our minute. I see them moving down here, which makes me a little nervous that we're starting to have them spread back down into where we were sleeping last night. Because that would be annoying if at, like, the end of the evening they move back in. Yeah, so I just cleared that rally group, and you notice they're moving all around up here. I made a gap and they're trying to fill it in. Hey, Green, how's it going? Yeah, it's a full-on rally group. Just replaced the one I cleared. Alright, let's drop back to the house, check our situation. That's now a tomorrow problem. And that happens, because I think we're getting to the eastern edge of Lake Fallas. And so as a result, we're starting to get some of the zombies bleeding out from the city proper. And so we're going to have a little bit of a fight to deal with that, which is fine. Because usually what happens is when you're talking these kind of populations and you're right along the edge of a city, because the rally groups want to have a good little bit of space between them, and there's so many zombies on our settings, that they literally is not enough room inside that area for them to spread out amongst themselves and have that space they're supposed to have. So it kind of shoves them out of the cell, which then, you know, puts them in the new cell, which now makes them eligible for distribution. And for those who don't know, there's two different mechanics, migration and distribution. And I always mix up the different ones by name, but migration, if I'm not mistaken, is where they move between cells. That's where the game goes, oh, you know, this cell is supposed to have 10,000 zombies, and I'm only seeing 500. I need to start moving zombies in that general direction. And it kind of does an equalizing between the ratio of how many zombies a cell is supposed to have and does have between multiple cells. So that's kind of how your zombies move between cells, not counting the helicopter and you know, the helicopter and the meta events. But then you also have distribution, which is within a cell, that the zombies will then, you know, move around within the cell to kind of balance out. That way, if you have like all your zombies shoved into one corner, they'll try and like fan out to fill up the cell. And there's waiting behind all this stuff. Like if you have a cell that is a rural cell versus a cell that is like urban cell, or, you know, this part of the cell has a building, there is some waiting that it takes into consideration as it moves everything around. But it isn't a hands down like, well, they'll be near the building. It's just a waiting system, so you'll always have a little bit of zombies here and there within the cell if there are zombies brought over. You can do the pipe wrench next. Alright. That's probably all healed by now. Yep. don't really care about the happiness or whatever. Okay. We're just gonna wait till time goes up. I know there's people who choose to exercise during the night. I usually don't bother. You can get yourself over time a decent amount of Oh, come on. Back off with the meta events, please. Alright, so we have no idea what we're waking up to. Because we did have an... Crap. You didn't actually come in? Okay, so zombie broke my front window. And then just carried on. Okay. There's a good chance I have zombies directly in front of my house. Okay, so I got zombies over there. So there isn't an obvious direction that the zombies moved. Wherever the med event moved them, it's not super clear. So we'll just carry on as if there's no meta event. Shuffle them around, and also before I forget... Hold please, zombies. Morning routine, gotta respect it. Some people need their cup of coffee to start their day. We need the weather. Yeah, I'm definitely finding the blacksmith hammer is a bit of a muscle strainer. Alright. Alright, I can do that real quick. We need to deal with muscle fatigue anyways. Alright. We're just waiting real fast for the weather broadcast for the morning. Because we are starting to get into that window where the helicopter can show up. If the helicopter shows up, because we're right here. So we took the last helicopter over there, and then the first helicopter we took over here. Did I not mark the pin for it? I think the pin was right there, because I think this is the one we blew the shotgun. So yeah, so we got the second helicopter, the first helicopter. Now, ideally, I'd probably want to try and bring the helicopter back over here somewhere, so maybe more in these open fields again. But, that'll be tricky. But we can try and do that to continue to draw the zombies out this way. But it'll depend on what time it shows up. If it shows up first thing in the morning, we're just gonna have to work with what we can work with. But if it shows up later in the day, we get a little bit more control over the situation because we get some time to reposition, hopefully before the helicopter. Oh, I should get the earbuds. I don't really care about the earbuds too much. Because usually I'm of the mindset of loud is good, quiet is bad. Alright, so we'll probably eat the mac and cheese next. We want to do that near a sink because it's going to dehydrate the crap out of us. Okay, we got another rally group kind of dropping down in here because we've hollowed out in our space. That's fine, we keep chipping away at it. So your clouds and rain today, light to moderate. That's flavor text, we don't care about that. Okay, no helicopter today. Okay, turn it off. Pull the battery. And you don't need to pull the battery, really. I've just gotten tired of, there's a bug that every once in a while your radio will act like you've left it on the entire time, even if you turn it off and like double, triple, quadruple. That's just a broken hockey stick, we don't care about that. So I've chosen to be like, you know what? Even though I don't really need to be worrying about my batteries, I'm gonna. Okay, so let's go ahead, because you're marked as fresh in the mac and cheese. Let's open the mac and cheese. With a plan to eat some of that. Which it's interesting that once I take the mac and cheese out of the package, it no longer has a fresh tag to it. Which I find interesting. So it goes from being perishable to you open the box and it becomes non-perishable. Which is certainly how anything works at all. Got two more over here. That's because they threw the part away that had the expiration date on it. It's not even they threw the food away, they just threw away the little label on it. That's just how it works. If you don't see the date, it's not real. Alright, I grabbed a magazine to make my character happy, which I never bother with. Go and eat some crackers. Okay, so what we're going to do here really quick is I'm going to grab that mac and cheese, and we're just going to eat it right here at the sink. Which mod do you use? I only use a couple of minor UI mods, and that's it. I use very, very, very little mods. Right now, if you're playing Build 42 multiplayer, the devs had recommended running as few mods as possible. So generally speaking, I'm not really running much in the way of mods. We did run a mod to make us spawn randomly on the map as opposed to being allowed to choose a town. Which is probably the biggest mod. And what other mods do we even have? I think I only have like literally one or two mods, and they're both just like UI things. Few mods as possible, so no more than 200 or 300. I am very much not the kind of player who likes to mod my games out. Like, I like a couple of quality life UI mods, and that's about it. Okay, let's mark this house as done. We can just go right here. Nope, we didn't put the screwdriver back away. Let's do that real quick. Well, one of these houses had an outdoor grill. We probably want to mark that. Not the propane one, but the regular kind of grill. I don't remember which one it is. Just because later, those are one of the easiest ones to do fires safely. Because you can just chuck stuff in the grill and then set on fire. You don't have to worry about then accidentally walking through your own fire. Because certainly many a run has ended to you accidentally misstepped with your fireplace, didn't realize how big its hitbox was, and suddenly it runs over. Because once you catch fire, it's very unlikely you will survive. Not a solid 100% fatality thing, but where the zombies take a long time to burn, your character seems to be made out of nothing but fire accelerant and sawdust. Let's see. Okay, you're a beginner. Getting used to this game. I can see to rest on the corner of the bed like you. Yeah. Keep in mind, right now with Product Zomboid, there's build 41, the stable build, and build 42, the unstable build. The unstable build you opt into, so you have to go like your beta settings and do all that. Build 41, if you're new to the game, is the one that like things are going to work the way you expect them. It's pretty well balanced and all that. And then they have the unstable build that has like all the new fancy stuff, but its balance is nowhere near as good. It's got some bugs. But it does have just a lot more content as well. So when you see me doing stuff like sitting on the edge of the bed, those are stuff that got added in build 42 and are not available in the stable build. Got some toys in that backpack. Oh, that's one tall fence. I see. Okay, well, you aggroed two more. Let's back off. It looks like that's another rally group moving around. You have a hunting knife in you. I haven't seen a hunting knife in a hot minute. Oh, hunting knife, my beloved. Okay. Let's peek down here, and then we'll have to kill that rally group. Why, wait a minute, we can go ahead and take apart those TV remotes. They're just sitting here, might as well. Because you never know when you're going to want a little extra skill. Granted, we already have enough electrical skill for anything we need, but when you can work on multiple things, why not? Okay, so food-wise, we have nothing else that expires here right now. We are getting a little low on the food front, but that's okay. We're also getting a decent number of the caffeine pills. Alright, don't know where you think you're going, but let's not allow that. Okay, where is that? Just snagging the kitchen knife real fast before we move. And we can rest up again, because there's another half rally group. Yeah, no, the blacksmith's hammer definitely seems to be doing well. It seems to have pretty good durability, pretty good damage. It's a little nasty on the muscle strain, which is pretty rough. But all in all, it's definitely not a weapon I'd complain about. Like, it's definitely a solid, like, mid-tier short blunt weapon. Like, it's no nightstick, or whatever. So it's about up there with something like the claw hammer. You know, it's a solid weapon. It's gonna treat you well. Maybe isn't the greatest weapon of its category, but again, it's gonna hold up pretty well for you. I know there was more than just the two of them, so that's the reason I'm not just jumping across to engage on them. Just in case the rest are, like, right here or something. Just want to, give the zombie a good scare before we take care of it. So I see at least 4 or 5 over there. Yeah, looks like it's exactly 5. Okay. The downside is the hammer's getting a little close to the end of its rope. It is officially worn, which means it's got only a couple more zombies in it before it's going to break. There we go. Cool. Go ahead and have a sip of water while we're in here. Hey, Panzer, how's it going? Alright, so there's probably another zombie group right on the other side. This is the tall fence, so I can't see over it. Yeah, we got one way over there, but I'm guessing there's going to be one closer. There's one right there, too. Yeah, so I need to deal with this one, because trying to sneak around that fence, I'm just going to aggro them anyways. So I might as well grab them little by little on my terms versus being in the middle of something, getting ourselves a little strained, and then have them just shift a little bit farther down, and then catch you from behind. Okay. Grab another set. All right. Okay, that's that broken. Next weapon. Grab the kitchen knife. All right. Okay, so we're doing pretty good on all that. Now the good news is by switching over to the knives, we shouldn't be having way more muscle strain and all that. I am trying to kind of save the hunting knife for being not the last knife we use. Yeah, I mean, the head of that hammer is basically done. Okay, yeah, so they're a little farther down than I thought. I was guessing they're going to be up there, but yeah, there is a group right back there. Let's sit for a moment and recover. You know, just keep pulling. And eventually we'll run out of weapons. But that's a later me problem. Alright, 1 second. Oh, I have too many of those fillet knives. Fillet knives are kind of only good for carving. Okay. You got a stake in you. Stakes are another absolutely appallingly bad weapon. So you got the broken handle. There we go. I knew I saw another weapon. So there's a screwdriver. You got a couple of zombies from that one rally group. It's shifting to that back edge of that fence, so they're going to keep circling the fence, trying to maneuver into where they want to be. Okay. Yeah, another rally group moved in over there, so let's duck in here, rest again. Do they do less damage than other knives? Yeah, so all the weapons have different categories that do different amounts of damage. But yeah, broadly speaking, the kitchen knife is a relatively weak knife. It does work okay. It's not a bad weapon, like I wouldn't not use it. But like the hunting knife does considerably more damage than a lot of the other knives would. Right, so we have the fillet knives. Let's drop off 2 of those. So like I said, those don't work well. The big problem with the fillet knives is actually more their durability just is non-existent. So they just break super fast. But they are pretty decent for when you're carving, because they're a knife you don't care about breaking. Right, there's the next 3. Versus like when you have, you know, say for example, a machete or a hunting knife, and you break it carving, it's just kind of a feels bad man kind of thing. We can get the meat cleaver next. Okay. The meat cleaver's not bad. At least they kind of changed its category to fit, because it was always a weird one in Build 41 where it was technically a short blade, but for all intents and purposes, all of its stats are that of a really light axe. But Build 42, they finally reclassified it as an axe. And so it's just kind of your lighter one-handed axe. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Couple more zombies from that rally group from the other side of the fence. Yeah, no, I used to always carry a meat cleaver once I got to mid-game anyways. A lot of it's changed, but it used to be that the meat cleaver had a very high bonus for destroying doors that a lot of people just weren't aware of. And so very genuinely, it was worth just carrying a meat cleaver around, so when you got like a storage unit or something that the door was locked, you could just roll up with a meat cleaver, and from a amount of endurance to destroying a door, it was the best there was. Because sure, like the fireman's axe would go through it way faster, it would destroy the door, but you'd be far more exhausted by the time you were doing it versus the meat cleaver. And then the crowbar was never a particularly efficient one from an endurance side of things. It just had the benefit of your weapon would be in good shape on the other side of it, because it took a lot to damage a crowbar. But generally most people are like, oh yeah, the fireman's axe is the best, because for just getting into a door quickly, it worked the best. But while the meat cleaver would take way more swings, it was just way more efficient from an endurance standpoint. So especially if you're doing like the storage units where you're going to be breaking a whole lot of doors open, it was just a way easier time to deal with. Alright, so we're doing a good job at just chipping away at this. Alright. But yeah, when you're seeing me play and people are like, oh, what weapon category are you playing and what should you be playing and that kind of thing. My gameplay here is very atypical with the zombie population turned up this high. You'll notice I don't really get to loot that many buildings very fast. We're kind of getting pretty lucky. Like, normally I would not have gone to loot nearly as many buildings as I already have. But a lot of times it is literally what weapon I'm going to use, what weapon did I find. That's pretty much it. There's no picky choosy about it. Can I hit a zombie with it and it survive 2 hits? Yes, then I'm using it. All right. It's the classic beggars can't be choosers, and we're begging pretty hard. Okay. Grab another small group. Yeah, it looks like the groups after this rally group are pretty small, like that's 3 and 4 over there and that. So it looks like we just got to clear out 1 or 2 more groups here, and then we'll start being able to push down the road more. Okay. And regardless of whether or not you have respawns on, it is a good idea to kind of treat the zombies as I'm treating this. For wherever you're operating, you just take the time to kill the zombies that you can see from your home and like the immediate surrounding area. Because all that stuff will help with like meta events and helicopters and all that by just kind of peeling out the numbers nearby. So it's less zombies that can randomly ambush you when you drive home or whatever. And all that kind of stuff. Let's see, you recently read something about using the lead pipe on a storage unit doors to build maintenance. They said the lead pipe will take very little damage and you'll gain lots of maintenance. Have you ever done anything like that? No, there's I don't know if that still works. A lot of those, there's been a lot of ways you could grind up stats. Like you used to be able to just go into combat stance and walk up against the wall and you would gradually level it. They got rid of that. There's been lots of cheesy ways to do it. My general mindset with like all of that's like, okay, you could do the really cheesy way of leveling it, but also you could just level it normally. Like, you're gonna have to fight the zombies anyways. And so why would I deplete the weapons I have that I could be using on zombies to get rid of them? To get points in the thing that I'm already going to get points? Like, because literally the way it does the calculation historically is you would take your weapon, you'd hit a zombie, the weapon would roll a dice and say, did I take damage? And if you win the roll, the weapon doesn't take damage, and you gained a little maintenance XP. If you lost the roll, the weapon took a little bit of damage, and no maintenance XP. That's how it's historically worked. There are a lot of other sources you can get maintenance XP from now, like crafting stuff now gives you maintenance XP, which it didn't used to. But it is kind of one of those things. You can do it, but I mean, like, maintenance doesn't make you better in combat. And a lead pipe is actually a relatively decent weapon. I would just fight the zombies. It's the same thing where you have people who, they'll start a run, and then they'll, like, grab some food, and then they'll lock themselves in their room, and then just do exercises from, like, their 0 fitness, 0 strength until they're at, like, 3, 3, 3, 4, whatever their goal is, and then start actually going out and dealing with zombie stuff. And it's like, well, at that point, just give you stats. Like, if you're going to delay playing the game until you do that, just skip that part. And it can be fine if you're, like, trying to figure out different strategies that work and all that kind of stuff. That's fair enough. Like, and, like, don't let me yuck your yum or anything like that. But it is just one of those things that those, it's like the Kenshi thing of there have been places where you can find copper nodes within towns. If you really hunt for them. And so you'll have people who, what they'll do is they'll go, okay, well, I'm going to start myself with the minimum stats, and they just go and find a copper node in town, and then they kind of like AFK grind that for literal real-life hours until their characters, you know, already got, you know, 100 strength, that kind of stuff. You know, and they set up the automation to just make it go quickly. And you're like, well, at this point, why didn't you just give yourself those stats? Because all you've done is effectively giving yourself a bunch of free money and stats that you kind of just didn't play to get. Hey, Axis 2. And again, this isn't being, like, judgmental in the sense of they're playing it wrong or anything like that. It's just, it's a bummer when someone puts in all those hours, and because they haven't been playing their character the whole time, they go and get in their first fight, and then they die after like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hours of just grinding stats. Yep, the Meat Cleaver gives Axe XP as of Build 42. Like when Build 42 first dropped, they switched its category from Short Blade to Axe. Yeah, you feel like that is probably silly. So you can build up just by fighting. Yep. We did get better at something. We got our 2nd level in Axe skill. Because with the way we're running around, most of the weapons we're going to find, there's going to be primarily short blunt weapons we'll find just running around. And we'll find a decent number of short blade. And then stuff like axes and long blunt and that, we will find, but they'll be far more spread out and fewer. But yeah, as you probably know, when it comes to leveling stuff in Product Zomboid, it's pretty rare you're going to see me, like, run around and do fitness, run around and do this. Like, I'll put a little bit of effort into a couple of things. I mentioned earlier that I should hook up the headset with this. Let's go ahead and do that. I don't actually care, but I figure, what the heck? That way, only I hear the radio. Okay, it's got some big houses over there a little bit. So just keep working at it. Because these are all zombies that'll end up pushing into our area again and again. They're starting to get to the point where we can kill, like, 100 zombies a day or some nonsense. Actually, I have no idea where we're at on that kill count. We're able to kill a decent number of zombies a day now. And so we consider a rally group as about 16 to 20 zombies on our settings. If I can kill 100 zombies a day, that means I'm knocking down 5 rally groups a day, which is not an inconsiderable number of zombies. Oh, we're panicking because they're hitting the fence as opposed to coming after me. Well, that's fine. We'll just back off and let them do what they're doing. So rather than cutting around the corner, just banging on that fence instead. Okay, we're not seeing anyone down the road. Just watching to make sure it wasn't a rally group that looped in behind us, because it does happen. Okay. Okay, got another one of those here somewhere. The pipe wrench will be fine. I'll say you should be all dying soon. Even with the muscle strain going. We got a lot of hits before we got to that point. Okay. Let's pop on over here. We're going to need to rest up again. Yeah, so that agitated... This one here does hurt your ability to fight quite a bit as well. And like I said, that's because we had a ton of zombies hitting the fence. When you have zombies hitting nearby things like windows and doors, it'll cause your character to have this kind of thing. We also were starting to get to the point of nauseous from the corpse sickness. So that's going to take a minute to get over. Alright. Go ahead and put you on the right-hand side real quick. Because that'll be our next weapon we'll use. Because it's crap and it breaks in 30... Actually, I'm going to switch to that now. I'll just break that real fast. Get it out of our inventory. Okay, so just waiting on the muscle fatigue. It'll also give me a little bit more time for this to recover. Also give us a little time for corpse sickness to go away. Let's see, so many zombies, you only played on regular apocalypse settings, so seeing all this still makes you anxious. Well, yeah, to be clear, on regular apocalypse settings, you can go places that are going to be thick with zombies. Like, you go to the Crossroads Mall, Louisville, the secret military base, those kind of places. Even on low population settings, they still get pretty wild. And thank you, Janicus, for the 400 stream streak, catching the last 400 streams without missing a single one, so I do really appreciate that. That is a heckin' long stream streak, and it always blows my mind that, you know, we have people with those, you know, those massive stream streaks and all that. We'll go ahead and eat the candy bar we got out of the trash. You know, we got a good handful of people now who have some pretty ridiculously long stream streaks over the years. All right. I mean, honestly, it's just as impressive that nothing bugged out or broke. Only 450 points? Yeah, only 450 points every single time they redeem it. Every single time they redeem it, they get an extra 450 points. Keep in mind, those points have no intrinsic value. So, like, they get 450 points when they redeem at 395. They get 450 points to redeem it at 400. They get 450 points at 405. They get 450 points at 410. So divide that by 5 and then add 450 points. And that's pretty close to how much they get. It's a pretty substantial amount of points that adds up. Okay. Their dedication should earn more. Like I said, it's an extra 450 points again and again. I actually don't think it's that unreasonable, like the amount they get. Because again, points don't really matter. It's also something I have no control over. Honestly, it's more about being able to go like, hey, you know, you caught all these streams, that kind of thing. Alright. But we're only able to share every 5? I think you're worrying way too much about points. Like, they're literally borderline worthless. For someone buying the game for the first time, would you recommend playing stable or unstable? I would probably recommend playing stable. I know some people probably disagree with that because of how much new content is in unstable, but the reality is there is some weirdness that happens in the unstable branch that can be hard to explain. There's also definitely some UI stuff in the unstable branch that can be a little suboptimal. So I would give it a little bit of a go on build 41, the stable branch. And then maybe once you get to the point where you're like, you know what, I would like more of this, then jump on over. Because that'll also give them time to clean up some of the weirdness going on with it. Gonna need to back off. We're gonna be... Oh, I almost walked right into a full group. Didn't expect them to move that far forward. It's fine. But yeah, no, like... Don't get me wrong. It's a huge thing that we have people who tune in all the time, and that, like, it really does mean a lot to me. But, like, it's not, you know, like, Twitch is gonna throw them $5 for doing it or whatever. I'd also worry if the stream streaks have, like, something of any significance tied to them. People would get a lot more upset about losing their stream. When you've got a long stream streak and then something like bugs or, like, I do an off-stream schedule or whatever, people can already get a little bit upset about it. And thank you, Treacle, for the 120 stream streak. I do appreciate that a whole heck of a lot. Like, it's to the point I've actually debated at different times turning off the stream streaks. Because sometimes I do worry about, you know, people not, like, having a proper addiction to it, but that they'll, you know, prioritize keeping their stream streak over, like, other things that are much more important in their lives and all that. Streams to me early and sleepily, as it's 4 a.m. Yep. Is the single-player Build 42 considered unstable? Yes. It's literally called the unstable branch. Oh, well, that's not what I want. Alright, so we'll go back and we'll sleep in that one. It does have the front window broken, which is not great. You turned yours off because stressing out some of your viewers, but you get that you have some who have super long ones, and it ruined it, though. Yeah, that's honestly the reason I haven't turned it off. If something ever happened, and, like, the handful of people who have, like, the really long stream streaks here lost their stream streaks, I'd probably turn it off at that point. But while like, a bunch of people have the really long stream streaks, it's like, you know what? Like, we kind of have to self-police ourselves. They used to worry about it, but your own experience convinced you not to. Once you lost a few of the long, unbroken ones, streaks, you, or at least I, started deprioritizing it for the fun with it. Yeah, and that was the thing. I used to have a stream streak with FG that was, like, I think we got to, like, 200-300 or something like that. And then even though I saw the streak, it got dropped because it's got some bugs. It's a beta thing. And once that happened, I didn't worry about it. Even though once in a while I'll get, like, a 20 or 30 stream streak, but it's usually not super often. Between my streaming schedule and then spending time with Tomb off stream and all that, it's just too hard to maintain the stream streaks for me. Then there's a lot of content creators I really like that their schedules move around quite a bit. That makes it way harder for me to like catch all their streams and all that. They changed something recently so you could watch the VOD to keep it going. So you've only lost one. Yeah, no, they definitely made it so it's easier to keep your stream streak. They'll even be like, hey, if you go watch a clip or a VOD for this person for 30 seconds or a minute or whatever, you know, you'll save your stream streak or whatever. And I've done that once in a while. It's not a thing I really prioritize, though. Like I said, I kind of didn't focus on it as much once I lost my big stream streaks. Like, if I get it, cool, but I'm also not gonna, like, worry about it in any capacity at all. And Happy New Year, Gord. Yeah, no, it's all good. It's really easy to lose track who you have and haven't, like, wished a new year, happy holidays, or, like, whatever. Let's get away from some of these bodies and then start killing them again. Couldn't quite make out what type of knife is stuck in that zombie. It's one of these ones over here. Always the bread knife. All right. Trigger's saying, yeah, you wish you could opt out of them. You find yourself getting a bit stressed trying to maintain them. Not everyone has VODs, and you lose your streak when someone streamed at a random time and they don't have their VODs enabled. It was quite sad. You don't want to be obsessed about trying to maintain them, but some of us are wired that way. Yeah, no, I do think they really should have, on your end, on the client side, be able to be like, hey, this is something I don't want. Like, don't track this, don't let me know. It's just not a feature I want. And I think that would be a good thing. Because giving us options is always good. Alright, let's rest for a minute. Part of the reason I want to keep stopping and resting is so we're not around the corpses while we're resting to hopefully minimize a bunch of that. Well, I forgot I actually found a fishing hook for later. And then we break that. Use the hand fork next. Okay. Yep, nope, always the bread knife. Okay. Yeah, we're really picking up the kill rate. I haven't been watching too carefully how many zombies we're killing a day now. But it feels like we're killing a lot. We're killing a couple rally groups at least each day. Like, we're killing enough that corpse sickness is becoming a genuine concern that I'm gonna have to watch that we don't overextend ourselves into getting really bad corpse sickness. More per rest, at least? Well, yeah, but I mean, if you get more per rest, that means you're definitely going to get more per day as well, broadly speaking. You know, you might have a given day that doesn't go as well, just situationally. But the less time you spend resting, the more time you're spending killing zombies. And we're definitely not in a situation where I'm struggling to find targets. That happens later on in your run, where you'll go around town picking off individuals here and there. Where's the one with the backpack? There you are. Just a toy car. Okay. That's fine. I should have tried to sneak around it, but it's okay. Okay, like I said, we're in the range that the helicopter can be showing up anytime. That's the reason why we're making it even more and more of a thing of being like, no, we really need to be on top of this. The plan is for the helicopter to try and backtrack to where we previously were. And just take the helicopter over there somewhere. That's going to get pretty dangerous because the more you take helicopters in the same general area, the more just overwhelming the zombies can be in that area. It's just drawing more and more of the map to that broad location. Kind of the time you know you've really properly cleared an area is where you could do a helicopter, kill the zombies it brought in the next couple of days before the next helicopter arrives. Okay, and it looks like there's a big old nothing burger today. And that's when you know you've kind of made it where the helicopter just is a thing that brings some of the neighboring zombies there. You wipe them out, and they just go back to the same old, same old. Because over time, you will slowly reduce the density of zombies in all the surrounding area to you. Between, like, the zombies you're killing in your cell and the zombie migrations from other places nearby. And I honestly don't care what rally group we're pulling from them. That's just kind of the zombies in the neighboring cell area. Did you not have something stabbed in you? I could have sworn she had, like, a garden fork. Not a garden fork, but, like, a hand fork or something stuck in her. That's fine. Just trying to take whatever weapons we can get our hands on. Yeah, broken knives and all that, that's fine. Keep aggroing more, trying to cut this corner, going back to the same house. Okay, so let's rest a minute. We're starting to get our corpse sickness up a little bit. Okay. And that'll end up being a thing. And we can get stuff like, you can get a bandana to cover your face, a gas mask, all that to mitigate it. Usually it's not too bad. I do know when I've been doing like my really, really dense pushes, like in Louisville and all that, these kind of runs, that in those cases, eventually an area gets to just have so many bodies in it that what I end up doing is just taking a different area. I try and push from like, because you know that one's a grid. So say I'm pushing like Main Street, and Main Street the numbers are just getting kind of so out of hand that what I'll end up doing is I'll go like, you know, couple blocks over and start pushing the same cell from a different spot. Just so I'm not walking on the same path of corpses again and again. Hey, buddy? Oh, we got zombies moving around from multiple sides. Let's back off. See what we did end up pulling. I think it's going to be quite a few, unfortunately. Oh, that's not too bad. I thought I got that whole rally group to the top there. There's one over here. I think it had a screwdriver on him. Or a kitchen knife. Kitchen knife works too. Yeah, I'm guessing with the way these zombies are moving, that the cell line is right over here. And that's why we're consistently getting zombies right along here. Is as we're emptying them out, the zombies in that cell are kind of trying to balance it out. Okay, and we're good here. Oh, we've done so much worse than this. Yeah, so if I were going to guess that this is a cell line here, like right over this area. Oh. All right. Okay. Nah, I figured I'd bomb too close to that fence. It's okay. Does AEB warn you of the helicopter? Yes. When you're listening to the emergency broadcast each day, if the helicopter is going to arrive that day, at the very end of the broadcast, it'll do 2 buzzes, and it'll say air activity detected. And if you see air activity detected, you're getting a helicopter. If it says anything else, there's a lot of, like, flavor text, like, where it'll be like, you know, Sector 2 compromised, more troops needing supply lines over here, like all that kind of garbage. That's flavor text. It means literally nothing. It has no implication on anything whatsoever. Alright. Duck in this house and give ourselves a rest. All right. The helicopter is neutral. It is it's just a thing that ends up moving the zombies around. The disputed lore reason for the helicopter is we are in a quarantine zone and the government / military are not telling anyone what's going on in here, and that the helicopter showing up is a news helicopter trying to figure out what the heck is going on. So it has no anything about you whatsoever. But when it arrives, it sees you walking around there, and it follows you around for a while before ultimately leaving. In practice, what it does is it's just a really loud thing that follows you around for a little bit, so it scatters the zombies in your general direction, you know, just broadly speaking. So it does create a dangerous situation for you. But it's neither friend nor foe so much as it's just a thing that happens. Let's see, there are mods you've seen people like that can make the helicopter. Yeah, no, there's I think it was called the Helicopter Expanded mod, where instead of just the news chopper, there's like a police helicopter, there's a military helicopter, there's like a renegades or whatever helicopter, there's that kind of stuff. So like the idea is when you start playing the game, the news helicopter works just like the normal one. The police helicopter will just shoot the zombies. The military helicopter will start by shooting the zombies, but over time will eventually start shooting at you too, that they'll stop seeing you as someone else. And then the renegades just shoot you in general. It's a pretty BS mod, because like if you're caught out in the open from one of the ones that shoot you, there's nothing you can do, you just die. Does each map seed generally spawn the same amount of zombies? Broadly speaking, yes. Whatever your settings are, you'll have roughly a certain number of zombies. There is some RNG to it, but it's not going to be one of those things that if I play with, you know, apocalypse settings and you play with apocalypse settings, that some random house, like my settings, the zombies on the outside will be substantially more than yours. Inside the house, you'll have different events that can affect the number of zombies inside. But that's like, you can have a like murder-suicide house where there's just 2 corpses inside the house and a gun on the floor. And that is in lieu of the zombies that would normally spawn there. Whereas I might have a bachelor party, which means I'm going to have, you know, a couple of dudes, some strippers, and all that kind of stuff in there. Like ladies in like bunny costumes or whatever. So you do have that kind of thing. Or it could be a survivor house, which typically will have a decent number of zombies in it, but then, you know, good loot. So like the individual houses will vary, but broadly speaking, the population should be within a rounding error of each other. You haven't seen the bunny costume one? Yeah, the bunny costume one is pretty rare. But you can get, like, Playboy bunny kind of ear things going on. I mean, with Build 42, you can get a basement that's very, very clearly a studio for adult content. And that they've got like the big like lush red bed with a giant like studio camera pointing at it. You're like, all right, I know what's going on here. You don't need to spell this one out for me. Alright. Probably sought after item in multiplayer? Yeah, there's a bunch of them like that. Like another popular one is the wizard hat. They've got a wizard hat you can find. Yeah, zombies are pushing this area pretty strong now. As far as base selections, do you have a favorite spot or certain place to do it over others? I generally just broadly tend to use gas stations because with how much I focus on the combat, it ends up being pretty nomadic. That said, my long-term bases, my favorite place to set up a base is the gas station in the north end of Lake Fallas. My favorite base I've ever had in a game it wasn't actually the gas station itself. It was you have the pumps and then there's a lake next to it, and I actually built my own base in between the two so I could have a generator running my base and the gas pumps. That's been my favorite base I've ever built since the very beginning, and I put a ton of time into that base. Broadly speaking, I just don't put that much time into base building anymore. The base building is fun, it just takes a while. And then since then, the longest base I've ever had is the military checkpoint outside of Louisville. With my character, that was my last character in build 41 that's still alive, but has like 300-something thousand kills or whatever she was up to. She spent the entire time, once we got in there, based out there, and she had cleared like 2/3 of Louisville. So it's like, again, over 300,000. Let's see, there was one cabin in Dead Island, that adult content shoot. Yeah, no, it's a common like meme or whatever. That's, kind of a fun thing. Let's see, your last run you found a basement that was full of stuff, including old wood stove and all that stuff. You died right after finding it, but you're really happy for about 40 minutes. That was kind of one of the jokes in there, is that you only get so much RNG, only so much luck. So if you start a run and you immediately find like a generator magazine, a crowbar, and all that, in a working car, like you have like really solid luck at the beginning, you're like, well, this run's done. Completely exhausted my luck. It's not really a thing, but it feels that way some ways, where like the runs that start out extra strong are you're most likely to die. And there's a certain truth to it, because you can get to the point where you get overconfident because the early run's going so well, and then you end up being a little bit too aggressive too early on. Or you get like reckless, that kind of thing. Or you get all that stuff and you're like, okay, well I just need to find the generator. So you stop being like careful and moving around slowly to clear stuff, and instead just immediately jump into, where can I find this thing, and start pushing it real hard. And again, getting yourself in trouble. I was really hoping you had a nightstick. Well, that lasted long. Okay. Take all those. aggroed a few of those because I wasn't watching very carefully on that side. That's fine. Okay. And next weapon. Getting pretty close to time to use that hunting knife, I think. Yeah, let's go ahead and use the hunting knife. Alright. Oh yeah, no, that's there's actually quite a few storylines you see in there. You're like, wait a second, this is a scene from this movie. Like they straight up just have Jason. So just have a guy wearing a hockey mask and has just like a machete stuck in him. I knew I pushed too far the moment I grabbed those, like, alright, I should have been paying more attention. Luckily we didn't get way too many. Okay. Now let's get inside a house and rest for a minute. So what's the most RNG thing you could have happen and hope for during a gameplay? I mean, you can just get lucky and get, like, really early game useful items, like getting the, there's a book that gives you the herbalist trait, which lets you see what stuff is, like, poisonous, not poisonous. That could be a really strong one to get early. Getting lucky and finding, you know, a car that's in really great shape with some tools in it can be a really big early game thing. I wouldn't say there's, like, a whole lot that's a huge deal once you get past the early game, but that early game can be a big thing about, like, what you manage to get your hands on. I mean, like, opening a garage can and finding the generator magazine. Yeah, no, that's pretty good, but, like, that's not as rare as you'd think. Let's see, how does Zomboid death work in the game anyway? Is it all relative HP pools, variance of weapons damage until it hits 0? Like, percentage hit and then percentage instant death? Oh, no, so for the zombies, they do have hit points to them, and as you hit the zombie, you do damage. And then, you know, once they have hit point 0, they die. For your character, you also have hit points, but ultimately the big thing is the hit points really only matter when it comes to bleeding out. What usually is the thing that gets you is stuff like poisoning yourself or the zombie infection, which once you're you know, once you're over the point that you can recover from, like, that's said and done. Like, the zombie infection, if you get zombie infected, it's just over. You're just living on borrowed time at that point. There's no anything you can do to protect or counter or anything else like that. Once you have the zombie plague, you got the zombie plague, your character will die in roughly 2 days or less. Yeah, fishing pole and a big backpack, tent, sleeping bag, those are really big early game. But like I said, most of those things are early game concerns. Once you get past the early game, the loot kind of starts mattering less and less the longer you survive. Because kind of like the more and more you can manage to still survive well. Like early game, getting a good weapon helps you out a lot. Late game, an okay weapon, you know, there's no amputee mechanic. There's been mods that have added at different points. A lot of those mods tend to be gimmicky mods that they can kind of be fun for like a silly one-off, but usually they have a lot of stuff that just doesn't work right with them, that kind of thing. The thing to keep in mind is there's a lot of decisions this game makes to make sure its rating doesn't get too high or that it will be pulled from shelves in different markets and all that. So, like, there's a reason you don't see any children or baby zombies, because the moments those get added, suddenly the game is going to get pulled from a bunch of shelves because, you know, that or its rating will go up a bunch and now it's got a much more limited market, which really hurts its business and all that. So you just won't see those kind of things in the game. There's no cannibalism, there's no, like, no illicit drugs or anything like that, and that's all decisions they've had. There's no, like, mutilating yourself, amputation, disassembling zombies. The mods will let you do a whole lot of stuff, but the base game will never include a bunch of that stuff. The devs keep a list of, like, here's things we will never implement, and one of those things on the list is they'll never implement cannibalism. They'll never implement allowing you to have relations with the zombies, because that is something that some real weird people seem to request quite a lot, and the devs are honestly kind of creeped out about it. And they'll never implement, like, children zombies and stuff like that. Like, it's a hard, we're not doing it, stop asking kind of thing. They've also said they'll never make the map procedurally generated. They handcraft the map, which is kind of an interesting thing, because the basements are sort of partly between procedural generated and handcrafted, in the sense that with the basements, houses are eligible to have a basement, and then through, like, randomization, it'll decide which ones actually do end up having basements, and what basements they are is randomly generated effectively. So it is technically a form of procedural generation, because most procedural generation, that's kind of how it works. Is there's some amount of, like, design to it that it kind of puts the pieces together. You have, like, the Minecraft one where it just genuinely makes stuff, but you still usually have placeholders like the villages and all that, you know, have been handcrafted, and then the procedural generation decides where to shove them, that kind of thing. Someone requested to make crayons edible. I hadn't heard that one, but I believe it. The list, it's not an extensively long list, but it is a handful, because mostly the only things they put on their list is stuff that's been requested a lot, that they're just like, no, it's just not what we want. And again, a lot of them, they have very valid business reasons for it, where it's like, yeah, you know, if they started having, like, illicit narcotics you could start taking or whatever in the game, now they have to change the age rating on the game. And then there's certain countries they wouldn't even be legally allowed to sell the game in anymore. So, like, it's just, you know, regardless of what your opinion is about whether or not that should be allowed, it's irrelevant. The fact is the laws are what they are. The devs are subject to them. So they're not going to do that. Let's go inside before we get sicker. Let's see, what's something you'd request, add, or update if the dev was listening? I mean, the devs literally do tune into this channel. And I'm also on the internal test team, so, like, I very genuinely have brought stuff up with them before. They do work with the community and all that. But yeah, like, they're never going to have, like, the amputate your arm kind of thing, because, again, age rating kind of stuff would have to change. For me, like, the one thing is, honestly, it's not even a new feature. I would just like them to adjust the crafted weapons so that they take in consideration the amount of effort that goes into crafting the weapon with considerations of what durability they give that weapon. I don't care about the realism, the fact that, you know, a crowbar should be significantly more durable than some, like, piece of junk sword I made in a bunch of stone that I hucked a bunch of screwdrivers into. The reality is, I can loot a crowbar like that, and then I have it and it's solid, versus the sheer amount of effort it takes to get blacksmithing up. To make that effort worth considering, it really does need to be considerably stronger. Otherwise, it's kind of just, you put in all the time and you're like, okay, well, this just feels bad because I spent all this time, I made this weapon and it broke after, like, a quarter of a day of fighting. You know, versus this crowbar I just looted off of a shelf that took minimum effort to get a hold of, you know, lasts me a good day and a half or so. I'm actually team, I do not want bandits in the game. Like, very, very genuinely, I worry about the NPC update, the later ones, if they go with the bandit raider kind of route where you just have this person, what are they? Murder. What do they do? Evil. And loot and pillage, but they have, like, no anything to them. Because then they're effectively just zombies with guns and weapons. And that's not very interesting to me. I much would rather see, when it comes to the NPCs, that they do a whole thing where the NPC kind of rolls, like, what is their objective? Like, what is the thing they want to do, you know? Maybe they want to get back to their childhood home to check in on their parents to see if they made it. Maybe there is, like, they want to go that their significant other was at work and they're trying to, like, get there to see what happened to them. Or maybe they had, like, something very important to them, like a locket or something that they left at this other house and they need to go retrieve it. Or, like, whatever their objectives are. And that you would just have them kind of existing in your world as well. So they're kind of like you in that they're just going and they're trying to survive, but they do ultimately have something they're trying to accomplish. And so, you know, you would notice them here and there. And when you went into a place, it would be kind of one of those things that the first time you interact with them, you might go in and you start looting a place that they're already at, and they just kind of quietly exit stage left. If they don't know what to make of you, they don't want to be around. What I don't want is, I don't want, like, some formal rep system where you get, you know, 50 reputation points with Lucy, and now you can make Lucy part of your community and all that. We have that game. It's called State of Decay. It's really good. I highly recommend it. But, like, it can go stay in its lane, and we can have Project Zomboid over here in its lane. But, like, the problem is when you look at Project Zomboid and the way it works, is if you have an NPC who just rolls in and starts blasting, you've taken a game that is a slow, meticulous, strategic game into a very arcadey, reaction-based game, where you could just be in the wrong area, the raider pops through, and then just starts blasting you through the window before you really have a chance to react. And there's ways they can work around that. Now, that isn't saying I don't want the enemies not being able to fight back or anything. It just should be a thing that you might pop into a building and they say, hey, we were here first, piss off. And you get a couple seconds to make that judgment call to leave. And then if you choose to ignore it, then, you know, then they start shooting you or whatever. So I'm up with them being hostile towards you. I just don't want them to be like State of Decay where you roll too close to the building and suddenly you hear just guns blasting off and all that kind of stuff. Because to me that's the most boring kind of NPC. There's no functionality behind them. They're just effectively a zombie that you attached a gun to them and you gave a thumbs up. But I liked the idea. They had a whole conversation around the idea of having zombies that, or not zombies, having survivors that they'd all have their own objectives. It'd roll a bunch of dice behind the scenes to be like, okay, you know, maybe one day they set out and it wouldn't actually like render them going and driving all the way to the next location and all that, because that's just going to be a bunch of computation. But like, it would roll the dice and be like, okay, they took their car and they drove off. Okay, they reached the checkpoint. It would roll the dice and say, did they get through the checkpoint? Did they wreck their car? Did they die? And it would, have a couple different outcomes. And then if they continued on, it would roll another dice. You get the idea. And you could then go in and kind of figure out what happened to them, that kind of thing. To me, that's way, way more interesting than just... Okay. You love an NPC in a rough spot gives less warning, like, not speaking, just racking the shotgun. Let's see. I'd love an NPC in a rough spot gives way or less warning, like, not speaking, just racking a shotgun when you enter the room. Yeah, I just don't want Product Zomboid to devolve into being just another arcadey game where you just suddenly have to react to, oh, nope, there's a guy with a gun. Because it's not a game that's well suited for that kind of content. Very genuinely, with the way injuries are handled in the game, it's really, really not well set up for it. If you look at Product Zomboid in PvP, first person who hits the other one wins the fight because you're stun locked. And they just keep hitting you and all that. And even if you win the fight, you usually have too many injuries to survive. And if you turn off the stun, then, you just wail on each other again and again. And then, both people end up dying because even though you're the one who kills the other one first, you've got so many substantial injuries that you can't patch yourself up before you bleed out, kind of thing. It's really poorly suited for that high-paced kind of combat. That's why they have the zombies that move real slow. Which means for NPCs to be hostile, you need to make a move slow like the zombies do, to avoid having those shortcomings with the game's combat engine. Which then it's weird because you have a normal person who's like slowly walking up to you with a crowbar, and you're like, okay, it's just a zombie. Like at that point, it's just a zombie. You've just reskinned a zombie and gave it a different loot pool. And that's boring and garbage. Let's see, for durability on crafted weapons, would you want different material tiers, like colored scale, like bronze, bad, gold, good? Not really. I don't think it needs anything like that. It's just as you gain levels, you get more durability, which is already a mechanic. I just think they need to bump the numbers up a bit. But yeah, that's a thing. That generally speaking, I don't want... Because like right now, we have the sole survivor kind of Product Zomboid. That is the experience. We do know NPCs are intended on being added to the game. That is ultimately, to a certain extent, going to take away that sole survivor feeling, experience, whatever you want to call it. That is going to go away. Now, we can keep something similar to that, where it's kind of a bunch of different individual survivors trying to make their way. And it's not that you can't work together in any capacity. I just don't want it to be... I don't want to be like the super formal systems like you have in State of Decay, where you brought me my can of beans. You have gotten 10 rep points. Now with my 10 rep points, you can exchange those 10 rep points for my crowbar. Or for 15 rep points, I will join your community. Like that kind of stuff. That's fine. That game exists. One of the things I love about Product Zomboid is it's its own thing. It's different. It's not just State of Decay, but isometric. It's not just Left 4 Dead, but isometric. Like, it's an entire thing. There's no special Zeds. There's no weird arcadey, people running around just randomly kicking off and shooting at you for no discernible reason. Because I also find a lot of tropes in zombie lore to be pretty played out. Like, the one that irks me the most of just, like, being an incredibly stupid thing that is done in pretty much every single zombie IP is the zombie plague kicks off, and for some reason there's a group of people who become cannibals. You've got a disease that is transmitted among your own species, and the first thing you're going to do is start eating each other. Is the dumbest thing you can possibly consider. In top of that, people are one of the most dangerous things you could be out there trying to hunt. And it's always been one that's irked me so much. Like, there's lots of games we have cannibalism that I got no problem, but like, with zombie stuff specifically, the moment we have like that cannibalism arc, it's in every freaking one of them. It's immediately like -5 points. I'm over it. Get it out of here. I've seen this before. Move on. It's stupid. It doesn't make sense. It makes no sense to me. Why would you even chance? Yeah, no, exactly. It's like, why would you take the risk? But it's like every single one of them does. Like State of Decay 1 and 2 have it. The Walking Dead have it. There's references of it in Left 4 Dead. And it's just like, but why? Why? Like, anyone who knows anything about pathogens, like, do you know how you get mad cow virus? Like, why would you do that? Simpsons made fun of that trope 20 years ago? Yup. Yup, and they keep on doing it. To me, like, the including cannibalism in your video games is it in State of Decay 2? Yep. One of the, what do you call, like, other communities, they'll sell you, like, mystery meat, and if you follow the storyline, you find out they're eating people. Which you do get the food from them, but you take, like, a really significant, I think it was a really significant morale penalty if you take the meat, or if you take the food rations or whatever. But with how few quest lines there are in State of Decay 2, it is one of those ones that if you do a playthrough for any meaningful amount of time, you're getting the cannibalism thing. Let's see, the only way you see tacoism working in zombie media is if someone first did it out of the absolute desperation, like, this is your only slight chance of getting by, and learn that doesn't affect people from the gamble. Well, I mean, there's that, and there's usually, like arguments around that, you know, oh, we were locked up, and, you know, we turned to eating each other, and then we liked it kind of garbage. That's usually how a lot of it starts in that. Or they'll just be like, oh, they were cannibals before the zombie apocalypse, but now they don't have to be nearly as secretive about it kind of thing. But like I said, it's just one of those tropes that, to me, very much is like, you know, growing up, you had people who were, like, genuinely kind of edgy, and then you had people who were, like, you know, they're just playing edgy. That's kind of where, like, cannibalism in games lands for me. It's the person who went to Lowe's, they got a strip of rubber, they put some nails on it, and then they're like, yeah, super edgy, maximum edge. Oh, you don't even know what it's like. Not really someone who, like, they're doing it for attention kind of thing, not because it's actually something they want to be or whatever. Because it's just like, you know, it's the thing that you see and you just kind of roll your eyes like, oh, it's another one. I see, I understand. You were edgy, now you have a heated blanket. Well, I mean, a lot of people had their, like, emo edgy phase, whatever you want to call it. But the thing depends on how the zombie spread. If it's a virus, yeah, you would not be eating taco. Yeah, it looks like the bot had a problem with that one and posted twice. But yeah. Yeah, no, we have our bot replaces when people say, like, cannibalism, Soylent Green, and all that. It actually turns around and replaces it with, like, tacoism, that kind of thing. Because it's one of those things, since I play RimWorld and I play Product Zomb, I mean, it's mostly RimWorld's fault, honestly, that because I play RimWorld, when I go and I would play other games, like, it was a constant thing of just all the cannibalism jokes, that I finally was like, no, genuinely, this is actually starting to, like, really bother me. Not, like, from a moral thing, it's just like the, oh my god, please, can we come up with a new joke? I'm so tired. I'm so tired, Grandpa. I just really need it to be a different joke now. This material got played out. The horse is dead. You've driven in the ground. You've managed to dig a hole in the ground with how much you've been kicking that horse. No one can really tell where the horse was. We just know there's this gaping chasm where you continue to kick the dirt where the horse was. Let it go, please, I'm begging. So it is very much one of those things that's like, Not something I wanted to start, like, timing people out or banning people or anything, because, you know, people are just trying to crack jokes. But it was a gentle way of being like, I'm really tired of it. Like, and it's fine when, like, contextually it makes sense. Like, when we're playing something like Kenshi, there is literally a faction called the Cannibals. It's totally fine. What about cheese, especially in America, is not going to be a hell of a lot more cheese in the apocalypse because Springfield, Missouri cheese vaults? I mean, you don't need to worry about what's being stored anywhere else during the zombie apocalypse. Logistics is shut down. Like, don't get me wrong, cheese is the least of your worries, even though cheese is amazing. Like, you're not going to be getting new gas. You're not going to be getting new, like, shipments of lumber and tools and nails and all that. Yeah, no, for me, like, it was constantly following around. The point where I was finally like, okay, I've kind of had enough of this, is I was playing City Skylines, and I think we had just, like, you know, we had, like, the economy wasn't doing so great. It's City Skylines 2. The economy wasn't so great because we were, like, the economy's freaking broken in that game. But, you know, we were trying to figure out how to work around its new, completely busted economy, which wasn't too hard. But, we had, like, one time I had to take, like, a loan in the game, and people were like, oh, better turn to cannibalism. It's like, what are you talking about? It's money. There's no shortage of food or anything like that. And it was kind of just at that point, I'm like, you know what? I'm just so over this. Because it literally got to the point I was playing RimWorld less because I was so tired of the same cannibalism jokes all the time. Like, it really was just pushing me away from playing the game because it's just so tired of the same jokes. Because that's just a thing in the RimWorld community, that it's organ harvesting, drug trade, and cannibalism. Which the game lets you do all that, but is definitely one of those ones I'm like, okay, no, but really, I'm so tired. And gas goes bad? Yep, gas has a relatively short shelf life. People like to think that they're going to be using gas for months and months to years after the power goes out. It's like, nah, man. Like, if you get one of those, like, little 1 gallon, little half-gallon containers, the gas will turn in there in a couple of months. Yeah, no, RimWorld's fantastic, but I played, like, literally thousands of hours on the stream. And it's definitely one of those games, you hear the same jokes again and again. And there's eventually a point where you're like, you know what? I understand this person doesn't realize I've heard this joke literally tens of thousands of times, but I've also heard this joke 10,000 times, and I kind of just don't want to deal with it anymore. That said, RimWorld is, like, my first or second most played game on the channel. I do love the game. And it's got a good community around it and everything. It's just, there's definitely a point where you're like, look, man. Like, you'll have people who will just be like suggestions like, oh, you clearly need to do cannibalism. Like, why? I have like 10,000 food in the freezer. My people aren't a cannibalistic colony. If I do that, everyone is going to start screaming and melting down because they're going to have like a minus 40 mood for like butchering human and eating human. It's like, why on earth would I ever do cannibalism in this run? And it's because it's the memes. But yeah, so that's like why we have the bot just, you know, when people makes a reference. Because, like I said, I don't want to turn it to like timeouts or anything. I don't think it's like that big a deal. But at the same time, it was certainly one of those things that, like, I was getting pretty tired of. Do you think you go back to Prison Architect? Probably not. They've stopped updating the original Prison Architect entirely. It's no longer getting any updates whatsoever. And it's sounding more and more like Prison Architect 2 is now in dev limbo, where we may We may not do that. There's a room rule challenge for you. Make a colony of taco lovers who have to survive with the mood penalty from never eating it. I mean, at that point, you're just setting a permanent mood penalty. Like, that is just, you might as well just give yourself a mood penalty. Counter argument, if you got into the cheese vault and you were in there for, like, long-term survival, you probably wouldn't survive super long, because as wonderful as cheese is, so far as a food, it is not a thing you can survive on exclusively. It's got your calcium and your protein, but not a whole lot else. And then, you know, eating that much cheese would lead you to having some pretty gnarly and serious health problems. Yeah, no, and everyone ends up at least mildly lactose intolerant over time. Now, granted, if you're eating that much cheese, it'd probably take a long time for that. But yeah, no, your digestive tract would despise existence. And it's not one of those things I think you'd get that much of a tolerance. Yeah, no, it's exact kind of thing as rabbit starvation, where you're eating a lot, but you're not getting what you need. The difference is, if you're doing the cheese thing, you'd be looking more in the area of stuff like scurvy and that kind of thing. Yep. No, we've talked about rabbit starvation a number of times. Because, like, Product Zomboid, one of the ways you could survive indefinitely is just eating rabbit. But, like, real life, that's just not a thing you can do. Generally speaking, we're omnivores. Like, it takes a lot of different stuff. You can certainly survive as, like, you know, vegetarian, vegan, all that stuff. But there's more effort that you have to find places to fill in the gaps that are normally filled in with animal protein. But the same, my point was, you can't survive exclusively on meat and dairy. You end up needing other things. Otherwise, like you said, you get stuff like scurvy. There's a number of conditions like that. Come on, give me a couple. Alright, so we're starting to get more and more that they're spreading down here. Like, we're seeing them up there, too. And I think what's happening is, wherever the zombies are moving around over on that west side, I don't think it's like a proper migration. I think they're kind of getting bullied out by the other zombies moving around. But this is how 16 times pop usually works. Is you go to an area you're trying to move into, and you just keep slamming your head against the zombies, killing more and more and more, and leveling and getting faster and more efficient, and yada yada, and all that kind of stuff. Until you reach a point that you're able to kill the zombies fast enough that you kind of just hit the front line of where they're at. You keep killing their numbers, keep chipping away at them. Yeah, so these ones are getting bullied down by that group moving up there. That group's moving here, which is pushing this group down. So that's now my new priority group, because they're starting to bully into where we live. Alright, bear with me, chat. I need to use the restroom real fast, so I'm going to quickly do that. And I did check to make sure that the clip thing works today. And so hopefully that works, because if not, I'm going to be super annoyed because I took the time to fix it. So I'm going to go quickly use the restroom, stretch my legs, all that stuff. It's a good time for you to do the same. But I'll be back here in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. All right, and we are back. Okay. Yeah, let's see. Where are we? Is this the spot where we went after going the alarm being bullied from the house? Yes. So the alarm house, if you missed what happened earlier, we were pushing through this area, clearing house by house by house. And this house here, set off an alarm, and that got us bullied, and we went down, like, we had to, like, work our way over, and we went down here. And you can see this is the Fallas back roads, the north side of Fallas. So we're just working on that. We're getting nauseous again. That's a problem I've got now, is we're starting to get so many corpses over here, it's becoming a real problem. That is a pretty ambitious pull for a mostly broken meat cleaver. All right. The one problem we're running into is we're starting to get low on weapons. And the good news, though, is we're using short blades at the moment. As you can see, even though we fought that entire group with short blades, we did get through the whole group and we're not even exerted yet. The downside is we're using some pretty subpar weapons right now. I was kind of really hoping we'd have someone in that group would have an actual weapon. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, like even our muscle strain recovered while we were doing all that. Yes, I got one more knife there. I've got some scissors. I did see there was a set of scissors on one of these bodies. I lost track of it. It's not the end of the world. Scissors only give me like a couple zombie kills at the most. You know, it just would be nice to get ourselves another weapon if possible. Let's see, do I see any tree branches on the ground here? There's one over there. Can you forage for weapon? No, so you can forage for looking, like, to get the materials for weapons. That is one thing you can do, but it will not check the zombie bodies. You can't use foraging to check containers and that kind of thing. And how many stones mullet do I have on me? None. We're just picking up a bunch of tree branches because we're basically just about to be spent on our weapons. Okay. Alright, with that we can make ourselves some hammers. Branching out for new weapon sources, if you will. Yeah. So we do have a field to the south that I could potentially draw the zombies to. I'm also doing this because our nausea, or like how corpse sick we were getting, was getting pretty bad. So I just wanted to be away from the bodies for a little while to hopefully get that under control. A couple of hammers we could chuck in here. We're gonna drink our ketchup. Stop. Okay, so it looks like it's taking them east. Let's go to the field. Because unfortunately what that means is the zombies are moving that way. And so what that means is all those houses I was clearing, it just pulled all those zombies we were fighting directly across those houses. In other words, it said that situation, here's the middle finger, you have a lovely time. What I'm going to try doing is avoid aggroing these little stragglers we've got here. Oh, I was really hoping Try and grab just a couple of these and fight them. Okay, so what we're trying to do here is I'm trying to work my way across here with the intent of switching to this road down here real fast. Because this is also going over to where we were at. And see if now that we've had that meta event pulling all the zombies back to where we were up there, maybe I can loop in over here. Okay, nothing that way. And that we might be able to sneak in from this side and work on it this way. It's not promising. Yeah, you've got more rally groups over there. Alright, so that's bust, is what that is. Because the idea was, can I loop down here and sneak in from the side to, like, the next building as the zombies got pushed? So we're going to have to go back up to where we were and assess what we're dealing with here. You never forget the time you got an M16 foraging? Never found any ammo, but still just back for the vibes. Yeah, no, that happens. Like, you can get some wild stuff foraging. That's the reasons why I do try and make it a point to forage regularly. Like, right now we're not finding much, but that's okay. Surprised it didn't overburden me. Come on, you can execute. I believe in you. Where's that? There's the rock I was crafting on. Alright, so let's craft 2 more of those weapons. We're going to need to have a sip of water. That is really a bad sign. The fact they got rally groups like right there and over here. And the only reason I'm making hammers instead of the axes is the axes generally perform better, but I can use the axe, like the blades, to make the hammers. That works relatively well. All right. Cool. All right, so I'm gonna just have to work at these. There's a really good chance we might find ourselves in another situation of just walking down the road to the next place we can find to stay. Because we have mostly looted this area out. Come on, give me some more aggro. Hey, Future, how's it going? Yeah, so we got ourselves like a good 4 or 5 of the stone hammers. Oh, right. They're like mixed between multiple bags. All right, so put that one on our left side. Okay. Alright. Which means just one more out of this group. This might not be as bad as I was thinking it was going to be. It also might be one of those things that's fine for now, and then the next in-game day or so, they'll start trying to consolidate around. And then they'll do the distribution. Yeah, so they're getting pushed over by the rally group up there. I'll try and deal with these 3 real fast. And then we can try and rest inside one of the houses. The stone hammers are pretty straining from a muscle fatigue standpoint. Okay, it looks like we're all good in the front. One zombie in the front yard. Okay. So we'll drink. We'll fill up our water bottle. We can sit on the bed for a minute. Food, we're getting pretty rough. We're gonna go ahead and eat our garlic powder. Then rest for a minute there. Okay. So pretty soon we're going to end up having to start foraging for food and like actually spending time. We've not been in a great position for doing that since pretty much the entirety of the run. We've just been fighting from one place to the other. We have gotten a decent amount of foraging, trying to get weapons and all that. The farm to our south should be a decent place for me to get food, but we'll see how that actually works out. The reality is that meta event probably drew a bunch more zombies into this area. It's probably also taken the road that we used to come in to and from this area and got zombies all over it. I don't think it makes sense for me to take the time to back clear that, unfortunately. Just because we've been taking the helicopters back the way we came anyways. So, like, there's no point getting rid of the zombies in the area that we already have zombies. That said, I am going to try and clear out the neighborhood. Do you recommend starting in a bigger city to start off? No. generally speaking, when you're playing Project Zomboid, it's easier to go to a lower population set area and get yourself a little bit of a foothold and start getting your earlier levels and that kind of stuff and your various skills and whatnot than trying to jump into a really big area and just, you know, make it work kind of thing. Oh wait, we want to do this one first. Wait, why did you not actually equip it? There you go. Okay. Can't take chances with mushrooms. We can't identify poison from non-poisonous ones. And while we can play the berry roulette and do just fine, the mushroom roulette plays for keeps. You get one wrong draw on that, and it's just over. Okay. I'm pretty sure we have... Yeah, we have a fishing pole. I was gonna make the comment, it's like, too bad we don't have fishing poles. Like, oh wait, this character does have a fishing pole. Used to play Mushroom Roulette in real life. That is a brave game. All right. Oh, we got a kitchen knife. Let's actually put that in our bag, and we'll use our stone weapons first because they suck. I mean, they're actually okay. But as far as dealing with a lot of stuff, they're not an excellent choice. It's not that big a deal if you pick ones you're only familiar with. Yeah, but I wouldn't call that mushroom roulette. If you're familiar with the mushroom, that's just using your knowledge about mushrooms to get mushrooms. Mushroom roulette is like, I don't know what that is. Let me just have a nibble here and see how it goes. And that was the last anyone heard of them. Yeah, no, that's a thing. Like, if you're identifying the mushrooms and all that, then that's fine. Most mushrooms have a few lookalikes. Right, the question is, are the lookalikes dangerous? That's always the big question. You know, oh, here's this mushroom, it'll give you like an upset tum-tum. Versus here's this mushroom, it'll give you an upset coffin. Yep. Stuff like death caps that you get them, it just basically destroys your liver. You have to get a very immediate liver transplant, or that's that. Yeah, no, death caps are just like an off-white mushroom that, you know, it just looks like kind of a white mushroom. Like, it looks utterly benign. You had a Hio of mushroom foraging. You've been learning, it's been a learning curve, but the regular get food for dinner and nobody got sick. Yeah, no, it's just one of those things, because it depends on where you're at. Because there's places that genuinely, there's just not that many mushrooms in the area you have to worry about. Or if there is a poisonous mushroom, it's just very distinctly different than the other mushrooms in the area. That does happen. But, like, where I kind of learned survivalist stuff when I was in the Scouts in Michigan, there was, like, you know, one of the common mushrooms we had up there were death cap mushrooms. And so it was kind of one of those things that, generally for the survival training, it was like, don't F with mushrooms. It's like, you know, if you're 99.9% sure, don't eat it. If you're not absolutely confident, like, beyond any level of consideration, you don't touch it. It's like, you know, unless, like, you literally gotta be starving to the death before it's even worth considering, and even then, your odds are still better just taking your chances with starving to death than gambling on a mushroom you're not confident with. Because there's always a chance you could pass out and someone could find you, but the moment you eat the wrong mushroom, if you're not, like, on your way to the hospital, it's just over. That's really the only mushrooms at the store? Yeah, no, I'm not one who's particularly have the idea of foraging for my own mushrooms. Let's see. There are bold mushroom hunters and old mushroom hunters, but no old and bold mushroom hunters. Yup. You found death cups too? Well, that was there was an advisory here in the US that they came out and they said, "Hey, don't forage for mushrooms this year. We're having a super bloom of death caps." That they've had a higher rate of people. Ooh, actually, we got a very momentary disconnect there. Yeah, I saw that one. Disconnected for just a fraction of a second and came back. Yep, so we got like a quick like 2-second disconnect. I saw that one. Where it disconnected and immediately reconnected. That should have come back immediately. Yeah, that time I saw it, just OBS being like disconnected and reconnected. Your father used to get mushrooms off the land. He was for the country. He knew what he was looking for. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, if you take the time to educate yourself, like, in some areas, again, foraging for mushrooms is relatively safe. There's not that many ones you have to worry about. So it's just like, oh, here's this one mushroom. Maybe it looks like this other mushroom that's edible. But, you know, just don't take the, like, just don't take your chances with that one. Just get all the other ones. So, like, maybe you've got, like, death cap, and you've got some type of white mushroom that looks similar. But then you've got a whole bunch of the mushrooms that grow off the side of trees as flat ones that you can eat. You're like, okay, well, you do not touch the ones that, like, the little white cap mushrooms that could be death cap. It's just not worth the chances. That's like a relatively okay stone. The big problem I'm going to run into is food. We're going to stop and forage. Yeah, I wonder if that's something going on Twitch's end, or that's something like with my local ISP, or with all the other things we're testing tonight, that maybe something's misbehaving there. Alright, so we're drowsy, so we really don't want to fight more zombies if we can help it. But this might be a good time to try and do a little bit of foraging. Because we're at that point that I'm basically exhausting my food supply. Okay, we've got a radish. Put a little pepper on it. Go ahead and get that all sorted real fast. So I apologize about that. We had the internet full drop there, like just straight up no internet across the board. So hopefully that didn't drop way too many people. Yeah, now my guess, nah, it counted as a whole new stream. We'll give it a couple minutes. We'll see what happens with the viewership. If most of the viewers come back, that's fine. If it's one of those things that knocks us down to like under 100 viewers or whatever after it has a chance to refresh, I might consider like one of those ones that like we just wrap for the night kind of things. Okay, so are you connected? Yeah, so everything else seems to be connected. Oh, that's weird that. Oh no, I guess that's right. I'm just checking all the different things, make sure everything's working the way it's supposed to. Okay, so I think we're back. So let me go ahead and do this is refresh if you don't see stream. And then I would like to pin that message. Where did my chat go? There's chat. That's not the chat I'm looking for. Grab you. Oh, I don't see. Oh, here we go. Toggle pin. There we go. Okay. So we'll see what happens with that. Like I said, we'll give it a couple minutes to see how things shake out with that. When you get one of those midstream disconnects, it can be truly brutal for your stuff. Because it does take like a good 4 or so hours during a stream for you kind of hit your stride viewership wise. And those resets can knock you down like a good half to a third of your viewership. And sometimes it bounces right back, and other times that's just kind of setting the tone for the rest of the night. But we'll see. Because one of those things that can like really, really mess with your headspace when, you know, you're doing everything you can on your side and then just your internet screws you or that kind of thing. Okay, so it looks like everything seems to be working. You are going to unfortunately get hit with another round of ads because the stream did fully drop. It will run a round of ads 1 minute after it starts. That is just what it is. Yeah, like I said, I'll give it like 15, 20, 30 minutes. We'll see what happens with the viewership. And after a couple refreshes, we'll make our call for what we're doing from there. From what you call? Well, I see currently it's showing 120. We were at almost 300 viewers. But it is one of those things that you got to give it a minute as people refresh and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it can be a thing. Because yeah, we were at like 280, 290 viewers before the internet drop. Like, that's honestly the thing is recently viewership's been really, really up for the stream, that we've been hovering on a slow night at around like 200 viewers or so, like 180, 200, give or take a little bit, versus a busy day has been, you know, pushing 300 and all that, which is super awesome because like that does help me a lot on my side be able to keep doing this. You know, just broadly speaking, bigger the viewer count, more opportunities for me to pay my bills, that kind of thing. You know, ad revenue, subs, bits, all that tends to be up relative to your total number of viewers. Or average viewership. It also helps with getting stuff like sponsorship deals and all that stuff. Going to sponsor? Yeah. Well, it's normal for November to be one of the busiest months in the year. Generally speaking, for most people, November is your big earning month. And then December is also pretty good. It's kind of in that same broad range as November. Oh, hey, one zombie just chilling over there by yourself. Yeah, no, that's the thing. So, like, November and December tend to be some of your best performing months, broadly speaking. Whereas January and February tend to be some of your worst performing months. So we're kind of in that early part of January where the numbers haven't quite come down yet. But once people start getting back to work, getting back to school, it can be rough. I've kind of warned people that, you know, kind of get ready to see some of your some content creators who are on that fence about whether or not they're going to be like make it break it kind of thing. That over the course of January and especially February, expect to see a bunch of them having to like back off stream to, you know, take up, you know, traditional jobs and that kind of stuff, because it is a low number set of months, kind of the worst time of the year so far as content creators and all that. So very genuinely, there's a good chance if someone's on that fence, it's usually we end up having a number of people during that time frame that kind of does them in. That's where they stop being able to make it work, because they were skating when the numbers were good, and then when the numbers dipped to not being good, you know, they can't keep above water, as it were. Happens every year. It can also just be a thing that, like, it's not even that hopper scrap. It can also be a thing where it's not even like that much of a money thing, so much as, you know, you've been watching the stream for a while and all that stuff, and then, you know, you've got relatively good numbers, and then suddenly your numbers, you know, take a dive, and even if you know it's coming, it could still be a thing that can mess with your headspace, where you're used to popping on, seeing 100, 200, whatever viewers, and just watching those numbers dip. It can really get in your head pretty fast. Especially when you're on that fence about, like, you're really on the border between being able to afford to keep streaming or not. Which I'm doing pretty good. I'm feeling pretty comfortable going into that time of year. Yeah, so it looks like we're pretty good. We did lose about a third of our viewership from what it's looking like, which it's fine. I'm still sitting at around 200, which is about what we're averaging right now. So it's a little bit of a bummer that we lost a bunch of people there, but it's out of my control. It's out of my hands. At least it's not one of those ones where, because the issue is, say like a jump dropped us down to 100 people. Realistically, it'd be another 2 or so hours for us to build our numbers back up. That would ultimately lower my CCV, my concurrent average viewership. And just unfortunately, the way streaming works, almost all your business opportunities are just all tied to that one metric. It is unfortunately a thing that really limits a lot of what we can do as creators. How we could consolidate these. We used to be able to. Alright, so we're gonna have some problems here, because I need to find food. Do zombies hear the hammer? I believe they do, but it's not very loud. Like, so it doesn't have a very big carry distance. If a zombie's close enough that they're hearing my hammer, they're probably close enough they're gonna hear me walking around. And just verifying for the people watching over on the YouTube side, if you're still like working in chat and all that kind of stuff, because we should be connected. It does seem like we are getting the footage and all that, but like it's telling me it's unable to connect to chat. Please try again, but I don't know if it actually recovered that. And that's like the browser side, not my chat tool. So I really don't know what the situation is there. But either way, it is what it is. Yeah, so this hunger is going to start killing our carry weight. We get a drink of water real fast. Oh, where did I put my radio? Okay, so we don't want to tangle with all this. We want to immediately go back here and start foraging. Because that food's penalizing our carry weight, which is taking a bad situation and making it worse. Okay, so we got a light fog today. Shocker. Light fog and heavy rain tomorrow. Don't. Okay, no helicopter. So what we're trying to do is wander around in this field and score some produce or berries or something like that. I'm also not seeing any zombies down by this house, and we haven't checked this house out. Let's go check the house. It's fine. Yeah, it's clay. It's fine. Okay. There is a basement that's been broken into. We will check that, but not first. And this is close enough the house alarm probably got the zombies scattered out of here, and then the meta events kept... What are you? Poppy Pods Wild. Excuse me? Well, I can't eat them. We can eat the poppy seeds for tiny bits of food. Okay, we're in a couple of poppy seeds and all that. Whiffing your attacks, you're just rusty. Yeah, no, it happens. Okay, there's a couple zombies in the front yard. So you don't know how you feel about the crowbars? Yeah, no, it's one of those ones, like, I get why they did it. I don't agree with it. And the reason they got rid of it is with how durable the crowbar is, it just gives you maintenance by using it. But to me, it's like, okay, well, don't just take it away. You could just nerf it a bit. So, like, maybe it has a reduced chance of giving you maintenance to be more in line with other weapons. Because just one of the things that it has a chance of winning the maintenance roll so ridiculously high, it just produces tons and tons and tons of maintenance XP, which is what they got rid of. But at the same time, it's kind of just a feels bad, man, in its current setup. All right. Yeah, the crowbar is still like a really good weapon. It's just kind of just a thing. You're like, it doesn't feel great that they've kind of taken that away. Yeah, there's just a tiny little group of zombies down there. Yeah, this looks like a pretty looted house. This is one of the new mechanics with pocket watch. Never used the pocket watch before. But yeah, so you have some of the houses will just already have all their loot gone through. You can still find really good stuff. But sometimes just leave stuff on the floor and that kind of thing. Ah, there we go. Give me a bottle of vegetable oil. Mmm. Nummy, nummy, num. Just drink that whole thing right here. Now, of course, that's pretty awful to eat, so we'll definitely want to chase it with a sugar cube. Massive calorie dump? Yep. Well, we're in the healthy range temp now. You can grab the canned corned beef. Yeah, those are stale, so I'm just going to eat them now. Because if I don't, they're just going to go bad. I don't think I want the carving fork. Those things are just breaking. Yeah, no, that's the thing. The whole bottle wasn't enough to put us into the positive, but it would definitely slow down the rate we're losing weight. I also don't want to carry the extra weight of it. A jar of cabbage. That's still considered fresh. Okay. Yep, so unfortunately this place has already been looted. So go here. We got the Twist Road. What doing? We're drinking vegetable oil. It seems you can make food and swords with surprisingly decent weapons. I always forget you can do that. Because that's a relatively new thing that you can turn forks and knives into shit. It used to be when you found the forks and knives, it was always just a loss. Make an improvised screwdriver. Make a shiv. Okay. I've got nothing to start fire. Let's ditch the lighters and all that. Yes, I've got a disposable lighter there. Let's ditch those matches. So that already gives me like 3 lighters, so we're good there. We don't need all that junk. Is there anything else here that I really should just be getting rid of at this point because of weight? Go ahead and take that stone. There we go. Okay, so weight's a little bit better managed. Yeah, we've actually found a shocking number of saws. Yeah, no, it's one of those ones that, like, it didn't used to be a thing, so I just always forget that you can even make shivs. So we got a dumb waiter. We've got that. We got a video game system. Some books we can't watch. Some painkillers. That's all fine. Yeah, that's a cool bedroom or basement setup. It's basically a basement apartment. All right. Let's go hop over to this road. I'd hope there'd be a car over there, but apparently not. Okay, no vehicle that way. And I know Lake Fallas is genuinely west to us. You gladly live in that basement? Yeah, no, it's a very nice basement apartment. Pool table living seems awesome. Yeah, no, I can get behind that. Okay. Yeah, so rose hips are always safe. The unknown berries, well, you know, they're unknown. Centipede. Caterpillar. Oh, like a rabbit skull. Oh, before I forget, let's actually change this icon to a house icon. We can stay there. Survival VHS. Where a car? No car. No, we were hoping for a car. We did not get a car, though. Yeah, I knew I was gonna push this over the edge. Alright. Okay, so let's start this party off by dropping our bag in the middle of the road. So we're not overburdened. It's kind of hoping to see one be a survivor zombie since it's like one rally group just by itself, but nope, not looking like it. Okay. We can almost push a full group in just a couple of pulls with no rest. Almost. Not quite there, but we're getting close to that being a possibility in the future. Just a couple more points in our weapon skill. A tiny bit more strength and fitness. Okay, let's go and just move ourselves up here a little bit. So you can watch over to this side, because that's where the zombies are most likely to come from. Go ahead and put this one into our hands so we're ready with it. I'm pretty sure that our stone hammer is probably getting pretty close to done. All right. We pushed that muscle strain pretty far. It's taking this long to recover from it. Yeah, I'm guessing if they keep... You notice they keep shifting a little ways forward and a little ways forward. I'm guessing there's other rally groups that are kind of bullying them around by being too close. It's not migration behavior, that is, that's usually that kind of thing. We are just what would be equivalent of about a block south of where we just were. So we're very likely fighting the same cell as we were before, but on the southern end of it. If not that, one cell down from it, which will still ultimately bleed zombies over. Trying to sneaky read it real fast while recovering, but Is that literally the one we just got? It is. That's fine. Mandatory reading, apparently, at this farm. Okay. I think this is good because we're kind of working at the same area where we were before. But on top of that, while we're working at that same area... Which way? Okay, so northwest. So let's restart reading that, but facing southeast. I'm really hoping this doesn't turn into a whole thing. Because, remember, my bag is down on the ground down there. Okay, that'll give us some protection against corpse sickness. Okay, so good news is it doesn't look like there's too much to deal with over there. I'm gonna keep on shifting over. And it just seems like more and more of these events are pushing zombies up in those houses that were to the north that we were just at, which is fine. I'm suspecting we're going to hit the bottom part of that subdivision soon. So we try approaching it from a different angle. Let's see here. Gonna go for the one here. So we can eat a small amount of the jarred cabbage. That's fine, whatever. That's like the pro and the con. If you're watchful where the meta events go, there's a lot of times you can actually take advantage of a meta event. Where it ends up moving the zombies, you know, maybe they move to a place you don't want them, but those zombies are coming from someplace as well. And there's a lot of times if you're watchful, you can kind of loop in behind where they just came from. And you might be able to... That rally group I totally missed until we were there. But you might be able to take advantage of that. Okay, and that's spent. Get our next hammer ready. And go get that one, and then we're gonna rest for a minute to recover our muscle strain. We're gonna take out that rally group and go for that big farmhouse. Okay. Start just working on all that. Get herself all recovered. Yeah, I'm wondering if this is the eastern edge of Ekron, or not Ekron, it's what we used to call it, Lake Fallas. Because like I said, I never come from this angle, and I would expect to have seen way more I mean, we had a bunch on the top. It is still Lake Fallas at the end of the day. Between the helicopters and everything else, we probably drug a lot of zombies out of the city proper and just into the fields. Okay. And I really do not need more disposable lighters. Because, like, you can make things to make fire. You don't have to have matches and all that. And I think I've got, like, 3 lighters on me now. I got rid of a bunch because just getting so many of them. Or they're limited carry weight. Having, like, a dozen lighters isn't any good. You find them relatively often. What kind of monitor do you use? Which one? I have in Asus, I have 2 Asuses and 2 Dell monitors, and then I technically have an Elgato projector as well. I've got a whole setup here because prior to doing streaming, I did software dev and a whole bunch of stuff. So I got like a whole big thing going on. Which one's the easiest on the eyes? Honestly, between the, not counting the projector, I wouldn't really say there's that significant of a difference between them. I'm sure if we looked up the stats, it'd be like, oh, that one's got a faster refresh rate, or that one's got a sharper image, or whatever. But for my purposes of just gaming and all that, I don't really notice that big of a difference. None of these are like, you know, 4K whatever monitors and all that. Because one, I'm not gonna be running my games in that resolution anyways. I will give up a lot of fidelity for things to run buttery smooth. So having a monitor that's got like 120 hertz refresh rate and, you know, 4K and all that stuff, it's just nothing that particularly interests me. So as you run the max graphics, let's see. You will run max graphics even if it means 30 frames. It's like, oh man, no, I'm definitely on the opposite end of the on the spectrum in that one. I will I will gladly cut back the graphics a lot if it means I get buttery smooth performance. Now that said, for me, I'm looking at buttery smooth at like 60 frames a second. Because I know you can see the difference at like much higher, but it's one of those things that like, the higher you go from 30 frames per second, the less noticeable the change is. It's kind of like the same thing when you crank up the resolution. The jump from like 640 by 480 to like 800 by 600 to like 1020 by whatever, each step up you go, it becomes a little bit harder to notice. Is the stone hammer... Oh god, no. No, the stone hammer's pretty terrible. But the stone hammer is available. And that's pretty good. One would argue the short bat is the current, like, best craftable short blunt weapon. But it requires you to get something like 7 or 8 carving. Yeah, no, we're very much in the best weapon for us right now is the weapon we have. I think that one has a broken hockey stick in them. That said, I will typically avoid using stuff like branches and stuff like that, unless I really have no choice. And that's because you don't get maintenance skill for it. Weird. Not seeing whatever it was that was stuck in him. That's fine. Yeah, if I can make it, and it can hit a zombie, it's good. Pretty much where we're at. Like, genuinely, if I was trying to be a little bit more min-maxy of this, I would probably be crafting stone axes as opposed to stone hammers. And then in the other alternative is I could just be going out of my way to carve everything, even if it's terrible weapons now, or getting the short bat as early as possible. I don't care about doing either of those things, though. So I'm generally not going to do either of those things. Okay, can I wear that without taking the penalty? Yep. Because I don't mind overload. Oh, actually, no, overload's still pretty bad. Okay, we got you. So let's just try and cut directly to the house. And start killing these groups immediately around the house. Okay, the bag's gonna go right here, next to the fence where it's easy to see. Oh, actually, 1 second. There you go, buddy. Solo or multi? Solo. We did some multiplayer right when multiplayer came out, and I'll probably do some collaborative stuff later. But if I'm not, like, hanging around with another person almost directly with me, you can just kind of safely assume it's going to be solo. I think you put the broken weapon in your bag. I probably did. I was standing right at... Yep, no, I did. And there we go. Insane is 3-ish? Yeah, it's something like that. 16 times pop is definitely cranking it to the moon. But yeah, you gotta go into custom sandbox and go to advanced settings just to get 16 times pop. It's not normally available otherwise. Don't be in our group right behind the building. Okay, so it's just one behind the building. So it's pretty good. We should be able to go in here. Hey now, don't do that. Yeah, I think we're good on keys for the building. Let's get these last 3. There's another pre-looted building. I'm not too worried about that. You can still get good stuff from the pre-looted buildings. All right. Have some more cabbage. Yeah, no, keys when they first did the build 42 got lots heavier. They did back off it a little bit. So the keys are certainly heavier than they were in build 41. So they do add up. But they're not too bad. So usually what I'll do is I'll take the keys, and then when I finish a neighborhood or whatever, I'm just going to huck it on a body or in some shelves or wherever's available. We can go ahead and move some stuff over to the other bag. Doesn't make it way less. Cool. Shit, rusty. Okay, there's a broken tree branch. Satchel has just a book in it, so we don't really care. Okay, so let's quickly drop this and rest for a minute. We're trying to get into this house before it gets too late. Yeah, no, Twist Road is the road to the south, and then the Lake Fallas back road is to the north. It's gonna get dark soon, so I'd really like to get in this place and clear it out so I can go upstairs and sleep. Is he being able to see what's in the containers, like satchels, etc., build 42? That was a thing in build 41 as well. You've always been able to do that. You just have to mouse over it. Come on, muscle strain. It is going to be sleepy time soon, and I don't want my characters to have to stay out late. This is going to definitely be a flashlight clear, and I do not love it. I did definitely see at least one zombie walk in. I think we're just going to have to go with it. Okay. This is just in case we get bullied out, prioritizing refilling her water and all that. Our screwdriver. We're going to leave the box of nails. We'll mark to come back for it. I did see that there's multiple things that we could potentially want. Clawhammer I really want. Okay, man, I'm surprised he got away. The hand sickle. Oh no, he actually can carry all that. I was really expecting us to go more overburdened. Okay, so we definitely want to remember that there's a bucket here. If we find a cow, that bucket's going to be invaluable. Really hoping for a big backpack. Okay. The good news here is we got up here in time to go to sleep. Alright, so I want to mark this location with this. VHSs and bucket. Just gonna unequip the flashlight. Put it away. And we'll drink from this. Okay, and that's good for our water for right now. Okay, we got spotted from outside in the backyard. That's fine. Follow me out front. I'd like to fight you out in the open. That wasn't the one who spotted me. Yeah, there's the one who spotted me from the other side. Make sure we're open. Okay. As long as we don't go west, we should be all clear. I am winning, but I'm not your dad. All right. Like I said, the downside is we're pretty due for a helicopter. So let's do it once around the house, clear around it. So again, I got someplace I could fall back to go to rest, whatever I got to do to take care. Coolest dad ever. I'm still not your dad. Please don't call me dad. I am not a dad, and I'm not your dad. Are you sure? I am very sure. I am very, very confident in my lack of being a dad. I am very, very well aware of the people I've spent my life with and those situations. Yeah, so I want to leave it there. Okay. Yep, so we're kind of stuck dealing with zombies around here. It looks like we got another house just south of us. Okay. Alright, we need to eat a little bit more, so let's go ahead and... Actually, can I put... Oh, okay, I can barely put the cabbage in the bowl. Makes sense. Make ourselves an actual salad. We'll add pepper. Then we can add the rose hips, because those you don't have to worry about being poisonous. So I'm going to eat that salad. Yeah, no, it's a bunch of the ones coming off of the farm. They're in the farmer's outfit, overalls and all that. Okay, and we'll go ahead and put more of that. All right, drop you back into my bag. Cool. And we can just keep pulling more and more. Okay, so we're right about to hit the point of checking our weather. There we go. Yeah, some of these might be coming from the house to the south. Honestly, the biggest use of the house keys is when you run to places where, like, there's a garage or whatever that doesn't have a direct connection. It's just nice not have to smash the garage door open. Or, like, a storage shed if it's attached kind of thing, or a basement. Just not having to cut through a door when there's not a window available is a thing that'll save you a lot of headache. Okay. Got heavy rain coming in. And it looks like no helicopter. The explosion was my weapon breaking. Like, we had a weapon break. We didn't have something actually explode, but we did have a weapon break, which is pretty loud, so I could see that being mistaken as an explosion. What day was the last helicopter on? We can quickly check. The last helicopter was on the 29th. And it is the 11th, so we're at 12 days since the helicopter. How can you tell there's no helicopter? So we turn on the emergency automated channel on the radio, and we listen to it. And if it says air activity detected at the end of the message, that means you're getting a helicopter that day. If it does not, you are not getting a helicopter that day. So since I run where we can have multiple helicopters, we just tune in the radio every morning at 8 a.m. just to see, like, what kind of day we're going to have. And then, you know, we act accordingly. If, for example, it said air activity detected, what if it's a bomber? This is Project Zomboid. There's no bombers. Does that continue well into run? Maximum window. I don't actually know what the max window is. I believe I've seen in the upper 20s. But it's also possible that I just forgot to count one in that case, because it's a long enough gap it could have been 2 helicopters. I know it can happen between 10 and 12 days, but I don't know what the actual cap is. I'm sure there's people who actually have looked it up and done the math and done all that stuff. Like, that broadcast never stops? Correct. In real life it would stop, but this is a video game, and they don't have to have anything follow real life stuff, because that'd be boring. So it is just a frequency that once you find it, you could tune in every single day. It'll tell you what the weather for today is, what the weather for tomorrow is, if there's a significant weather event coming up, if the power is about to fail or has failed. It will also tell you if there's a helicopter coming that day. So it's a pretty helpful thing. That way you don't go out and then realize you're going down to a tropical storm or something. They're just going to keep chipping away at the nearby rally groups. To gradually push our way south to the next house. Let's see, let's see, yeah, we have all that, maximum window and all that. Very conscientious zombie upkeep equipment. The lore reason some people have made up is that it's like some weather thing run on some island that is unaffected by the zombie apocalypse. So the person's trapped there seeing what's going on. They're just like, no, if there's people out there, all I can do to help them is to keep these broadcasts going. But, you know, again, that's a huge hand wave against, you know, willful ignorance of reality, because a lot of stuff like radio towers, keeping those running for a long period of time has lots of external requirements. If it was a person living on some little island, it's very unlikely that we'll have like years worth of food packed away there. Usually they only have, you know, a little while of buffer just to like cover if there's like a food delivery missed or two. After that, you know, things are that, you know, fishing for tuna. Yeah. Is it always the same frequency? No. So every time you play, there's actually a number of radio stations in the game, and that their frequencies will be randomized, and so you have to find the frequencies. So some of the times when you see a zombie that has a radio, you can pick it up and it'll say unknown frequency. Those are special radio stations that if you tune in at the right time and day, and it's a specific time and day, you can actually get hidden lore for the game. But also, if you check the radios, you can find the automated emergency frequency as another thing. That group's too close. We just need to keep working on this. And this is the same thing, like I said, I think we might be on the same cell as our, as the previous area we were at. It's either that or one cell south of it. Oh, that's fine, whatever. What's the cooldown? So, normally, on default settings, the helicopter happens once between day, like, 6 and 9, I believe is the range. But we're playing with a setting called sometimes. So instead of the helicopter happening once, it does its first pass per normal, like nothing different. But after that, it's every, like, 10 to 12 days, give or take. That it goes. There's also a setting often, but it only shortens the time it can show up by like a day or two. So like the change between once and sometimes is very, very significant in that you will have it repeat. But then the change between sometimes and often is pretty minor. Just like the change between no helicopter ever and a helicopter happening once is also a significant difference. Alright, next weapon. So do you just try stations to find the right one? No, so what you can do is look for radios out in the world, and then you can check to see what radio stations they have programmed into them. So you just like hop in a car, turn on its radio, see what radio stations are on that car. Any that you don't have, you can add to your radio or whatever. That kind of thing. Yep, so the moment I cleared that group, this group got pushed down into their spot. But yeah, so you'll often see me early run jumping into every car and taking a quick peek at the radio. That's annoying. Wing and a miss. You get a butter knife on you. And nothing on all of you. Yeah, no, and it's a big part of why they're pushing so aggressively over there is because I believe just to the west of us is like Fallas itself, like a block in or so. And so there's so many zombies in that area that what ends up happening is the zombies kind of shove each other out. And that's just 16 times pop nonsense. When you're playing non 16 times pop, that's not nearly as big of a thing unless you're going to like a particularly dense place. Again, like the Crossroads Mall or someplace like that where you kind of expect that. I'm trying to get away from these corpses so our corpse sickness doesn't keep building up. Yeah, because that's not migration or distribution. That you'll notice these zombie rally groups will try and keep about that distance apart. And so if we get another rally group up here, yeah, you can see the other rally group that's up there. So as that one shuffles down a little, it'll shove that one, it'll shove the next one. So it's kind of a thing where you just see the rally groups slowly nudge each other around. Got another group right here, too. So just try and keep clearing around this house so that hopefully we can get it to be safe enough to keep sleeping here. Gonna eat our salad real fast. I'll work around to this side and start clearing this group since they're the ones getting closest now. Add pepper. Add rose hips. Put the salad back away. Chuck the jar in a body. Okay. Ooh, nightstick. Don't give me this. I dropped it on the ground for right now because I don't have the carry capacity for that firearm. But if we have a helicopter, I will grab that firearm and we'll put it to use. Okay, give our character just a moment to sit down and recover a little bit. Skills are coming along nicely. We're getting pretty close to fitness 3. We're maintenance 5. Short blunt for short blade 2.5. Strength is at about 4.5. So all in all, doing good. We are... Actually, let's check those plastic bags. Okay, those are just plastic bags, okay. Oh, we just aggroed a bunch. That's fine. I figured that was coming sooner or later. Just get a little bit of ways from there. Five, 6, 7... 7's fine. Remember how often people underestimate the hoe. I have no idea how it compares in Build 42. But Build 41, the hoe was actually a relatively solid weapon. It just had reach for days. Yeah, keep in mind we have like no skill in long blunt weapons, really. So we do get punished pretty hard for it. Because your weapon skill and strength are kind of the two big things impacting that. Alright, let's go ahead and get the sickle on our side. We can go grab you. Move you to the art bag. So little by little, we're cleaning up our carry weight and all that. But yeah, as we get later in the game, muscle strain becomes less and less and less of a mechanic we have to even care about. But that's going to be a matter of these combat skills. As they start getting up to 7, 8, and 9, we'll get to the point of just shy of completely ignoring the mechanic. Like, I'll still sometimes be able to push strain, but it'll be one of those things that when you, like, just really greedily pull and you fight, like, 2-3 rally groups back-to-back without pause, or you just use a particularly bad weapon. There's some weapons that are just rough. Okay, we did grab 2 or 3 from that group out there because I wasn't watching for them. Yeah, it's fine. Four's plenty fine. 5's plenty fine. 6 is plenty fine. 7's plenty fine. We got the leather gloves and all that. And are just stepping enough away from the bodies before we sit down. Just to avoid getting corpse sickness building up gradually. Alright. We're getting pretty close to our 2,000 kills. So we started the stream with like 1,300. So that's giving you an idea of how we're doing now, is that we are starting to get pretty much 100 kills a day, give or take a little bit, depending on how much we get bullied around and how much we can just throw down at the zombies, and the weapons we end up using. Like, if I end up using weapons like short blunt, short blades that are relatively efficient, we'll get through a lot of kills. Whereas if I use something like an axe that are relatively inefficient, we won't get that many kills. Well, we're 2 for 2 for missing the ones on the ground. Because that's actually one of the big benefits of the hoe, is because it's got such reach. When you get the zombies down way back like that, you can actually get pretty greedy with the ground hits. Alright, let's get ourselves a sip of water while we got a gap in the zombies. Oh yeah, no, it's just being around the bodies. It's those things that, like, you'll have people do the game, they're like, oh no, you're queasy, clearly, like, rip. And you're like, dude, I'm standing on a pile of rotten corpses. If it was anything but queasy, I'd be more concerned about my character's, like, general well-being. Yeah, so, like, for example here, there's the radio stations. So you could go there and you could get any of those. I don't care about any of those. The only radio station I actually care about is the emergency radio station. Give me one moment. Okay. So we got a group over here that probably needs to die. Let's check to see if there's the group down here came back in. Hi, you right by the door. Alright, so let's scooch on over here and start chipping away at this group. Generally speaking, we're just keeping to kill the zombies around the surrounding area. Give ourselves as much breathing room as possible. Eventually the numbers will start to drop down. I also have a ton of weapons on me, more than I could reasonably be running around with. So as well as ways to use a bunch of these weapons to thin the numbers that'll help us out later. Okay. Because, like, for example, if I were to skip these zombies and just push into town, the first meta event or house alarm or anything like that that makes any noise around me, and then we're right back to re-clearing the same zombies all over again. So the hode's gonna break anytime now. I thought I heard a zombie down there. I was like, please tell me I'm not pulling another group. We'll be pushing ourselves a little farther than I should be. Okay, we're all clear in this direction. I don't like that we're getting a real serious movement speed penalty. It's a combination of being slightly overburdened and exerted and in pain. I'm trying to go to the road where I can see my bag easy. I'm going to drop her bag. Rally group over there. There we go. Ooh, that was a little bold. Okay. So we're good there. Go grab her bag back. Give ourselves a pretty solid rest here. So they definitely pushed our character pretty hard. We'll eat our salad. Because we're going to have to wait on the muscle strain and wait on our endurance and all that. Because we pulled kind of more groups than we really wanted. We do not want to take our chances eating unknown berries in a bowl there. Drop you off in the better bag. Alright, we'll add the ball-peen hammer as my backup weapon. And how are those unknown berries? Those still good? We can eat the rose hips now. Are you... Let's not push the luck with the poisonous berries. I'm not short on food. And corpse sickness and poison berries do kind of work together to cause problems. So I'd rather not push my luck. Let's see, it's a possibly stupid question. You haven't gotten into playing this game yet, but, like, watching people play it, the reason you're dropping your bag in the road was so that'd be easier to find later as opposed to being in the grass? Yes! Basically, the bag was too heavy, I needed to ditch the weight. And dropping it in tall grass and all that, you can find it, but it can be a little bit hard to see sometimes. By dropping it on the road, it's super duper easy to find. So that's literally the only reason I was dropping it on the road, is just some of these, like, especially if you drop it by one of these bushes, it can be behind the bush and pretty hard to see. And you can use foraging and all that to help you find it when it's thrown on the ground, but it's really easy, especially in a big field, to lose track of where you got separated from your bag. I've not lost a bag, but I've definitely had the time where I've gone, where the heck's my bag? And then, you know, it just took longer than necessary to find it. But I've not had a situation where I just couldn't figure out where my bag was. It just sometimes took longer than I would really, really like. The worst I've had is not losing track of a bag, but just having, like, really bad luck with a meta event, where I had the bag and all that, but when I went to recover it, just, unfortunately, like, meta event happened and just drug way too many zombies for me to manage to get my bag, because I was already pretty tired and exerted, so I had to kind of just straight up abandon the bag for a while. And that's always tough, because I usually try to keep my bare essentials in, like, fanny packs and all that. But it's usually just, like, a water bottle, a radio, a flashlight, you know, a couple things like that. Because fanny packs really don't have much carry capacity. Can you switch hands you use? No, your characters, everyone in Product Zomboid is right-handed. And they can only ever be right-handed. If you put a weapon in your left hand and you go to swing, you'll just push. Your character's physically incapable of using their left hand as a weapon hand. It's not a deliberate decision, it's just mechanically how the game works. There's also, like, there's no dual wielding or anything like that either. That said, you can put a weapon in your other hand if you don't have a good backpack as a means of reducing its weight. It won't let you use it as a weapon, but it can be a way to give yourself a little bit more carry weight. Yeah, it's kind of a meme in the community that you know, for whatever reason, being left-handed gives you a predisposition of having a being vulnerable to the Nox virus. Something, it targets the creative side of your brain, so only the people who lack creativity the most were spared. Gonna read a magazine real fast while I wait on our muscle strain to, like, properly drop off. What about telecorn? I don't know what you're talking about. As a left-handed person, you've learned to adapt to right-handed world pretty well. Yup. As many left-handed people have not really had the choice to do, they just have had to. That the world is definitely designed quite often with right-handed. Well, we just one-tapped that one. You know, with like right-handed things. Yep, no, there's absolutely a right-handed bias. When you go to, like, you know, use a public computer, the mouse will be on the right side. That's just how it's gonna be. Like, a lot of times when you go to buy a mouse, you either buy it right-handed, or you buy it, like, you know, universal. Ooh, okay, that was not a good turn. That was a danger turn. Alright. Let's go get a sip of water. Starting to get really uncomfortable. Because we're standing out there in the rain, getting soaking wet. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Your joke is they didn't want to add left-handed scissors to the game? Yeah, no, that's, like, getting proper ergonomic stuff that's left-handed, they have it, but you kind of have to go out of your way, and it really limits your options. I'm not personally left-handed, but my father is. So I've seen a bunch of that. That was actually, like, a lot of our Christmas gifts this year was there was a, not too far from this, there's a left-handed store that the whole gimmick is everything's left-handed. It's a tiny little store, but it's got stuff like spiral notebooks, but the spiral's on the other side and that kind of thing. Okay, bear with me a moment. So sometimes you can flip them over. Sometimes flipping them over is perfectly fine. But a lot of them are spaced such that the top and the bottom of the page has different spacing on it. So that, like, when you flip it over and make the page the reverse, it doesn't look right. But there are a lot of them that are kind of just universal, where it kind of doesn't matter which way it's flipped. They deliberately make the top and bottom the same, so you can just flip it either way and it won't matter. Especially if it's a spiral notebook that isn't just like straight up line paper or graph paper. If it's something like a daily planner kind of thing, then you can't flip it the other way. Or like, you know, calendar kind of thing, or to-do list kind of things. You're ambi, but predominantly right. Yeah, I would definitely not say I'm ambidextrous. Like, I can do stuff in a pinch with my left hand, but, like, when it comes to something like drawing or writing with my left hand, nah. Not happening. Thing of the follow, quote the stream. Okay. Honestly surprised that claw hammer hasn't broken. Just say I knew I saw another weapon. Let's get inside for a minute. You may have to actually learn how to play disc golf left hand. Your right hand's acting up. Gotcha. Well, I hope you wish you luck with that. That'll certainly be tricky if you are someone who's got like a distinctly dominant hand on one side or the other. Because like disc golf requires a certain amount of finesse and a certain amount of like just being able to like kind of flick it, sling it kind of thing. You once had a pair of scissors as a joke, regular for your brother, and lefty for your sister-in-law. It was funny because they like to craft stuff, so they use them all the time. Alright. Let's head upstairs. It's late enough in the evening. It's gonna be dark by the time we get back out. Okay, there's nothing we can read or anything that we care about. So we still have the corned beef. We got a saucepan I'm carrying with me for right now. So that way if we get away from everything, we can use that for a bunch of different stuff. We do have the shiv. I gotta remember we got that. We got a bunch of screwdrivers, some scissors, a couple of knives we can fight with. We're actually sitting on a pretty good collection of short blades, so that's pretty good news. Yeah, and there's Tired. That was one of the reasons I wanted to come inside, is just... I figured we were going to deal with that soon. Your sister-in-law has a lefty, you want to get backwards notebook? Yeah, it's kind of one of those things that sometimes when you get the stuff that's designed for left-handed people, just because you've been dealing with, like, having to adapt for so long, it can still feel weird. Okay, we're putting some corned beef in a bowl. So we now have a beef salad. I'll go ahead and toss a little bit of pepper on that. So we're having peppered corned beef. And that's our salad. Salad, by the way. Let's see, you made a Twitch integration mod for Zomboid, but it requires StreamerBot. Do you think that is reasonable, or would you see that requires a different app? And click away. So, I mean, it's totally fine to make it use whatever it wants to. You will find that you're going to have some people who won't use it because it requires this bot or that bot. Like, for example, I use Firebot. So for me, I probably wouldn't end up using it just because setting up a different bot is a colossal pain in the butt. But I do know StreamerBot's pretty popular. Requiring a third-party app that needs to be installed, though, that'd be a hard sell. There's a lot of people who that would be a really rough one. If it came down to that thing, you'd be better off trying to make an extension for Twitch, kind of thing. But yeah, no, working with StreamerBot, that's fine. I want to say StreamerBot's one of the more popular bots right now. It's something to look into. Appreciate the advice for first time chatter. No problem. I mean, whether you've been here for months and months to years or your first time, I'm gonna treat you kind of the same so far as like all that goes. The only thing that is a little different between first time chatter and that kind of stuff is when it comes to, like, moderation situations. Like, if I have someone who's been here for a very long time and they say something that's kind of like, I don't know about that, I'm far more likely to give someone a bit more leeway if they've been here for a long time and only said, like, one or two things that I'm like, okay, you know, maybe not kind of things. But, you know, a first-time chatter, someone says something pretty unhinged out there, it's like, alright. Just because we have a very large number of people on Twitch who... Not a large... It's actually, I'm overstating it. You do have, every once in a while, someone pops in, immediately says something problematic, and they're just there to troll. Obviously, what you said is not problematic, but that's about the only weighing difference I would do between first-time chatter. Or if someone's saying something that is, like, borderline self-promotion, if someone's been around the channel for a long time and says something, I'm liable to be a lot more flexible kind of thing with that type of deal and be like, hey, could you not? Versus if someone is like, first time chatter, hey, check out my stream, you're probably catching a ban. The Twitch docs are right there saying that is against Twitch etiquette, and that they actually do consider that effectively on the edge of like a TOS violation. Like the self-promo. Like, what you're saying is totally fine, to be clear. But that's about the only time we treat things differently based on first-time chat or whatever. It's just moderation stuff. Let's see. Yeah, you wanted to ask streamers about how they felt about it. So self-promo. You think you typed it 3 different times? Yeah, I think the big thing is as long as you don't sit there and be like, check out my mod... like where you're kind of trying to name drop yourself, I think that's where you'd get yourself in trouble. If you're like, check out my mod, you know, Spaghet's Twitch integration or whatever, you know, and then tried to drop a link or something. That's when you'd probably get some pretty hard negative feedback. But just broadly asking, be like, hey, if someone made a Twitch integration mod, and it required streamer bot, like, what are your thoughts? That's fine. At least to me. I could see someone being like, hey, don't. But I don't think it's the kind of thing you'd catch a ban immediately. But you never know. Everyone's got to moderate their spaces. So what is and isn't okay varies wildly. Yeah, no, if your first message is ever a link, you're probably getting shown the door. Like, that is definitely one of those ones, whether it's self-promotion or whatever. Like, unless someone's like, hey, could you grab me a link for that clip? And then someone tries to post, that's different. Okay, I was really worried we're going to have the helicopter today. It does not appear to be so. I'm honestly surprised. I would have figured we would have had the helicopter by now. Let's see. You're of the mindset, if you harsh the vibes, it's a ban. And if you really care, you'll unban request. Yeah. It's pretty seldom I accept an unban request. It's not never. To be fair, 99% of the unban requests aren't actually unban requests. 99% of the time, someone will come in, they'll say something like super racist or whatever, and you'll just be like, okay, first time chatter, first thing, super racist, out the door. Or you'll be like, hey, you know, they'll sit there and they'll call you like daddy or whatever. You're like, hey, I'm not okay with that. Don't call me that. And then they'll like double down or whatever. And then you're like, all right, well, you're gone. And then the unban request will be something like F you and your lack of humor and all that kind of stuff. You're like, okay. Like, my favorite today was I can't remember what the person did in the first place, but they got banned. And they came by and they were like, you know, their unban request, and it was like, please unban. I thought torturing streamers is fun. And it's like, why would I accept that? You're literally telling me you're just going to cause trouble and I should unban you so that you can do it. It's like, what? What? Yeah, I don't think I've ever been banned in anyone's channels either. Usually as long as you respect people's respect people's boundaries and you're not a troll, it's usually not that big of a problem. Like, just keep in mind, the person on the other side receiving the message. Or my favorite ones are the ones where someone says, like, something way out there, and either myself or a moderator is like, hey, we're dropping that topic, like, that isn't something we're going to talk about here, or hey, like, please stop using that word, or whatever it was. But, basically it's like, hey, like, moderation note, like, we're not doing that here. And, eventually the person doubles and triples and quadruples down, and, like, the patience runs out. It's like, all right, well, you're gone. Like, we'll do, like, the timeout, and then we go to the ban. And the unban request will be like, I did nothing wrong. Please unban me. And you're like, my dude, I'm the one who banned you. I was sitting here the whole time telling you to cut it, and you kept going. Like, what do you think's gonna happen? If you walk up to your boss and you gut punch him and he fires you, you can't walk up to your boss again and be like, hey, you should unfire me. I did nothing wrong. Yes, you did. I was right there when it happened. Yeah, most of the time you get people who just, like, you say, hey, we're not talking about it. Like, they get into some, like, really biased thing that's, like, really problematic, and you'd be like, hey, we're not talking about that. And after 2 or 3 times trying to defuse it, you end up banning them, and then you get some message cussing you out about censorship and freedom of speech and stuff like that, and you're like, you don't understand freedom of speech. Freedom of speech strictly applies between you and the government. If you walk into my house and you say something I don't like and I ask you to leave, I haven't violated your freedom of speech. I've said, you're a dick and I don't want you here. And you're welcome to disagree anywhere but in my house. Well, I guess not on my lawn either. But when you get out to the sidewalk, you're free to keep disagreeing out there. Unless you yell really loud, at which point then I can report you for noise complaints. At which point it's not the message, it's the means that's the problem. Yeah, my house, my rules. We had one guy who, I can't remember what he's even talking about. He, like, it basically was like, hey, we're dropping this topic. Because it wasn't even the problem with the topic. People were just getting too heated about it. And it's like, all right, this is no longer a discussion. It's kind of becoming an argument, so we're going to move on. And the guy was like, we should have a poll on whether or not we should move on. And I was like, this isn't a democracy. What do you think this is? This is my channel. You don't walk into someone's house and be like, we should vote on the rules of your home. Like, that's asinine. Yeah, no, 100%, a channel's a dictatorship. It is what it is. I got all the vested interest and effort so far as like all that. My financial well-being is the one associated with it. If things go wrong in the channel, it's my butt who gets suspended and everything. Nah, man. There is not an equal sharing of responsibilities here. We can vote, but there's only one vote. Yeah, exactly. Every one of the voting share is welcome to vote. By the way, there's only one voting share, and it's mine. I have reviewed my notes, and I found myself without fault. Hey, Azrael, how's it going? Can we get a shout out for Azrael, by the way? Another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays a lot of, like, let's use this shiv. Plays a lot of, like, simulation games and all that good stuff. So your farm sims, your American truck sims, all that stuff. Ooh, good. We're not repair scissors. As you do. So again, playing some Euro Truck Simulator, always a good time. All right. Let's see, visiting your friend's place so that I could change all their furniture. Exactly. That's when you do the pull for bits. Then move on anyways. Yeah, no, they got rid of that. I could definitely see doing that kind of thing, allowing the pull based on bits. But make it clear that I'm just not going to respect the pull in the end. Let's see, well guys, let's have a vote. On change all the furniture. Yeah, no, it's a whole thing. It gets pretty wild. It gets pretty wild what people expect. Like, just that they're just genuinely like, oh no, you said I couldn't say the thing I wanted to say, therefore censorship. It's like, no. You don't write an article to the newspaper and they're legally obligated to print it. They can print it if they want. They're probably not gonna. Yeah, no, it's just basically, because again, for those who don't know, with terms of service, as a content creator, I am obligated to moderate my chat and all that kind of stuff. So, if you all start popping in here and just dropping racial slurs and all that kind of stuff and I don't do anything about it, my channel gets suspended. Like, I am the one who gets punished for it. You'll probably also get, you know, your account suspended, but I will definitely get my channel suspended. Needless to say, that's bad. That's something I don't want. So it is 100% on my end that I am obligated to make sure people behave. And the way we do that is when someone says stuff and you're like, hey man, no, and they keep doing it, then they're not here anymore. Let's see, yet they're allowed to discriminate due to some factors, which is what a lot of people misrepresent when it comes to freedom of speech. Yet they're not allowed to discriminate due to some factors. So, the thing, there's like, discrimination is one thing, certainly. But freedom of speech, you know, you can say what you want. You can say incredibly racist, sexist, and awful things. And outside of very specific context, that's legal. You're a jerk, and people aren't going to want to hang around you, but you can do it. Like, there's not a law preventing you from doing that, again, outside of specific things. Like, outside of things like you're arresting someone and dropping a bunch of slurs, then, you know, very clearly there's a strong argument that perhaps that was done with a bias. And yada yada. But as far as, like, just conversation between people, like, if you go to a restaurant and just start dropping slurs, you haven't broken any law. You're gonna be told to get the hell out. And then if you don't leave and all that, you'll be arrested for trespass. But there's no law against that. That is... Alright, let's go to the front door. Because I'm a little concerned about coming from that side with the blind corner there, where I've got a zombie in front of me and at the side, that's an easy place you can get popped in at the side of, and then suddenly you have to go back to character creation. Yeah, so our character's getting super stressed out because of all the doors being banged on. Alright, let's see. So what you're saying is, so you could say what you want, but you'll be punished for it. Basically, but you're talking about, again, like, it's freedom of speech doesn't mean freedom of consequence. It means freedom from consequences, so if you, like, say, I don't like the government can't come in and cause you grief. Is that door being hit now? But as far as businesses, it's not applicable. Again, with some narrow exceptions. No, you're all good. Like, these topics come up, and it's fine to discuss them. As long as people are being civil and they're not doing, like, bad faith arguments and that kind of stuff, it's whatever. We don't have, like, a strict no politics policy on the channel, but I usually make it a rule that we don't talk about any individual, like, elected officials or political parties or, you know, immediate legislation kind of things, because it is one of those things that insert party A, someone says something negative, you know, someone of party B gets all bent out of shape and hurt because they identify as it kind of thing. You know, that type of deal. Like, that's just where you hit, like, kind of the bad side of political stuff. But just being like, hey, you know, certain stuff has consequences and all that. Like, that's fine. Or, like, the implications of generative AI and all that. Yep, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. Yeah, and that's the whole reason why we have, like, we don't mention specific political parties and all that. Or like, do the dance around it kind of thing. Where, like, if instead of saying, like, insert party, you say, like, the Conservative Party, well, we already know what you're talking about. So that'd be another one. We'd be like, yeah, no. Alright, so we did manage to loot this building. I didn't see anything that was like, yeah, we'll come back for that. Let's see, basically you can't get locked up for speaking out against the government, which happened during... Yeah, I mean, yes. That's pretty much what it protects against. Is that you can't be punished for, like, speaking out against the government, that kind of thing. That's your protection. And there's even exemptions to that, because, like, technically there is still limits. Like, if you walk into an open space and go gun really loud, or, you know, fire or something like that, and you cause a panic that gets people hurt, you're not protected there. Because, like, your intent is to cause a panic. So that is not protected speech. Alright, if you just want to sit there, I'm down. Let's see if we can't peek in here without aggroing them. Yep. That one's not really dead. Neither is that one. Hey, Italics! Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can we get a shout out for Italics, by the way? Another fantastic content creator. Plays a lot of similar games to what we play here. Has been playing a lot of Vintage Story recently. And thank you, Ultra, for the tier 1 sub for 15 months. You've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that. Yeah, playing more Vintage Story. Yeah, so Italics lately has been playing Vintage Story, like... Did you switch to semi-permadeath? I think I heard you mention that. That you switched it over to where you're doing the Homo sapiens kind of thing, where it's like 5,000 tiles spawn kind of thing, and then you got the gear for saying your spawn, if I remember correctly. But thank you for those follows. Welcome to the stream also. If I remember correctly, I think that's what you said when I was hanging out there the other day. But yeah, so welcome in everybody. Yeah, but Italics plays a whole bunch of fun games. Been playing some Vintage Story, has done like RimWorld in the past, and a whole bunch of stuff like that. So if those are the kind of games you're into, you can find it there, which if you're here, there's a pretty good chance that's what you're into. But everyone coming over from Italics. Let's see. Yeah, still mentally permadeath, but technically not permadeath. You haven't died yet, knock on wood. Yeah, no, it's definitely when you do like the Homo sapiens or similar to Homo sapiens start, there is definitely an aspect of, yes, I don't lose everything when I die, but also I kind of still do, because I'm so far away from where my stuff is that it's just not going to happen. Alright, let's grab the stake. It's an absolutely terrible weapon, which is perfect. And thank you for all those follows. Welcome to the stream. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in this game, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill run ever streamed. That said, that is a past tense that my record has been beaten. I did see the jar there. Okay, well, I'm not going to read this magazine right here, because the zombie's going to come up behind me and just grab me from that door. So we have a jar of stale radishes. Mmm. Nummy, nummy, num. Alright, let's go over here. Let's put those radishes to use. Is there a leaderboard for the world record somewhere? I know Allison Adventures has kept one in the past. Since Build 42 has come out, I don't know if it's still being maintained. I don't think it is, because they're kind of waiting for it to be stable enough to go for those kind of giant marathon runs. So the radishes are stale. What we're going to go ahead and do is just eat those right away. But yeah, so with that record, it was on 16 times pop, 0 to hero, which just basically means it started with no stats, and all that kind of stuff. Sweaty tryhard settings, all that kind of good stuff. Yeah, so I'm just making lots of radish salad, because that'll count. That'll help counter sadness, because we've been just horrible about what we're eating. Yeah, honestly, I really enjoyed the 0 to hero thing, because it's kind of one of those things with Project Zomboid, when you, like, once you get to the, like, mid-game where your stats start getting pretty high, the zombies as a threat start going down a lot. Is Butter still busted? Butter's still pretty wrong. Oh, did Queet take a mod that got rid of the arms kind of thing? Yeah, no, we were recently playing Ellen, and And yeah, we did a Chaos Shaper and I ended up growing, I think it was 3 arms and like 2 fingers and an extra back. It's a weird game. Very weird game. Azrael's trying to get himself banned. Really, really trying to do that, just jabbing the mods. You don't poke the mods. That's danger. That's danger living right there. Okay. So let's drop that jar lid right there. Drop the handle right there. Get a spare weapon. This is garbage, so I'll get that out right away so it breaks. We'll actually do that first so it breaks. Reader magazine. But yeah, well, I mean, you're saying mods at large, and I know there's at least like 3 mods here right now. There might be 1 or 2 more lurking. Alright, drop our homesteading book that we just found. But yeah, so for those who haven't caught what we're doing in Project Zomboid right now... Oh, I want to mark that place. So we'll go ahead and symbols. Do this. Add note. Seeds and fertilizer. We'll probably never mess with it, but it's marked anyways. But yeah, so it's we're doing some like sweaty tryhard settings. So we've got the game set up to 16 times pop, so it's the maximum population the game supports without like any mods that mess with it. And there's really never been a mod that lets you change the population that has had any real traffic. Because already at 16 times pop, things start to come come undone near the high pop areas. Actually, impressed that stake is still holding up because it's a rubbish weapon. But yeah, so we're playing on the maximum pop, 0 stats and all that kind of stuff. And it is one of those things with this that we do very little damage and we get tired very easily. Let's see. Next up, we'll grab the Claw Hammer. And also check out Ultrasaurus, an absolutely fantastic content creator, who apparently hates herself because she's playing My Winter Car. That she actively apparently is into the idea of pain, and suffering and anguish. Because that's the best way I could think to describe that game. I have not played. I played my summer car, I got the car working once, and I didn't want to wait for the rally race day to go away. Pulled out, immediately got murdered by the rally race cars. And I was like, you know what? I don't want to play this anymore. And then I didn't. And so, with My Winter Car, when it came out, I'm like, alright, is it still going to be the same obtuse trolley game as the first one? Yeah? Nah. I think I'm good. Yeah, no, that's what I've heard, is with the extra survival mechanic, it's so much worse. Like, the cold and the fact that your character's, like, not a recovering alcoholic, they're just fully embraced alcoholic. Oh no, Zomboid is punishing. I'd agree to that. I wouldn't say Zomboid is a game that's actively trying to just ruin your day. Yeah, you can put it on sweaty tryhard settings and give yourself a pretty rough ride. But Zomboid is absolutely a game you can kind of just master and all that. It takes time. But the flow of combat, you can get down to an art. But yeah, so for and I also understand, like, if you raid and ran and all that, that's totally fine. But you're still here. Do you have any like fun plans this week, Italics? And then also, same question to you, Ultra. Any fun stuff you got? We need to back up. Any fun stuff you got going on planned this week? So I know I've been popping around a bunch of different games. I enjoyed Ellen. I might play more of it on stream. It's a fun game. It's definitely one of those games that is not a looker. Getting more kicked in the nuts by My Winter Car. Yeah, no, that's I had a couple of people ask me if I was gonna play. It's like, I'm pretty sure the answer's no. For those who don't know my summer car / my winter car, the concept is pretty cool. That you start out, you have this car, it's a project car, it's missing parts, all that kind of stuff. And you have very little money and all that, and you work these kind of crappy little jobs. And you get money, and you slowly build this car. And it's got an incredible amount of detail in building the car in the first one. I understand they've toned it down a little bit in the second one. I don't know that for sure, but that's kind of what I heard through the grapevine type deal. But, on the other hand, they've scattered the parts so you don't just have them all sitting around your garage like the first one. So, less complexity of parts, but less availability of parts, is what my understanding of it is. And then, it's dark, it's cold, your character physically needs beer to survive. And that kind of thing. But the catch is, well, the car building side, you know, it doesn't really guide you on anything. It's just like, here's your parts, figure it out. And that part's honestly pretty alright, because it is those things that you can kind of learn, because you can genuinely look up how an actual engine goes together and figure it out from there. But then there's a lot of stuff like, your grandmother's like, bring me my milk or whatever it was, and you have to go get milk for her. But she only shows up at certain parts of the day, doesn't tell you what times those are, and she only shows up at one specific place, doesn't tell you where that place is, and you just gotta figure that crap out. And that to me is the huge negative about my summer car and my winter car, is just the obtuseness of all that, where it's like, well, how the hell am I supposed to find that information? Alright. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, but as far as what we're doing right now, this character did start with no stats. We're kind of doing something a little bit different in that the plan is for our character to quote-unquote treasure hunt. That when we find a survivor zombie, the survivor zombies will have an annotated map. So when we look at our annotated map, it'll just be like, yo, this house here, I hid the stuff, go gets it. You know, like they were writing it to a friend or whatever. And you get that map. And so we're going to, you know, quote-unquote treasure hunt, that when we get one of those maps, that becomes our objective. Is it something intelligent or strategic or otherwise in any way positive thing to do? Absolutely freaking not. Not on 16 times pop. It is going to be an absolute slog to get to that thing, and any weapons I get out of it, it's going to, like, I'm going to break way more weapons than I get out of it getting to it. But it gives us a direction to push for. That's the intent. To that end, we have not found a survivor zombie. So, in the meantime, we're kind of just pushing towards Lake Fallas, which I believe are just east of it, but the meta events are being absolute trolls. And so every time I start getting close, we hear a gunshot, and then I'm not close anymore. But we're actually doing pretty good. We're getting pretty close to Short Blunt 5, which I've not been, like, deliberately targeting it or anything. It's just, that's the weapons we happen to get, because short blunts are some of the most common weapons in the game. Our fitness is coming up on 3. Our strength is, like, 4.5. I can't remember if we're number 2 or 3 at this point. So, as far as combat skills, we're actually getting to, like, mid-game combat skills. In the fact that I can go up to a rally group, and I can't wipe out the whole thing in one go, but I can kind of be a little more careless on the pull. Just grab a handful of them, whack them with the hammer till they're all dead. But unfortunately, because we're close to another town, we are dealing with the fact that they do kind of slowly migrate out of the town just by the fact that there's too many there to fit. So, the way this works in 16 times pop is you kind of get this, like, weird tug-of-war going on, where you gain a little ground, and then the zombies come out, and you lose a little ground, and then you, like, fight your way back in, and you gain a little ground, and then the zombies come back out, and you lose a little ground. You kind of go back and forth in this tug-of-war until you finally knock down their numbers enough that there's really not many zombies to kind of backfill in thing. We're only running like UI mods for the most. Do you want more of an idea where you are right now? Not really. I'm pretty sure I know where we're at, because we look at the map right now. I've got the Fallas back road. I believe that goes right over here, and somewhere in this area is Lake Fallas itself. I think there might be a road that goes down this way. Okay, that's what I'm trying to remember, is the twist road. I think it either goes down this way and then comes in from the bottom, or I can't remember if there's a... I don't think there's a road that comes in from the east, but I've never approached Lake Fallas from the east side before. Is it possible to kill every zombie? Technically, yes. Realistically, no. It's just like, could you technically count every grain of sand on the beach? Technically, yes, but probably not. It is in the realm of possibility, but it is an unrealistic goal. Yeah, you can definitely clear a city. Even on 16 times pop, you can absolutely clear a city. I've done that before. Oh, and we already have gotten our generator magazine, by the way. We found it in the trash. Why are you banging your hammer for taking apart the television? Did I choose the wrong piece of furniture? If I'm taking apart the table, the television's... I mean, they did have the screwdriver in their hand. So sure, we can go with that. But yeah, no, I've, like the... Not my highest score, but when I had the record, the run I was doing, I had cleared... Oh man, what was it? We cleared Rosewood, we cleared the prison, we cleared the secret military base. I believe we cleared Lake Fallas. We cleared March Ridge. And I think we were pretty far into clearing Muldrow when I died. We're giving our strained muscles a chance to recover, and eating one radish at a time out of a bowl with some pepper on it. Because they're stale, so they're going to go bad anyways. So, you notice we were at maximum sad before. The secret to sadness is you can get over it. You just need salad. Everyone's all like, there's all these things you should do. You should really work on this. And it's like, nah, man, have you heard of my bestie here, salad? Salad's wonderful. It fixes everything. Obviously, we're not saying this seriously. In case that wasn't clear. Usually get sadder eating salad. Well, that's because you put like four parts of lettuce in there, and you can't repeat your ingredients. Are you gonna ever return to Ellen? I probably will. I've enjoyed Ellen. It's just kind of one of those catches that I'm very mixed feelings about streaming it. It definitely feels like the progression has a lot of repetition in it, which I'm saying as we're killing zombies like in 2s and 3s and 4s again and again. That like for a lot of it is just like continuing to kill the same enemies again and again. So it is one of those things I'm a little worried about that aspect for viewer fatigue. And then very genuinely, while a game doesn't need to be the most aesthetically pleasing thing on the world, it's definitely not a very attractive game. And a lot of times when you're doing content creation and someone new pops into your channel, you got about 1 minute to 5 minutes to convince them it's worth staying. And a lot of times a visual component is not nothing. So it is a thing that I'm a little leery of. But I definitely enjoyed it. I'm not against playing it again, but it is one of those things that, like, very genuinely, I mean, you can't tell now because we just had a big raid, but, like, when I was playing Ellen, the viewership was down quite a bit. Not a bad numbers. It's not something I've been like upset about. But compared to what we've been having recently, it was definitely considerably lower both days than I normally see on the channel these days. And it's just the reality is like how many people are currently searching for Ellen on the platform. It's not many. So there's not much discoverability opportunity and that kind of thing. That said, I'm not against playing it. I debated playing it today. But it's just kind of one of those things. I had intended on playing Product Zomboid the other day, and that didn't happen. Oh, I think I know where we are. Yeah, no, it's definitely fun. It's just, there are games that can be pretty tough to stream. I think it was fine. Like, I think it's the kind of game I could jump in for a stream or two, and everything's peachy. But it is a game I would worry about, you know, streaming for a week or two. I don't like, I feel like that would kind of hurt me. Also, like, the story was weird. Because it very much feels like you're doing your own thing in the sandbox and that's all cool. And then just suddenly this unrelated story that has nothing to do with you or anything you're doing just kind of pops in there. And you just kind of scratch your head and you're like, what the hell's this nonsense? Huh. Like, and it's fine. It's trying to teach you about the overarching what's going on in the world. But it really felt like a weird thing for it to just be like, you just went home. Here's what's going on in this completely remote area you've never been with people you have no idea who are and are totally detached from that. It also kind of sucks because I really needed to raid out at a, you know, before my ending time. And so I was like, no problem. I'm right here by home. Like, I got like 15 minutes before I got a roll. And then I stepped into my town and I started this like 10-15 minute dialogue sequence in some place I had no idea about that. You know, okay, if I'm interested in the story, I'm kind of stuck rushing it. Because I had to raid out to the next person kind of thing. Because I was doing raid train stuff. And you can't pause in the middle of those things. You either see it or you don't. But that was just unfortunate timing more than anything. It's a cool game. Like, genuinely, I actually do recommend it. Just be aware if you do check out Ellen, it is definitely lacking information in the game. So, like, how dual wielding works, the penalties, the benefits, and all that, the game doesn't tell you. There's not really a good discoverability in the game that I have seen. And, like, even using it, there's not enough information in, like, the combat log to really know what's up. You just kind of have to watch and be like, does this vaguely look better or not? Or you have to, like, look up a wiki or whatever. Or you have to sit there. Well, I mean, I don't even think it gives you damage numbers. There might be a setting for damage numbers. But you get the idea. It's a game that kind of has a lot of gaps in that player information that does contain important stuff. And there's certainly a place for discoverability in games. I actually think it's great for games to have discoverability. But, like, basic mechanics shouldn't be a big question mark on how they work unless it's a deliberate decision to have that discoverability be part of it. At which point, then you need a way for that discoverability to happen. But it's early access, so, you know, it'll get its work and improvement. I do hope to see more. I really like the progression setup from, like, the old, you know, RuneScape, Ultima Online, EverQuest style games, where, you know, you get your trades and you do the thing and the point go up and you get better at the thing. Like, I do really like that style of RPG progression. Well, to me, the missing information wasn't a matter of, like, language barrier kind of thing. They have some of that where, like, they have weird choice of words or weird sentence structure every once in a while that it's like, ah, I see. This definitely feels like you typed something in, chucked it into Google Translate, and then dropped the results here. So it's like, yes, it kind of tells what I'm supposed to do. It's just phrased weirdly. And that's fine. I actually don't have a problem with that. It was the utter omission of certain information. So, like, there's as far as I could tell, there wasn't a place. Like, I tried looking up dual wielding. I tried looking up multiple weapons. I tried looking up, like, the item section to see if it would give me any information. Because a lot of games handle dual wielding in them very differently. Like, some games, when you're dual wielding, your character will attack with all weapons at once. Some of them, they'll, like, individually the weapons will just kind of rotate at the normal attack speed kind of thing. So, you know, the first one is really, really good. The second one is pretty meh. Some of them, they'll give you a hit penalty, so your accuracy gets massively penalized. So that's a matter of, okay, but does having the multiple weapons overcome the hit? But, like, with the absence of any of that information, you're like, I don't know how this works. And I even equipped a bunch of them, like, I still don't know how this works. I think they're all hitting, but, like, on their own rotation or something. Alright, we just keep killing these zombies, keep pushing in. I'm pretty sure we're on the east side of Lake Fallas here. Like, these are the zombies in the Lake Fallas cells. And I believe if I follow that road south, I believe it would eventually take me to the ice cream parlor. Where if I take this road to the north, I think it just straight up takes me into Lake Fallas. I could be wrong about that. We're close. Either way, it's west of us. That's the only detail I need, is keep killing. One of those directions leads to where we're going. Okay, we're good here. Let's see, why do you think the double hitting at the same time is better for dual wielding? So what generally happens is when you're looking at dual wielding games, they can either work where they overlap their hits or they work sequentially. So if you think about having like a very fast and a very slow weapon, if you're hitting at the same time, they would hit and you'd do both attacks. Where if they do it sequentially, you'd have the really slow hit, and then that would have a delay, and then you do the fast hit and go right back to your very slow hit. And it ends up being a thing when you go and you hit an enemy up first, so you run up, you do your first hit. You hit him with all your weapons, and then you'd back off, and you'd hit him with all your weapons again, as opposed to the sequentially one you have to just stay on top of them. And there's a bunch of other, opportunity costs and all that you run into between sequentially or kind of all at once potentially. There's pros and cons with every game's, dual wielding mechanic. And there's a bunch of games who we just don't want to deal with it. You can't dual wield. You have your weapon hand and you got your shield hand. Well, what if I want to put something else in my shield hand? No. You got your weapon hand, you got your shield hand. We don't want to figure this out. Or you do like Path of Exile, where you do 50% less damage when you do wield. Yeah, that's the kind of things you can do. Like I said, usually most of the games, when they do it that way, they actually punish your accuracy, your hit chance. So, by dual wielding, you massively reduce your chance of hitting an enemy, but then you get all the stats and benefits of having both weapons. So in theory, you should be able to make that scale up well. By doing that. Gotcha, Lardy. That happens. I appreciate you hanging out, all stuff. I also asked what people's stream plans were, and then got distracted fighting zombies, and never did circle back to that. So let me check to make sure if either of them responded. Oh no, right, that's right. Ultra did respond, and I acknowledged it and was like, oh, my winter car. Yeah. Is a minimap mod? No, it's a setting. When you start your game, you can choose that. Yeah. No, you responded. I just got focused and then forgot. I am finally happy that we got a bunch of the multi-streaming stuff working again, which has been a long time. Because I actually used to stream onto more platforms, like with TikTok and all that as well. And then OBS had an update, or Driver had an update or something, and the moment I would start the TikTok live studio, it would immediately crash OBS when I had it streaming. And so that's finally resolved, thankfully. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Now, granted, I still do have the problem that ATEM, when I'm using all this stuff and I turn on my virtual camera, where it's supposed to be moving both of those on, it just immediately nukes OBS. But luckily I can work around that one. It's just annoying because I did it for a long time, and then it started crashing, and then that was kind of it. I couldn't afford to have this, because it was the crashing where it's like taking out OBS, and it wasn't even getting the connection protection. It was just, stream was done. But yeah, you can also, in your settings, you can have it so the entire map is revealed at the beginning. Honestly, with a lot of my marathon runs, I do usually turn that on to where the whole map is revealed, because I pretty much know the map extremely well. Like, I may not know where I am exactly in this moment. I know vaguely I'm just to the east of Lake Fallas. I might be a little off by how far north or south it is, but vaguely I'm in that direction. And then it's also very helpful when people ask questions. I can just pull up the map and be like, okay, well, that's you know, what you're looking for. Okay, you can have my jar. Put that back in her bag. Got plenty of weapons. So we're gonna have to start foraging for food soon. Because I've been getting lucky hopping from house to house to house and not having to put too much effort into that, but eventually that luck will run out. That said, we're getting to the point where I can knock out a good 100 zombies in a day. As long as I don't get interrupted too much. We are in the, when I say sweet spot, I mean in a bad way. We are in the sweet spot where we're due for a helicopter. Drink some water. And now we're sleepy. Yeah, I've got a pretty good idea. I could be off about a block north or south from where I think we are. But I got a pretty good idea where we are at. Alright. So we're going to go ahead and fast forward. Because I want to go to bed at midnight so I don't wake up too late. What I'm going to do here, Chad, is I'm going to quickly pop into the restroom real fast after we sleep. Because I need to use the restroom. In a place like this, I have very little, if any, concern of a zombie coming up to get us. There is a possibility a zombie gets in the building in the bottom floor and yada yada, but I'm making no noise. So unless the zombie heard me or saw me go into this room in the first place, it's just not a real concern. Not that it couldn't happen, it's just very unlikely. All right, so what's going to happen here is I'm going to quickly use the restroom. I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, and we are back. Alright, there's a very, very, very good chance today is a helicopter day. We are due. And it has been a while. So when the radio hits 8 a.m., we want to listen in and see what we got here. We also need to change this outfit because this is pretty boring drip. Zombie walking around is like, what's your fashion? Black. Oh, and a straw hat. I actually think it had brighter colors to begin with, but you know, we've hit saturation of gore. Okay, and we're gonna keep popping around all these zombies we see wandering. Let's just grab and get rid of them. Keep the place we sleep at night as clear as we can. You know, those are some lovely turquoise pants. Or aqua, whatever color that is. I'll take those in a minute. We can go for some bright colors. There we go. Got brighter pants. Now I just need to do the same to the shirt. You know, I don't know what your top is, but it's almost an aqua. No, it's more holes than shirt though, so we'll find a different one. Excuse me, please don't sleep on my house. The house they've been staying at for all of like 2 nights. What shirt do I have right now? Oh, it's a Hawaiian shirt. It's just a really dark Hawaiian shirt. I do like the Hawaiian shirts in the game. They're also good because, like, you have to worry about heat really badly in the game, like your character overheating a lot. And the Hawaiian shirts work really, really well. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, the 90s is all about your ripped jeans and your acid wash jeans, but a ripped shirt? Come on now. That's just junk. Jackets are an exception. You can have a ripped jacket as long as it's a denim jacket or similar. Can you wash your shirts? Yeah, you can, but it uses water. And with the water turned off right now, because, you know, the infrastructure's failed, I want to use that limited bit of water on something, like, avoiding dehydration. Okay, it's almost time to get our weather report. You just can't skip your morning routine. Put your entire day on the wrong thing. Yeah, no, unless you take the trait that's hemophobia, so you're afraid of blood. Unless you take that trait, having your shirt like at like absolute saturations of dirt and gore doesn't have a significant effect. I understand they made it so it has a minor effect to your mood now, but that's so easy to resolve, it's a non-issue. Don't do that with 16 times pop. Yeah, no, if you're living on a lake or a river, you can clean up your shirts if you really want to. Because there's infinite water in a lake and a river. But, you got only so many hours of daylight. Is that really where you want to put them? Get that out of my way for right now. What gloves do you have? Ah, rubber gloves. Yeah, that makes sense. Rubber gloves that are full of holes. Alright, so the real question is, if it's a helicopter day, where are we taking the helicopter? I obviously don't want to run ahead into Lake Fallas area, because that'll make getting in there way worse. Back the way we came gets a little dicey, because we've kind of had this, like, rolling helicopter thing. I'm going to go on the assumption we're having the helicopter. I believe we left a gun down along the side of this house here. Or was it the other house? Oh, I think it was the other house. It's not this house. I think it's a house over there. Well, it's just a 9mm, no extra ammo or anything. Just like 9 shots or whatever. Alright, helicopter day. So we immediately abort what we were doing. And let's take a quick consideration of where we're going. So, the last helicopter we took was over here in this field. And this whole area is pretty hot. We got bullied out of here because there's a house alarm up there. I could try cutting up this way, going back the other way on Twist Road, and seeing if we can hopefully get over there before things escalate. Yeah, I think the gun's right there. Take the hunting knife and put that away. How often do you take vehicles in this setup? Later on, we'll take them. Early on, they can be very hard to get a hold of one. About the time I start having to travel between towns, and I've secured at least a gas station. Find my last bullet. Shouldn't have many bullets. They only had like 9 bullets or something like that when I looked at the gun. Yep, there it goes. Okay, so we're just heading east right now. 14, almost a full mag? Yeah, no, I just misread it. Because I usually don't pay that close attention to guns very often. I'll check them on the ground for using later. Okay. So it's not a terrible field if we have an early helicopter. I know that's Flint. If we grab anything else, we're going to be overburned. Perfect. That gives me my food for right now. Surprised all that's actually going in that bag. Okay, we got some warehouses over here. Probably a good chance there's going to be a bunch of zombies by the warehouse. Maybe, maybe not, just because of the number of helicopters and all I've taken in the area. Yeah, and these will be the style of warehouses that'll be just full of crates and all that. Not going to worry about it. They're not going to be weapons or whatever, unfortunately. Yeah. Those just be a bunch of produce crates. This, on the other hand, could have tools, which would normally be lovely. But I also have no inventory space left. Bunch of farmhouses, or like farmer helper houses. We got a bench anvil there. That's pretty sweet. Okay. Let's put an X in that spot. There's Twist Road there. Wait, what are those? Oh. We found ourselves some more 9mm bullets. Okay. Alright, let's not draw the zombies to those buildings. It could be worth checking those buildings out later. Also, let's, really quickly on the map. Put a marker for bench, anvil, and seeds. Gonna work our way up this one. This will probably just dead end along the side of the field. But the plan here is to just kind of work our way over, kind of to the east where we've been taking a lot of these helicopters previously. And just get into that vague area. And then do the helicopter over there. That way we hopefully don't bring a bunch of zombies to where we're trying to stay. I also don't want to draw the zombies to a place I haven't explored that I might want to explore. That's fine. Let's kill these two. So I want to kind of see what's up this road real quick. Oh, there's more farmhouses over here. Okay. I figured this was just going to end in something else. It's just doing a little wandering as we, Interesting. Yeah, so a couple of farmhouses over there. I'm just going to start cutting across here. Because I still want to try and draw the zombies east of here as best we can. So as you can see, we've taken the helicopter not too far. No, this would be the house alarm remnants. And thank you, Blade Drongo, for the 7-stream streak. I really do appreciate that. I do hope you've been having a good time in your project, Zomboid, and all that good stuff. Can we get a shout out for Bloody Drongo, by the way? Another fantastic content creator and a fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team that I am on. So definitely a fantastic person to check out. Been playing a lot of Project Zomboid recently. So also doing some 16 times pop shenanigans and all that good stuff. Yep, so I'm trying to get over to where we got these fields to the east we saw earlier. I would like to take the helicopter over there. That is going to get real spicy over there. Just by the fact that, we've taken a helicopter pretty close to that spot before. But the hope here is by going over there, I can continue to draw the zombies away from where we've been operating. I'm really hoping the helicopter comes soon, though. Because it is one of those concerns, if you have a very late day helicopter, it could be a real bad time. Because then you're dealing with that. Now granted, I got like 3 containers of caffeine pills, so if we do have to go and just start wandering out into the world because we get bullied, that's fine. But yeah, so you'll notice I could be fighting and clearing zombies and probably kill something like 100 zombies today. We're skipping that whole part. And that's just because right now the helicopter's the priority. Let's not be near that field. Alright, we got some corpses rotting over here. It's been a little while since I've been in this area. Because we've been kinda doing this like rolling advance on Lake Fallas where I carve my way in deeper, and then the helicopter or med event or something bullies me out of one area, we push in a little deeper. And then like when we have like a proper helicopter, we kind of drop back, try and pull the zombies away. So the goal we're trying to do here is primarily not die. That's primary objective. Do not commit die. The secondary objective here is to use the helicopter as a tool to draw the zombies away from Lake Fallas and where we've been operating as best we can into just this random field over here to the east. And then once we get the zombies over there, we want to not try and fight them or anything, but just kind of switch back and just sneak on around the other way and hopefully get ourselves to a house. There is a possibility as we're doing this, I might end up needing to take some caffeine tablets and just keep on walking into the wilderness. It really depends on what I get left with, but we are prepared for that situation. The most immediate problem I'll run into is running out of water. If it comes down to it, I have a couple places I can pull a cheeky sip of water. We're relatively close to Lake Fallas. If things got real bad, I could, just walk over to Lake Fallas's lakes and just take a sip from one of those lakes. I never did explore this road. Let's go down this road while we wait for the helicopter. There it is. Alright, so it's 8:13. So we are here. So boom. Third helicopter 8/13. And I wasn't paying close attention. Was it 1 p.m.? No, I think it was noon. Yeah. Oh, they coming. Can you actually see the helicopter? No, the reality is the helicopter is an invisible object that spins around you and makes loud noises. There are mods that do like the expanded helicopters, and one of the things they will do is they will add a shadow where the helicopter is, so you can just see like the dark spot do its circles. But the idea is it's just a thing making noise above you. So we're just gonna go ahead and do our murder ball here. Now, the helicopter will stick around for up to 4 in-game hours. On your 1-hour days, it'll be 1 to 4 passes. Now, that said, with the default now being 1.5 hours per day, if you are running the 1.5 hours, it could do up to 6 passes. So it's 1 to 6 passes now. It seems like, nah, this is under control. Hey, Sim, can we get a shout out for Simcopter 1, by the way? Another fantastic content creator who's been doing a lot of Product Zomboid recently. Yeah, this is just a day that ends in Y. Got our happy little whistle. But yeah, plays a lot of like simulation, strategy games, those kind of things. Yeah, we just got a parade whistle. Yeah, but this is what I call the murder ball strategy. You just do a little walk around. To be clear, I can get really close to this ball and be fine. It doesn't feel fine, but it's fine. As long as I'm not running, like as long as you're moving like along them and not into them without a significant movement speed penalty, you won't get grabbed. If you accidentally turn into them at all, though, then that's don't do that. And I am deliberately using the whistle to make sure to aggro them towards me. That is a deliberate and conscious decision. I don't want them running loose. I want them to join the ball. Because the zombies in the murder ball are the zombies well contained. I know exactly where they are. I know exactly what they're doing. They're no threat to me. It's the loose zombies out, like this zombie here that's hard to see on the grass. Those are the zombies I'm scared of. Those are zombies where you just straight up walk into and then your run's over. But we just ride the wave back and forth. And occasionally when we see a very easy to take advantage of opening, we just take advantage of it and we switch the murder ball's direction so we don't get pushed off the field. Normally I'd want to start this a little bit more center field, but, you know, it showed up while we were on the road here. And if you don't have the whistle, you can just yell. The whistle's just, like, stronger yelling. I can't remember, is the whistle, like, 3 times as loud? Would fire do wonders? I don't use burns. The zombies do burn, but very, very slowly, and they do destroy almost everything around them. Kind of thing. So it's generally not a great idea. And then if you catch fire, you are made out of, like fire accelerant and sawdust. Your character just straight up gets murdered by fire. Like, if you breathe too close to a fire, your character just falls over dead. Okay, so that's what you don't want to see. So where that's saturated, I can work my way through that, but that's harder to make work. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna rotate the murder ball. And you notice we're not running. Everything's cool. Everything's fine. But yeah, so that density down there, that density means we die if I try and go through there, most likely. I've certainly pulled that off plenty, but it's high risk. So what we want to do is we want to put the murder ball between me and this. And then we ride the wave. And what that means is going to happen is all those zombies are going to be pulled into the murder ball, and then they're not a problem. And we know we haven't achieved a proper murder ball until the game hitches every single time I turn and I get a view of it. That's when we know we got a proper murder ball going. But most of the time you will have an open side. The only problem you can run into as well is sometimes your open side leads into a forest or something. You don't want that. That's bad. That's real bad. Alright, so it looks like we're gonna have an opening behind this guy over here. So that's my next target. So we're gonna work our way over here. And I'm gonna go around him, and I'm gonna follow around this side, and we're gonna switch which side the murder ball's on since I'm losing area. We're gonna go back to riding our little wave here. And then gradually absorb all the zombies into the murder ball. Yeah, if you don't have the zombies eventually stop loading their textures, you don't have enough zombies yet. Alright, so the helicopter started at noon. Sounds like we're going to get our third pass here. And every pass generally pulls zombies from farther away. Do not do this if you are properly overburdened. If you're properly overburdened when this happens, ditch your bag, come for it later. Like, Project Zomboid is a game, you should be ready to just drop your junk and go, abandon your base and go. The moment things are not safe, like, it is always easy to come back and get your stuff later. Alright, let's aim for the gap over here. Swing it around. Yeah, we got textures not loading? Yup. When you see the zombies where, like, they're in the corner of their vision and they're turning black silhouettes like that, that means the game is trying to save memory because there's too many zombies. So it's not rendering their textures. That's when you know you got a proper number of zombies nearby. After making the murder ball, what's the next step, Prophet? No, it's when the helicopter goes away, it is we firmly plant our tail between our legs and we walk away. Become one with the ball. I mean, when I was first learning this trick and how to do it, there were times that you just turn wrong right into the ball and then suddenly your run's over. Because if I bump into that, there is no coming back. Like, that is the end. Like, not even the greatest of blind luck will save me. Ooh, we got zombies coming from all directions now. Ah, there we go. That's when you know you got a good one. When we turn and look at the ball and the whole game hitches down to like a frame a second or two. So the side that the ball was on is still kind of clear, so we're going to zigzag back here. And it looks like I might be able to squeak by up here. Nope, I'm wrong. They're just gonna keep zigzagging and try and drag out this time as much as possible. Oh yeah, there we go. Feel the computer just scream in agony every time I take a tight turn. Alright, well, we're switching fields. This field's nice and open. I didn't really want to take him this way, but we're here now. You don't think there's no zombies in the murder ball yet? We're working on it. We can have one, maybe two more passes as the helicopter. If we don't hear it come back by about 20 after on the clock, we'll ditch the murder ball. Whoever constructed that fence deserves another contract? Absolutely. Oh, the zombies, once they get away from it, they will break off into groups of 16 to 20, and they'll gradually spread out. That's when you see the setting rally group, that's about how big the zombies naturally want to form their groups, like how many individuals. And nowadays, I believe the maximum size is 20. So once we ditch it, they'll start grouping up into groups of 20-ish, and then, you know, ditch. Yeah, so you see them coming in these, like, balls here? Those are rally groups. And they're hearing my whistle, and that's why they're closing in. Let's get you out of the way. Yeah, we're fine. Yeah, so that's, you can already see they're trying to break off into their rally groups. So let's get a good look at that murder ball. Yep. Yep. Mm-hmm. Alright, and we should be clear of the helicopter, so what we're going to go ahead and do is, I don't want to drag him home, so we're going to move south with the intent of just ditching him whenever we get the possibility. Hi. I heard the sound because I was looking away and thought I just walked into a zombie and died, because that's how we die here. It'll be like the one zombie just chilling on the grass, not moving, waiting for its moment its whole life. Or I just straight up don't see a fence and then walk into a fence and die. Please stop reading chat? Nah, that's fine. We do this all the time, man. Every like 10 to 12 days. Okay, it looks like they're thinning out over here, and you'll notice we're still not running. I don't think... Did we even run 1 or 2 steps this whole time? Like, usually during a helicopter, I usually have to, like, do, you know, a step or 2 here and there just to maneuver. But this one went very smoothly. This was a nice, easy one. So, like, at the end there, where we started getting in them from all sides, that's kind of what you don't want. Because that can get you in some kind of trouble. Yeah, I may have, because usually what'll happen is I have like 2 closing in, and you just want to do like the 1, 2, 3 steps to go through there. Yeah, last one was a 6 pass, was insane. Yeah, no, that's one of the runs we had when it was the first big run I did in Build 42. I set up right next to one of the big cities, and that one we were kind of having this like we were drawing from multiple say zombies from all sides, and just kind of like the noose was closing in on our character. That helicopter after helicopter was just making it get worse and worse and worse. And it was one of those things eventually is like, I just gotta fight my way through. Like, just gotta power through it. But we had so many close calls. Because, like, we were the eye in the storm of zombies. And I was making one helicopter work after the other, but those weren't nice, cozy helicopters like that one, where everything went according to plan. Those were clutch your butt cheeks and hope you make it to the other side helicopters, with like one narrow escape after the other. There's something like 10 or 20 clips we got out of that series of helicopters because of just how many ridiculously close calls we got. Okay. So I want to walk kind of close to this. If any of the zombies are still on me, which they probably won't. Ah, they're there. They'll start catching on the corn, and most of them will be ditched. Now, I haven't cleared this way at any point, so we are in new territory. There's a chance I do run into rally groups out here. Yeah, I was drawing them from Irvington, the Junkyard, and even the Speedway. Oh yeah, no, it was nasty. It was wake up, fight the zombies. And I was kind of sitting there because I kept trying to take the helicopter around the areas surrounding me to just draw them away. And it kind of got to the point, it's like, I can't go anywhere. Like, I've dumped zombies everywhere. I can't go anywhere to drop those. Let me go ahead and do this real fast. For my own notes, so we're just going to go here to symbols and just go like this. Yep. Don't worry about this. There's no reason I'm doing this right now. This is the, I made this a bad place. Don't come back to this place anytime soon. It'll clear up on its own as the zombies migrate and all that. But if I go back there in the immediate future, like if I take a car and I try and drive it down that road, it's probably a one-way trip. I'll most likely get away, but the car probably won't. Meanwhile, we should be in the clear that I don't need that anymore. So put that back in my key ring. What? Stone Blade Scythe. Okay. Oh right, we're pretty close to overburn. Let's not push our luck. Stone Blade Scythe. All right. Yep, so as you can see, we didn't run at any point. There's no zombies with us. We're in the clear. We're good to go. You don't need to run. It's one of the mistakes a lot of new players make, is they'll see a situation, they'll be like, oh, I need to run. Like, they'll just run everywhere, and they'll just burn themselves out of endurance. Because the thing we have to watch is we are working our way back to where we were. There is entirely the possibility I'm going to get over here, and it's just going to be loaded with zombies. And, you know, I won't be able to do stuff there. I'll have to nope out and find someplace else to go. And sadly, my tent got destroyed. So we don't have a tent or anything like that to just lay down anywhere. Wait, I can make a leek salad, right? Okay. Leek salad. We just cut up a leek, put in a bowl. Makes us happy. All right. He knows very well, but you haven't seen it 16 times pop? Yeah, no, I've This is when I very first started doing 16 times pop. This general area of the map is usually where I aimed for my first runs. Because it just roughly, just broadly speaking, it's a relatively easier area to get at some decent loot. Build 41, it was a lot easier because a lot of these houses just didn't have zombies at them, so you just didn't have to worry about them. But Build 42, they all do. These ones just don't have zombies now because of all the helicopters and everything. House alarm? Nope. There's some canned sardines for later. Nah. The rolling pin you can use as a weapon, but they nerfed it or something. It's real bad now. Actually, for that matter, chuck those all in there. Oh. 1 second, sir. Sir? Here, I'll get that for you. You could have just waited. Oh yeah, the eye patch. It's such a bummer that like all the stuff like the eye patch and all that mess with your vision. I need to go and change the setting where it doesn't. Because they're kind of fun things to do, but because it does screw with your vision and everything, it's just a real sad thing because it's just too dangerous. Okay, so this house is clear. You've had a very scary night in this area. Oh yeah, no, that's I still think the most stressed I've ever been in Project Zomboid was I was doing a run with Def, which I won't ever do again. Not because of, like, the challenge part, that part's fun, but because it gets super tedious having no sound in the game forever. But I was along Riverside, and I couldn't listen to the radio to know what the weather was, because I'm deaf, and went out looking for stuff, and a tropical storm happened. So going into the night, there's a tropical storm. I didn't get back to base in time, so I'm kind of following the river. The game is utterly pitch black. I can see literally nothing. So I finally stop, and I'm like, I can't see, and I put my back against the water, being like, I can't do anything. I can't see anything. Oh, here, I'll just help you. There we go. Thank you for the key. But I'm also deaf in that run. So I can't hear anything. I can't see anything. And it was just very much standing there being like, I hate everything about this. And just like holding your weapon up and just hoping you'll see like the zombie outline or something to defend yourself. Yeah, there's a zombie in that bathroom rubbing up at the door. Really gross. Yep, no, I saw a saxophone case. Sadly, the musical instruments are all real awful weapons. Alright, so we go here, and... Nopety, nopety, nope. And I saw, do we have salsa? Oh, we have ranch? Sure. I'll eat a container of ranch. I actually can't remember which instruments in the game you can and can't play. Where are you in the map? Roughly middle. We're a little bit east of Lake Fallas. Yeah, and I know I've had a pretty big fight by these storage units before. I'm really hoping to get all the way back to that house we were at. If not, those three like farmers' houses, the farmhands' houses, we can definitely stop there and make that work. Being like a month into the game at this point, how long have we been alive? Yeah, being over a month of the game, most likely anything in those will be rotten, potatoes and all, without refrigeration. Alright, now we're just going to start fastly shedding weight. That's going to start becoming an immediate priority. We did find a fishing pole very early in the game. We haven't got a chance to use it. In an emergency, if things go real bad, we can just go north until we reach the river and save ourselves with fishing. Most likely, I'll probably be able to get to the Lake Fallas area. So this is not encouraging that we are seeing zombies over here. It is what it is. Drop the bag so we're not overburned. Okay, we're going to take the strategy of this house is a place we could sleep tonight. So we're going to kill the zombies nearby this house and then work our way up the road. But that's the plan, just house to house to house, see how far we can go, because it's also going to be dark and not too long. The first thing I'm going to do is go to the house itself. We're going to check to see if there's zombies behind it over here, and I do know there's zombies over there. We want to basically target whatever zombies are the closest to the house. That way, if we have to do a cheeky sleep, we'll be fine. Oh yeah, this is the house that had the, like, the basement apartment. So technically I could sleep in the basement. I'm not going to do it because basements are nightmare fuel after the power goes out, but, you know, I could. Well, there's tired. We'll just leave those zombies alone and see where we want to sleep. Okay, that window's not broken. So that's as good of a place as any. That window's also not broken. Probably that room. It gives me more room to maneuver if a zombie sneaks in while I'm asleep. It's fine. We'll drink from the toilet. Okay, so that pushed us to overburned prop. Oh, you're not. Ah, it doesn't fit in the bag now. Okay, that's fine. How is our hammer? Oh, we can craft. How much is the first level of overburned impact combat? Something like a bit less than 10% speed. Crit penalty and reducing thing. Yeah, so like this one where it says overloaded, that's where I worry. The slightly overburned is not great. It does give you a little bit more risk. There's TikTok with its like CAPTCHA thing being like, you know, make sure I'm a person. There we go. Because sometimes I'm not fast enough. Let's see. Do I not have what I need to nap the flint? Maybe put it in this side? Maybe this table doesn't... Oh, those all required a surface for it. There we go. So annoying? Yeah. Yeah, no, I've kind of made it a point when I was streaming to, like, TikTok to, like, deliberately make myself take breaks so that I switch scenes in it, and I have my, like, the scene switch button on my, Stream Deck deliberately do both Live Studio and OBS, just because of that nonsense. Their end is like, you haven't switched anything in 2 seconds. Clearly, you're not really here. Drop off the whetstone there. You're basically full. Alright, so let's pop back in here. Okay, so if we hear something smash the window, we run straight down. And the reason I chose to do that way versus over here is that they come in through the... Don't you do it, game. Don't screw me like this. Because we're not moving, there should be nothing drawing the zombies to us, though. We're not making any noise. We're nice and silent. No one cares that we're bored. I think a zombie just came through the window down here. It's fine. Go to sleep. Because again, I'm not making any noise. So a zombie really has no reason to do anything. Alright. So let's go here. We can eat our sugar cubes. And we'll eat a questionable berry. So, is it poison? Time to find out. Nope, safe berry. Like it sounded like a zombie came through the window here. Drink our water. Okay, so we're good there. Now, I did have a meta event, so we don't really know what our situation outside is going to be. You love that game? Is it poison? Yep. The spicy berry roulette. Okay, so they're going to try and keep going back to the west. We don't have any idea which way that moved the zombies. It could have moved them east, west, south, north. Don't really know. Honestly, don't really care. If it's not between me and my objective, eh. And these will just be zombies that, as we were firing our guns off and everything, they got pulled into this tile. There's not enough of them to really form proper rally groups, so we can just clean up as they show up. I'm actually surprised this hammer's not busted. We've been using this hammer for a while. Not complaining. Just a little surprise is all. It's gotta be getting pretty close to spent. No, it's actually pretty okay. It's at about a third health. I figured this thing would have broken ages ago. Hey, sometimes you roll good. There's one zombie by itself. I'm gonna kill it. That zombie right there, we leave that one alive. That's the one that sneaks up on us. We don't care about the radio today. The helicopter can only show up once every, like, 10 to 12 days or so. since it happened yesterday. It is ineligible to show up. But yeah, no, like the one zombie by itself that you don't see is always the one that gets me. How are we doing on our food options? We got a box of cereal. And some berries. Okay, but we're almost back to where we were when we got the notification of the helicopter. So all in all, not a bad one. Helicopter came about midday. It certainly could have come way later in the day, which is honestly the worst case scenario usually. When you have that like 7 p.m. helicopter and it does all of its passes, so it's getting properly dark by the time it's done. And then the zombies get tossed all over the place. Wait, what? Ah, it's fine. I can just lay on the ground. I'm not going to repair it. Who am I kidding? Okay. You gonna pay any kind of attention at all as I walk up behind you? Okay, let's return back to the road. Yeah, it's looking like the head of the hammer is going to get damaged first. Honestly, this is looking like a pretty good situation. Like, we're just basically going to stroll right up to where we slept before. I'll probably have to clean up a rally group or two that are floating about the area. But you never know after a helicopter what you're going to come back to. And it is just one of those things that sometimes you come back to where you were basing up, and there's just like 100 zombies there, and you're like, alright, well, I just don't live here anymore. I understand. I see my eviction notice. I'll move on. Let's go ahead and slam another unknown berry, since the first berry wasn't poison. Yes, there's some right at the house. Did I get into this house, or was I still working on that? I feel like it's still working on that, right? We can check. Nope, I got in there. Alright, well, that's where we're going to consider home for right now. Hey, Dread, how's it going? I do apologize for missing chat. I did switch the way I watch chat now so that I could kind of combine the chats from the different platforms. And I'm liking a lot of it, but I need to change the fonts and all to make it a little bit more readable for me. So it is a thing that I am occasionally missing things because it's kind of hard to read it. And then Project Zomboid, you know, has no chill. Alright, let's go ahead and slam another berry while we sit here for a minute. Yeah. I guess I don't live here anymore, has me dead. Yeah, pretty much. That's just the way it runs. And it's a thing you gotta be ready to accept in Project Zomboid. When a med event rolls in and just the zombies steamroll your place, don't try and hold it. It's fine. You can come back later. You know, do the safe thing. Leave for now. Go find yourself someplace new to secure. And then once you get yourself, you know, situated, you could then work on coming back to get all your stuff. But it's one of those mistakes that people just try and really hold their ground at a base. It's like, nah, man. It's not that kind of game. When they come in numbers, you only got so much you can do. Grab these two. Don't worry about the ones way up in the field, but these two are close enough I can aggro them from the edge. Oh, please, don't just run the whole line. Might be the kind of game if you play on adventure mode, right? Adventure mode? I mean, you can play, because there's Apocalypse, Custom, Community Builder, I believe. But even if you go, like, unless you go to the one that just straight up doesn't have zombies, there isn't like, I mean, you have to turn the zombies way down. It's just mechanically how combat works that you would have to do a lot of alteration to your settings to make it so you had the endurance and the fatigue. Like, maybe in multiplayer where fatigue is just a mechanic that's turned off by default. So you just have, like, your endurance. But, like, the stand your ground kind of thing is not... Like, if there's any meaningful numbers, you're not doing it. Because effectively, think of it as this. Oh, bye, Fog. Think of it like this. You effectively have a resource that's endurance. Every time you swing your weapon, it goes down a little bit, and it will recover some, but if you're actively fighting, it will be a net loss. When that resource gets too low, the fight is over. You're out. And there's no working around that kind of thing. Like, you'd have to find time to break off and recover. So it's effectively you're trading energy for kills. And that kind of becomes your soft cap of what you can fight. It's one of the reasons why I keep pushing people to be like, hey, don't run, is because that's that same energy bar. And if you're running everywhere, you're deleting that energy bar for something that only rewards slight impatience. But yeah, like generally speaking, everything you're doing in the game, there is some give and take to it. And even the recovering of that endurance in itself has a cost. As you recover endurance, your character gets sleepy, which is your fatigue. And then the worse so far as you go down in your endurance, like the deeper it goes, the faster you get sleepy. Yep, no, it's absolutely a marathon, not a sprint. I mean, running will give you running XP, but you only need running XP if you're running. It's not that running is outright bad. It's just to be very mindful of you never know when a meta event is going to throw things off balance and suddenly you've got to fight. And then if you already got your character mostly spent, that's just too bad. You should have gone back to you 5-10 minutes ago before you ran around everywhere. It's also one of the reasons I actually don't do exercises very much in the game. Is you never know when you're going to be wrapping up for the night, everything sounds good, and then you have a meta event, you start hearing the windows blow out in the building near where you're at because the meta event drug the zombies directly across. Meanwhile, you're looking at your character at full level exhaustion because you just slammed out an hour worth of burpees. It used to be a thing I would do in the evenings when I had nothing else to do because it was too dark. I'd knock out some exercises. But honestly, I stopped doing it kind of a little ways into Build 41 because I found I was just getting my levels just fine, just fighting. And then by the time Build 42 came up with the muscle strain and everything, the last thing I need is something agitating more pain. Yeah, because a lot of the long-term survival, yeah, no, actually, a lot of the long-term survival is something that's like, you know, taking the thing that's safe 99% of the time and not doing it, because that 1% of the time, sooner or later, you're going to roll it. Alright, we're too heavy, so we're going to drop the bag. Now, obviously, I'm fighting zombies, so there's some inherent risk that is always present when you're fighting. You can always misclick, fat finger, bad timing, get distracted, insert any of those things here. That's always a possibility. But the idea is how I fight and all that. All of it's risk mitigation. Gotta read the magazine real fast so I can dump it on a body since it's heavy. It's fine. No, I should have rested longer for the muscle fatigue. It's fine. It's another magazine I need to read. Well, not need to. Another magazine I'm gonna read. We got a rally group up there. Nobody down there. A couple down here. There's a group in the trees over there too. You can see them just barely popping out when I turn. Alright, so I'm gonna back off for a minute, and we're by these corpses. I don't really want to be by them, because it's gonna give us corpse sickness. We're gonna get the muscle fatigue done. We get this magazine done. So I don't have to carry it. Listen, not that the community is insane, but how amazing the community is. Yeah, I know you're all good. I appreciate it. We used to have plus carry weight, but now they took that out. Plus carry weight? Plus carry weight. What do you mean by the plus carry weight? Sorry, not catching that. I just picked up on, you know, on insane. People could use that as an insult. You think it was a perk? I mean, I don't remember it. I'm not saying you're wrong. Because, like, I genuinely just don't remember. Well, it's a mostly damaged hunting knife. Oh, but it is in great condition, so I should be able to sharpen that. I thought if you eat enough, I thought you still had that. It was just never worth it because you'd eat a ton. And then even eating all that food, you'd only have it for a couple of seconds. That is no longer in the game? Yeah, it was never worth it in the first place. Yeah, no, it's very short. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So we got this way. I believe Lake Fallas is north, and then west. Yeah, no, it wasn't a trait. No, I see what you're talking about, where you, if you ate enough food, you'd get a temporary strength buff. But, like, and a health regen buff and everything. But, it was very short-lived. Because I saved myself once or twice in Build 41, where I didn't realize I was too close to corpses when I rested in a tent or whatever. And then, you know, got feverish, and so just started slamming food as fast and hard as I could to get the healing buff to just try and ride it out as I ran away. And I survived a good couple times doing that kind of thing. What do you mean it was worth it? It was free? I mean, you had to eat the food. You had to eat a lot of food. Yay, fitness 3. Let's go. Catch up with chat in just a moment when we're not in the middle of a fight. Next weapon. Alright, let me catch oh yeah, you're all good. Yep. Yeah, no, it was a thing, like I said, you'd eat a bunch of food, and... Oh, here, I can get that stretch. You'd eat a bunch of food, and then that would give you a bonus to your regen and a bonus to your strength. But it was a bonus to your strength only for considerations of carry weight. So it didn't, like... There was people who would eat extra thinking they got extra damage when they're getting into a fight that they thought was overambitious, and it just didn't do anything. It specifically even mentioned if you moused over the Moodle that was up here, it even specifically mentioned, like... increases your carry weight strength or something like that. It was very explicit that it was just a carry weight bonus. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, hunting knives. You will be so glorious once you have more short blade skill. And we aggro from the side because there's a bunch in the trees. Do you have leg armor? You do. It's a survivor zombie. A crappy survivor zombie, but it is a survivor zombie. As a magazine leg armor. Am I going to use that? Hell no. But it is cool. Do you have more friends in there that I can see, though? Because you might have been part of a survivor group. Okay, that lady in the dress is not a survivor zombie. Oh yeah, no, the Moodles are kind of a mixed. Also, how are you? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Hope things are going well for everyone else and all that. But yeah, no, I'm good. Enjoying a bonus stream today because I wanted to test a bunch of behind the stream stuff. Most of it went well. One thing definitely just utterly crashed and burned, but you know, when you're making like 4 or 5 changes and only one crashes and burns, that's a good day. Isn't it worth wearing armor when you get to higher in fighting skills? So the penalty of the clothing is neglectable? Not really. Generally speaking, if you're depending on RNG to save you, you're already moving in the wrong direction. And even with the very minor penalties that armor put on you, broadly speaking, those penalties are more likely to get you hit in the first place, and when you get hit is entirely a dice roll on whether you win or lose. Even with armor. Now you can get like the ridiculous armor that almost guarantees you'll survive the hit, but no armor protects you from drag down. So you can go ahead and like get hit 2 or 3 or 4 times and just chain stunned until you get dragged down. So I am definitely team don't armor. Like, it's fine if you want to do, for example, just the bulletproof vest. You can do that with no real penalty. I'm not saying don't wear anything, but it's one of those things that generally speaking, yeah. There's a whole meme in the Product Zomboid community about like brand new player and you got the person decked out in the fireman's gear and all that, and then you get an intermediate player and then they're no longer wearing the firefighter suit and all that. They might have like, no shirt, bulletproof vest, a pair of like jeans or whatever, And then it's like advanced player, and they're, you know, running around in a 2-2. Yeah, Lamprey running around in his underwear. Yeah, the only problem with doing that kind of thing is if your character gets too cold, it can also be a problem. There's a lot of zombies up there. I'm pretty sure this is the way we want to go. How's Product Zomboid treat me? It's treating me well. Can we get a shout out for Sherry Kind, another fantastic content creator on the platform? Has done like a lot of RimWorld. I believe has been doing Product Zomboid recently and a whole bunch of good stuff. Yeah. Definitely another fantastic content creator to check out. Highly recommend. We got a lot of fantastic people here tonight. So we got Sim, we got Drongo, we got Ultra, we got Sherry. I don't think Drongo streams tonight, but you know, if he does, he usually pops on pretty soon. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I mentioned Ultra. If not, Ultra also is fantastic. Having your thank you. And keep in mind, I've only got... Wait, what was that you're wearing? Oh, it's just junk. Okay. So keep in mind where we're doing this with the hunting knives, I think we're like short blade 2. And it's working this well. And I'm only getting a little muscle strain. That's the magic of short blade. Is they put very, very little muscle strain on you. They use very, very little endurance and everything. So broadly speaking, you can just keep fighting. Once you get up to a high level of short blade and some okay fitness, you can go pretty close to all day without much of a break. The sad thing is the sharpness mechanic kind of hurts it pretty bad, but that is what it is. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay. Oh, you actually have a lot of condition left. Okay, so we want to sharpen this knife. A lot of times I find the sharpness doesn't go down nearly as fast as the condition does. Or not that much ahead, I should say. So it's not very often I feel much need to sharpen. But it can. That's what we got here. Okay, well, I accidentally pulled a whole extra group because I wasn't watching where I was going. That's fine. That high muscle strain is not so great, but you know. We're already down to the last few, so not that big a deal. And if you notice I'm kind of wiggling a little bit, it's because I reached the point that my nimble is fast enough. If I just back up, I'll get away from him. So I'm kind of wiggling just a little bit to make sure they're in range. Yeah, and that exertion plus the dull blade plus the muscle strain definitely made that take way more effort than it should have. So we'll sit down. Oh, now that's pretty much spent. I'm still going to sharpen it. Yeah, no, I let it get too dull. Now, granted, it's worn now, so I'm not going to actually get that much more out of it, but that's fine. Alright, so we're starting to get a little queasy because I'm just chilling here among the bodies. I probably should be working my way back to a building to rest. I'm going to do that. Then we can also top off our water and everything real fast. It's just right here. Could you explain the relationship between condition and sharpness? Yeah, so sharpness messes with how much damage a weapon does. It'll go down the same way condition does. It rolls the dice and it takes damage and, you know, it does less damage. The big thing is sharpness can only be as high as condition. So all you need to know about that is if the condition of your weapon is crap, your sharpness can't get very high. But yeah, so that's the big thing is condition limits how sharp it can be. And that sharpness affects the damage. Alright, so we're just going to quickly rest here for a minute. Recover our muscle strain. We pushed that pretty far. Okay. And while it's not technically fully gone when it first disappears, by the time we get back to the fight, it'll probably be fully gone. Explain so much? Nah, I didn't take it as sarcastic. Yeah, I believe this road meets that road, and then that goes over to Lake Fallas. I believe is what we're looking at. It's been a long time since I've been to the east side of Lake Fallas. But a lot of these zombies are probably ones that we're dragging out of Lake Fallas between, you know, med events and helicopters and all that kind of stuff. So even though we're not at the town yet, we are knocking down the population there to push in. What are you wearing? Are you just, like, out here in your underwear? Is that... Oh, it's a survivor zombie. Thank you for the ball peen. He's wearing a bunny suit. And she has a dull switchblade and a toothpick shiv. That's the second survivor zombie we've seen. They're usually in a group when you see them like that. And sometimes have a bunch of other rando zombies with it. So my hope is that somewhere in here we got a zombie with a big old backpack. The thing I'm curious about is one was in the woods to the west, and that one was south of the farm. So I'm assuming the group got scattered by, you know, various noise and all that kind of stuff, and then re-rallied. Okay, I don't see any more in the field. See a couple way up to the right. You see a couple up here. But are any of them obviously survivor zombies? No. Because again, the idea of what we're doing here is we want to find a survivor zombie. One, just to get a better backpack. But also, two, what I want to actually do for like our goal for this run is we're treasure hunting. So we're going to find a survivor zombie, we're going to get their annotated map, and then we're going to drop everything, and then start heading towards the annotated map. And then normally I would slowly clear my way to, you know, any place I want to go on 16 times pop. But in this particular case with what we're doing, what I would end up doing is, like, if I have to slow clear, I have to slow clear. Like, if it's in the middle of, like, Louisville or West Point or something, it is what it is. But, like, if it's someplace like Riverside, our goal is just to retrieve the quote-unquote treasure. So if I can Pied Piper some zombies away to pop in and grab the goodies, that's what we're going to do. And for the record, it is not a strategic decision to do this. It is a terrible idea. We will use way more weapons and resources reaching those areas than we will gain from reaching them. Let's actually grab you, because I can't actually put that on the belt. All right. Okay, so pretty soon we're gonna need to back off because it'll start getting dark. Back up just a little ways. I'm kind of expecting that survivor group to be in the trees. I'm gonna do something that's really a terrible idea. Okay, so plan there is that's really, really loud. So I whistled a bunch to try and draw the zombies to that spot, and we're backing off. And we're gonna see if that survivor zombie was up in those trees. Because if I can score a really big backpack or something, that's a huge win for us. Oh, come on, that thing carries for a long ways. You're another survivor zombie there. Oh, hey, a surgical mask. I believe that's better than the bandana. Okay. It's not the one we're looking for. Like I said, in that group, there'll probably be one that had a backpack. And the way I can tell that was a survivor zombie is he's got armor on his left arm, or his right arm, sorry. Yeah, magazine armor. A Shell's bandolier. Alright, we'll put that on. Maybe. Oh, you add 1 for the encumbrance? Boo. It's fine. We'll drop that on the ground so we can recover it later. But 1 full encumbrance is pretty steep. Okay, no one interesting over there. Yep, no, I guess that's fine. Wouldn't military boots be better? No, not really. The only boots that, like, because whether you have the Western boots, the work boots, or the military boots, they're effectively the same. There are some nuanced difference, but none of them are particularly worth mentioning. The only ones I remember being properly different is there was, like, the rubber boots, the mud boots. Those ones are a little different. But broadly speaking, any boots are good boots. You just replace them when the condition gets low, but if you're not stomping on zombies on any frequency, you could basically keep your shoes forever. I've done a run where I ran around in sandals the whole time, because you only really kind of need to stomp early game. Oh, there's no current on that one. That's fine. Let's drink some water. Let's not sleep in that room. Having exposed windows is a good way to get aggro over. Alright. And we're fast forwarding because we're getting ready to get sleepy and dark. And we've already pushed our character pretty hard today, so I wouldn't imagine we probably get more than an hour before it drops. It's one of those things when you're playing Product Zomboid and these marathon runs as well, is kind of knowing it's like, okay, like 7, 8 o'clock, it's time to start heading back. We're in the middle of the summer, so the days are a bit longer, but during the winter, it drops to being dark, like right around 7:30, 8 o'clock, so it's kind of, you gotta hustle home before it gets to be too dark to, like, really do much. Yeah, I haven't kept up with the latest Build 42 things. Does the run speed modifier in shoes actually do anything yet? It's a weird stat. So I believe the run speed modifier only applies to running. That is specifically running. That said, there's been a long time it hasn't done anything. But, like, walking is fine. It's only when you're running. And if you're running, you've already been making mistakes. Okay, so let's go ahead and get that sleep in. Alright. So with that said, though, chat, it is getting to be about that time. Do you mean alt running? No, I believe it includes both jogging and sprinting. Because neither of those are called running. But I believe it would apply to both of them. Again, I don't know if it's even implemented yet, because it's just like one of those things that you don't care. If you ever have to be worried about that 10% or 15% run speed, you've already made multiple layers of mistakes. So it's just not really worth mentioning. But it is going to be about that time, chat. I did go a bit longer because we've had a lot of people hanging out. It's been a pretty good night and all that stuff, despite, like, we had a full disconnection earlier, like stream went down and everything, like internet outage. And I'm really happy that people pop right back in. Because normally that's one of those things with that when it happens, you know, you lose like half your viewers when that happens. But this one turned out really well and all that. And I do really appreciate it. So what is going to happen is you're going to be rating out, but I have to end a bunch of different streams because we got all this stuff going on. So for those watching on YouTube, don't forget to like and subscribe, but thank you so much for tuning in over there. For those over on TikTok, I can't get that. There we go.